weight of their truth not being given a voice. And it affected my well-being because these people trusted me, and I felt I had failed them and I had let them down. It was like I had failed these people as a journalist to give voice to their truth. So I had witnessed in a very short time a collapse of journalism, news gathering, investigative reporting, and the way I saw it was that we were in fact pushing propaganda. And to define propaganda, it's information, ideas, opinions, or images that give one part of an argument, which are broadcast, published, in order to influence a person's opinion. And mental health workers have their own definition of propaganda as manipulative persuasion in the service of an agenda.
And that's exactly what that is. It's serving an agenda. And she's talking about the B word and the C word, but I mean, the CBC's been doing this with everything. They're pushing out anything that makes Trudeau look good and Poilievre look bad. They've been doing this for a long time now. I mean, when you're getting big payouts, billions of dollars, $1.3 billion a year, with big profit Trudeau, they just push whatever narrative he wants. He just paid out $18 million in bonuses. Catherine Tate, running the CBC, that corporation into the ground, gets a big bonus. Gets a big bonus for being a failure at her job. We'll never forget nor forgive. Now she'll be silenced. And on the topic of the CBC, we've also got this one posted by Chazzy Goldie. Basically, this guy's talking about how he had a CBC interview and they didn't post it because it didn't fit their narrative. Well, this guy's on TikTok here. I've seen him a few times. His handle here is Cars with Sonny Dern, I think his name is. He has a lot of experience with the car thefts and all that stuff going on in Toronto. He posts a lot of that content. So the CBC wanted to interview this guy, and this is what he had to say.
CBC News does not share news to Canadians. This is so clear to me because they came to interview me about the car theft situation that is happening across the country. They canned the interview. They did not release the interview because it did not fit the narrative that they were hoping to go ahead and spin to Canadians. And you're going to ask me, well, what did you say, Simon, in the interview?
They're dumb fucking cunts. Well, they're dumb fucking cunts.
Here's the high level. And this, they canned the interview because of this. I told them, one, it's a failure of our government, our leadership team, and justice system that has allowed this to happen in the first place. Number one. Number two, we need to hold these leaders accountable because now there's stats that prove this. 50% year increase in car thefts in Ontario. 400% increase in home invasions in Ontario that lead to a car theft. I shared all of these stories and these stats with CBC, and they didn't want to go ahead and share this because this does not fit their narrative. I let them know. Why are we not treating criminals in this country like criminals? People are terrorizing Canadians. Hundreds of you have sent me the stories of your families being traumatized, and I shared those stories with CBC. They didn't want to hear it. It doesn't fit the narrative. They don't want to hear the Canadian side of the story. They have their own specific side of the story that they want to share. This is such a big issue. Our newscasters in Canada are completely biased, and I can tell the person that was interviewing me did not like the answers I was giving, which was the truth. Why do we not have proper authentication in vehicles today in 2024? Why do we have all of this crime happening across the country because we don't hold these criminals accountable? The Toronto Police Chief just said we are catching people and releasing them right away. Their entire police force is disenfranchised because what are they doing? What are they doing? And how are we shipping tens of thousands of cars across the port of Montreal? It's like we are blind. And I shared this common sense story. All of you are sharing with me, and they can interview. This is a message to all Canadians. Do not trust CBC. Do not share both sides of the story. They can share the side of the story that benefits their benefactors. CBC News is all about spinning a narrative, but not there to actually show news.
I mean, really, at this point, why don't we have people going to jail and working in jail? Everyone in jail should be working a job. They should be digging ditches. They should be maintaining trails. They should be digging in the sewers. What are the worst jobs nobody wants is what people in jail should be doing. They should have to earn their keep to get food. If they don't earn their keep, if they don't work, they don't get to eat. That's what should be happening. And we should have a lot of people in jail doing a lot of free work for us. But instead, Justin Trudeau lets these guys just have house arrest and play Xbox for a couple of months after stealing a $100,000 car. As it shows here, V-word crime is up 50%. We've got extortion up 357%. V-word, F-word, offenses. Sorry, I can't say these words. You can read it on the screen there, though. 116%. All of that's up 46%. not gonna read these. The system is so woke and broke. I can't read these words, but you see here this. SA is up 75%. We're not looking good for CBC. Next up, we've got this one here, posted by Taylor Results. Canada to pause removal of temporary foreign workers for low-wage jobs in Montreal. Looks like they're finally taking some steps here because people are angry. This is getting a little silly. That is happening city by city, which is nationwide. That's one of the reasons it's happening in Montreal. Next, we've got Captain Schmuck here, posted by Marty Upwood. This is stress of all these lives, and his lives is getting to get good. It's not as a case to stop. So we got Captain Schmuck is looking pretty daunting. We don't know, is he on the nose flower? Is he distressed? Knowing how many people are ending themselves because of him and his policies and what he's done in our country, people sleeping in tents. I don't think that's something really bothers him. I think this narcissist doesn't really care. I think, if anything, it's more like his image and how his children view him. I think that bothers him more. That interview he and Lexi had on the beach there, getting away from his kid who was surfing. He didn't want to be heckled in front of his child. I think he cares more about that. He doesn't actually care about Canadians. His narcissism, I don't think, allows him to. So maybe I think more likely is supports and slowly going for having to look at changes. This house, that house, this building, that building, this God, and then this has all this like there's people problems, right? Splitting all these assets, all the houses, all the land. That's what's probably creating his energy. And to his beloved servant, he was searching for the man that he'll ever be. So, that's what's happening. Let us know in the comments down below what you think is going on. This little boss, a lot of things. It's not pretty small. It is yeah. I wouldn't be that almost surprised if he had those candy problems. Those candy, those flowers, like percussion. Yeah, but we need him healthy enough to run if he defeated. People defeated. There's a bunch of other comments in pretty savage. Trip his popularity and watch him wither. Put a gray beard on him, you have a 75-year-old Castro. No, he's losing a lot of weight things off. Yeah, something is going on. Next up, we got Doug Ford here. He's kind of getting off his rocker here. Mass immigration. I don't know if he hasn't learned from Daniel Smith. So Daniel Smith last week talked about bringing in 10 million people to Alberta. She has been migrating from other provinces. Living in from India and wherever else in the Philippines into Toronto and then going from Toronto to Calgary or Edmonton or anywhere in Alberta. Well, that's really the difference, bringing in 10 million in 5 years. But she got a lot of backlash for saying she wants to bring increase Alberta's population to 10 million in 5 years. And Doug Ford is making this call right now. This kind of grow is explosive. And across
Ontario is growing like never before. This kind of growth isn't without its challenges, but it also comes with part of
Yeah, I don't know, man. People are not really happy about the people coming. It's not really now coming to the same. There's been a lot of infrastructure of how we can right now, the guy is saying, needs to want plus 1.5 million flooding into our country. That's what Canadians want. They want things to be done. And really, we need to put up I don't know why they're taking this approach. As it says here, W have talking points. I mean, it sounds like it. So, you life was good. Life is not good. Life is a disaster in Canada. I've seen this before. It's real true in English. Yeah, it's good for a lot of part of there. Life is so this was a funny guy, yeah, it was good way to stop promises and it's a lot of people that help with that talk a bunch of things same thing with that board here. That's about this. It says Canada is now the seventh highest score yet out of the Masters from publishing and there's a lesser strain that there's been some cases, I think 100 and something detected in Canada. It's really not something to worry about right now. Justin Trudeau hasn't commented on it. It'd be something that goes up into something more news this type of so it's not something that is this huge concern right now. I'm wondering, I know people send me messages, there's other channels that use and they just clickbait it and make it seem like the world's falling down, all of a sudden, Canada, but the World Health Organization across the world is last time. Have a giant I just need some of them. This is getting ridiculous. So what we got here is somebody in Toronto, and this is how they have to protect their vehicles. Security. So it's a brand new. So they've got a basic tires and very full of this thing value that they can raise in order to protect their vehicle. That's what that is. That's like this Canadian hero here. Interestingly, will take some of the pressure off of the system because the stream on bringing in from the residents is well. AdSense for posting a meme here. Activating. This is in reference to the UK. They included Gone Mad. They might say, how to prevent monkeypox. I thought this was funny as what a deal. You look here, $5.97 each. After limit paid $5.95. What equates the entire scheme? Is this funny? Maybe an actor ever. Most of these are real photos. It's not a season. Cowboy constitute
These people, who are these people? Trudeau, what the fuck? Where do these people come from? Like, where the fuck is this? India? India, keep your fucking people. They suck. They suck. Hey, Narendra Modi, fucking retard.
by left-wing ideologues, and they use it to target people they don't like. When a post on X gets community noted, there's several things that happen. One, it gets deboosted. Two, it gets demonetized. Okay? So what do you think is going to happen when YouTube allows people to community notes on videos? Have you downloaded Rumble on yet? Have you followed it already? Have you sucked it out and accepted that there's a few things that don't work how you like it yet on Rumble? Hoping. What do you think is going to
I heard your vagina, Mark.
YouTube allows?
Oh, Mark, you I heard your vagina.
Fact check videos.
Oh, Mark,
They're
you
going
do
to
that.
use them and they're going to demonetize them. That's what's going to happen. Now, what I can't say I can for a fact, I've been doing this for 10 years. My primary area of expertise is online censorship. There's one thing, if somebody ever asks, hey, what do you know about? I'd say I know a little about a lot of things and a lot about censorship. I know a lot about new tech. I know a lot about, deboosting, shadow banning, ways to disincentivize creators from having opinions that go against the message. Remember all those creators that were banned for saying they weren't so sure about the jab? And then information came out about the jab that Biden said they were right. And remember how many of them that reinstated? Oh yeah, it was none of them. So make no mistake about it. This feature will be instituted so that, and it will be co-opted by left-wing ideologues. And I guarantee when a video gets community noted, they're going to demonetize it, and they're going to deboost it. The channels that talk about things that are against the narrative will be specifically targeted. How do I know this? Because this is how it works on Twitter already. And they're literally ripping off the exact same feature. Yeah, there's your left-wing alt-right YouTube invites you to message community notes feature. By the way, I didn't get this invite. And I know I'm sure you're shocked to hear that. I'm sure you're shocked to hear that, but I didn't get this invite. This is one thing I can tell people who are free speech advocates or anti-deplatforming. Join the Twitter Community Notes program. Join the YouTube Community Notes program. And you have to fight them where they live. Because 10 years ago, these left-wing ideologues figured out that donating their time for free and to stay online gave them some amount of power, and it worked. So if you don't do it, if you don't join the community notes, then the only people that will join it will be left-wingers. Using YouTube as added community notes. Remember when everybody made fun of it? Much needed. There's too much misinformation on YouTube. But, and we can already see, I need this so I can keep all the fresh fits videos. All those hustle content creators in shambles. Now, YouTube already has this type of thing. If you talk about the group, or you talk about the weather changing, or whatever the case is, you can oftentimes get some level of context. Okay? They love this feature. Really? Wants a horde of anonymous losers to be putting a ban on their videos. Look, it's currently only available in English for mobile devices in the United States 3 months before the election. 3 months before the election, we're going to have this feature that I will guarantee will suppress anybody who speaks out against the message. This is why when I talk about, like, 2A2 and PewPew2 and all these people were all, oh, we need to develop our own app because we don't want to support new tech. There's so many people that won't go on, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, or even X, for example. When they say, well, I don't sure nothing there, blah, blah, blah. What they're really saying is, I don't get paid. I've been on Rumble, BitChute, and Odyssey for years. Here's the first video I uploaded to Rumble.
You see how long ago this was? Over 3 years ago. This video was uploaded almost 4 years ago. It was uploaded November 10th, 2020. I wonder why I joined Rumble on that day. I have been supporting Rumble as long as I've known it's existed. BitChute, Odyssey, same thing. Okay? I'm not saying everybody needs to leave YouTube. That'd be crazy. It's still where the majority of the content is. But most people also have Netflix, Hulu, Paramount, whatever. The average person has 3 different streaming platforms. There's no reason you can't at least have 1 or 2 video platforms. If you have YouTube, there's no reason you can't have Rumble and you can't follow the quarter and your other favorite content creators. And when they go live, watch their live streams on Rumble. I'm telling you, I don't care. Yeah, I make more money when you watch it on YouTube, but I don't care. And I've never cared, and I've shown you proof of why. I've been on this platform on Rumble for 4 years. I don't think I've ever taken a paycheck from Rumble until I had my deal with them last year. It's about supporting platforms that support free speech. I'm on every platform. People might say, why do you support Gab? What are you talking about? Look me up on Gab. I'm active on Gab. I have a Gab account. I used Parler when I was allowed to. I used every possible new tech platform that exists. I'm on it. And this is why. Because one platform still supports 85% of all the views, and slowly but surely I'm trying to encourage, incentivize people to support new tech. Because this community knows thing is just yet another brick in the wall, protecting, separating you from the truth. If you enjoyed the video, please do leave a like on it. If you haven't yet, please do subscribe or follow down below wherever you're watching. We'll talk to you again real soon.
Dressing my mom, perfect match. I work all day, have 2 kids, and don't have time to go to the grocery store or spend hours cooking. Super fresh ingredients, all portioned out, easy recipes. It's the perfect deal for someone like me. I've tried plenty of things, but Good Food is the only one that gives me high quality ingredients at a very reasonable price.
Got 2 or 3 nominations. Charnel B.L. Kindred, nominated to the Eastern District of Washington, representing the Seabreak Nation, to speak on her nomination. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to welcome our colleague, Senator Feinstein, back to this committee. What I have to say was
Sylvester's India Russian region. The most great is effects of Russian government's strategic and operational capabilities, as well as the inspiration, the broader conflict was highlighted significant flaws in the government's approach to building, planning, and execution. This great was made on a series of assumptions that used to be disastrously incorrect. One of the most glaring miscalculations was the expectation that the Ukrainian citizens would support Russian liberals. That they really want to be liberated from those citizens. This belief that at the highest levels of the Russian leadership was fundamental misreading of the situation. Rather than being treated as traitors, Russian forces were met with fierce resistance from both the military and civil population. This resistance, combined with the logistical challenges of sustaining a large-scale invasion, eroded eight initial advantages that the Russian military may have had. The military also exposed significant weaknesses in the Russian military's structure and readiness. Decades of corruption has ruined the armed forces, leaving them ill-prepared for the demands of a lengthy conflict. Equipment shortages, logistical failures, and a lack of effective command and control mechanisms all contributed to the rapid breakdown of the initial plans. The Russian military, which had long been presented as an unstoppable force, was revealed to be simply flawed and incapable of reacting quickly and rapidly changing situations and executing complex operations. What else would you expect if, instead of capable and smart military officers, you surround yourself with people pleasers and yes-sayers? People who got promoted to the highest ranks not because of their military achievements, but because they kept bringing good news to Putin. And now, when it is practically impossible to continue it makes sense that technology can come up with a solution to existing problems. Such system can only survive for as long as everything goes according to the plan. But as we all know, plans do change, and they do it quite unexpectedly and without any warnings. These failures were compounded by the Russian government's inability to adapt to changing circumstances. The decision to launch a large-scale offensive in the spring of 2022, just as Ukraine's terrain was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate, was a critical error in the first place. The Russian forces found themselves bogged down in local skirmishes, unable to make significant progress, despite their numerical and technological advantages. By the end of 2022, when the situation had deteriorated to the point when the Russian military was forced to leave from key positions, including the strategically important Kharkov and later Kherson regions. In the Russian propaganda, this was known as a gesture of goodwill. This retreat, while necessary to preserve what remained of the Russian forces, was a humiliating setback for the government, which had invested so much in the invasion so far. The strategic failures in Ukraine are indicative of a broader pattern within the Russian government. While it is capable of mobilizing significant resources and projecting power, it consistently falters when it comes to the execution phase. The invasion of Ukraine, like the Kursk operation, has highlighted the government's inability to effectively manage complex operations, leading to costly failures both in terms of human lives and political capital. The ongoing Kursk operation is not just a military endeavor. It is a symbol of Putin's leadership and the narrative he has crafted over the years. In the early stages of the Ukrainian conflict, capturing cities like Kiev, Mykolaiv, Kharkov, and Kherson was seen as critical to Russia's strategic goals. However, as these operations folded, Putin's focus shifted. Now, the battle is less about strategic victories and more about maintaining the image of a leader who will stop at nothing. to achieve his goals. With the capture of Ukrainian villages, many of which hold little practical value, serves as a primary symbolic purpose. It allows Putin to project an image of relentless determination, despite numerous setbacks and failures. His willingness to achieve small but symbolic victories, no matter the cost, has become a key element of his public persona. This unyielding attitude was once a source of fear and respect, both politically and internationally. However, as the post-operation drags on, it is becoming increasingly clear that Putin's repeated resolve may be more about saving his face rather than achieving any good military objectives. The myth of Putin's invincibility is being challenged by harsh reality. The Ukrainian army's continued resistance and even offensive actions within Russian territory are eroding the narrative that Putin has carefully built. The idea that Putin would respond with overwhelming force to any incursion into Russian territory is proving to be just that, a narrative, blackmail, rather than an actual possibility. Putin's power has always been rooted in his ability to project strength, both at home and abroad. His control over the Russian state is near absolute, allowing him to push through policies and actions without little regard for public opinion or financial cost. However, the Kursk operation is exposed and most importantly, responsible incursion to Russian territory has been particularly damaging to Putin's image. For years, Putin's legitimacy has been tied to his ability to protect Russian interests and territory. The idea that Ukrainian troops could not only cross into Russia, but also establish a foothold has undermined this legitimacy. The presence of Ukrainian forces on Russian soil with supplies and reinforcements presents a direct challenge to Putin's authority. Despite the Kremlin's effort to downplay the situation, the real facts are impossible to ignore. Russian convoys have been attacked, Muslim support have been taken, and the Ukrainian forces are establishing a presence that will not be easily dislodged. This situation is a far cry from the overwhelming response that Putin has promised in the past. Instead of launching a decisive counterattack, Putin has been conspicuously absent, leaving the situation to be managed by regional officials and military commanders, obviously shifting the blame and responsibility to these people. The symbolism of the Kursk operation extends beyond the battlefield. It has become a reflection of Putin's diminishing power and the destruction of his once powerful public image. As the operation drags on, it is becoming increasingly clear that Putin's power is not limitless. The Kursk operation has done more than expose the limitations of Putin's power. It has also dealt a significant blow to his public image both internally and externally. For a leader who puts his reputation on strength and stability, the inability to repel the forces from Russian territory is a public humiliation. In the tough guy terms that Putin and his inner circle understand so well, this is a direct challenge to his authority that cannot go unanswered. In recent weeks, Putin has talked enough, speculating about the terms of Ukraine's sanctions referendum and Russia's future control over contested regions. However, these statements now mean nothing in the face of Ukrainian advances in territory. More important, and so are key figures in Russia's political and military elite. For a leader who has always prided himself on his ability to control outcomes, this is a dangerous situation. Putin's failure to respond decisively to the Kursk operation has not gone unnoticed by Russia's international partners and especially rivals. Leaders like China's Xi Jinping are likely assessing the situation closely. Putin's inability to retaliate effectively against Ukrainian incursions is seen as a sign of weakness, not just by his domestic audience, but also by the global community. However, Putin's inner circle is a network of cronies and loyalists who help maintain his power. We start to question his ability often equated with the ability to project strength and suppress opposition. Any sign of weakness can be dangerous. The concentration has revealed a vulnerability in Putin's leadership, one that would have serious consequences if not addressed immediately. In the past, Putin has managed to maintain his authority through a combination of fear, control, and the careful cultivation of his public image. But the course operation has shown that this image is more fragile than it appears. His failure to protect Russian territory from Ukrainian forces has undermined.
Okay, you can believe that, but I don't, okay? Dumb fucking people, I don't know what they fucking learn in school now. People are fucking retarded, and we're not coming back from this.
For his future and the future of Russia. This whole situation underscores the broader challenges facing Putin's regime. The reliance on strength and the projection of power.
On va plus d'argent là-dedans que dans l'ombre.
Insufficient in the face of new realities. The inability to decisively respond to the incursions has revealed the vulnerabilities that could have significant consequences for Putin's leadership. As we watch these developments unfold, it is clear that the situation in course become more than just a military conflict. It could be a turning point in Putin's political career. The erosion of his public image and the exposure of his leadership's limitations will have lasting effects, both within Russia and on the global stage. Guys, as always, thank you so much for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe to the channel if you so interesting and first support my work. You can become a Patreon, where you will see hundreds of access.
So,
you can also pay now donations, and you can always buy the Russian Guild merch. All the links are down. Thanks so much for watching. See you now.
You can serve whoever's in power, right? So, it's not really true. Like, who don't serve Canada? We serve who's in power.
Hey folks, this is Alex with 72 Hours, and I just want to quickly talk to you about the Essential Emergency Roadside Kit. So this kit is an absolute necessity to help you and your loved ones get out of a tough position, whether or not you need a boost, you need to protect yourself from the elements, or if you need to just have basic roadside assistance. This will have you covered. So why don't we go over a couple of the items that are involved in this kit. If you're in need of a medical emergency, the kit does come equipped with a 180-piece first aid kit. So along with the kit comes a foldable roadside emergency triangle. This can be unfolded and then placed next to your car if you pull over to the side of the road while you're waiting for some roadside assistance. And that will alert oncoming traffic. This kit will also come with jumper cables in case you need to give your car a boost. So these are 6-gauge jumper cables. There's a bit of a rule of thumb with jumper cables that the lower the gauge, the more strength of current it can actually handle. So that will be able to easily boost a car, a truck, or even up to a Semi. That will have you covered. So the kit also comes with emergency water and food rations, both with a shelf life of 5 years. The food has a calorie count of 2,400, and the water comes in a pack that's an on-burst pack. In case it's frozen, it won't crack open. You can dump it over into the car, and the thing will stay strong and stay sealed. The kit also comes with a 3-wick, 36-hour emergency candle. This candle will provide plenty of light for 36 hours, or even warmth if you happen to find yourself with a dead engine on the side of the road in the middle of the winter. This could really help you survive the night. In case you run out of light, the kit also comes equipped with a hand-crank flashlight that has a built-in 100-hour battery life. So it also comes with an emergency thermal blanket, which is
Okay, so now you two idiots are all your Illuminati news. Please put a 1 in the comments. So, if I say microphone, I love my microphone. Look at this microphone, $25. And I still be using it. All I got in this world is my hat and my microphone. And y'all still tune in. I don't need to be like Dan Bazarian, so I'm going to get into how he's a Illuminati puppet. I don't need all that women and yachts and all that. All I need is the microphone and chair. That's all I need. Because we bring in that heat, we bring in that info. When y'all bring that info, can you hear me okay? Yeah, it looks like it. We got a super blue moon. Full moon. Oh my god. So let's get into it. Let's get right into the famine. The world hunger, the war, the great leap forward with Kamala. Forward. What is this all about? What is the forward all about? It's the great leap forward. Because there's an ideology of the left, which leads to famine. That's where it goes. And I feel like it's all connected in some strange way. Not words nor laws. You get weird stuff on the simulacrum, which are these billboards. They show us on the billboards, which the billboards are on our hands. And my friend out in Vietnam, she just shared something crazy. Ready to get your mind blown? If you look at your finger right here, there's a dent in it because of how much you hold the phone. So look at your pinky and see a dent. There's a dent right there in my finger from how much I hold the phone. And that's the simulacrum. Is that going to blow your mind? And shout out to Decoding with Cody, because Decoding with Cody taught some wild stuff with the moon and the key. The moon and the key. Remember the moon and the key. Where is that? Well, it's up there. We're going to get into it. Because of the moon key word. I'm not going to say the word. I'm just going to call it the moon key. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The new sickness. So this is simple. And that's what we cover here on this topic. If you're new to the Illuminati news, we cover what these occult orders are up to through the symbolism. So they might appear to be a red pill truther. Hey. You like that camera work? I got that camera work. They might come off as if they're speaking the truth, but they're controlled opposition working for institutions. No, I'm certain of it. I really am. There's a lot of evil happening right now, especially all the anti-Jewish stuff, man. Fuck all of them. I'm going to say it like that. I don't cuss a lot, but I'm going to say it. I don't like the bigotry. It's absolutely wrong and evil. And that's what is happening with these mainstream podcasts. We're going to get into it. Because there's a difference of criticizing institutions, which I'm all for. So you got to criticize all the institutions and not blame the people. You can't be blaming people. So there's some evil going on, and I got to say where I stand. Because I got to speak the truth. But what's happening with these red pill federal agents is evil. I gotta call out the evil because it's evil if I don't. It's evil if I don't. So, now I'm pissed. So I'm so happy and now I'm pissed. So the famine, what I'm trying to get at is the famine. Reaching forward. The four horsemen of the apocalypse that we saw at the Olympics, are they showing us the Hunger Games with Biden, Lady Gaga, and Kamala Harris? The Hunger Games is higher? I think so. I'm not trying to scare all y'all. I'm just saying that this happens in history. And that's why I got a sponsor, USA Survival. Got my own bundle packet. Make sure to go to USA Survival. You're going to go to that ad right now. New stuff. Oh. Got some new buckets right here. This is going to last me. It's going to, when the famine happens, I'm going to be eating some. Oh yeah, food supply, 1 month. Oh. And I got the bug out bag. Bug out bag, you grab it, and you go, and you get out of there. So, shout out to my sponsor, USA Survival. I got those links down below. I've never been monetized on this channel. So, go put in the promo code, DONUT, get you some survival food for this great thing. We'll go to that commercial, then we're going to get to the Illuminati. Make sure to stay prepared. I'd like to give a shout out to my sponsor, USA Survival. Be prepared in any emergency. Get your food storage, get your bug out bags. Got those links down below. When these events happen, these fires or whatever, it's going to have a bug out bag. I got this stuff. I've been rocking with this stuff for over 10 years. I've had food storage for over 10 years. Bug out bags with good gifts. Costco selling these apocalypse buckets. There's a reason. Costco knows what goes down before things go down. They're in the know. They know that food will run out during some sort of event. Please go to USA Survival. Let them know I sent you. Be prepared in any emergency for the dynamics ahead. Your food storage, your bug out bags, other supplies as well. Okay, I'm back. So, we're going to get into it. I want to, since I'm in cranky donut mood, still haven't had nicotine, by the way. I gave up the nicotine, so I'm going to block people that I don't like, just because I'm pissed. I don't know where they go. They disappeared. Okay. So, yeah.
Key fucking star. Key star bright.
Block me first. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to block. This Praga. I'm gonna block you first. Nice. You did it. I killed him with spikes. Okay. I'll be right back.
Chicken finger licking deep.
I don't have a Martian, couldn't understand. Alright, that made me feel better. I gotta get some of my juggalos now. I definitely want to keep going chicken hunting with all the racism of Twitter. I'm so pissed off. I'm so angry. I've been looking at this stuff for like 2 years, and I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the division because that's what it's all for. It's all to divide everybody. Jew versus Muslim, black versus white. That's what it's all about. That is all about division. There's already enough division. Nobody has unity, especially in the truther space. They don't want unity, so, okay, Juggalo Donut coming out now. I'm very upset. Very upset. I'm pissed. I am royally pissed. So, okay, Obey clothing. Obey from They Live. I mean, the children or the Gen Z who were wearing Obey. I was not wearing Obey. This was after the millennials. They're wearing fashion Obey. Obey. And that's what most people do. Consume and obey and watch TV. And the person who makes Obey makes the Kamala, makes the Obama, and they do it using communist, socialist sun worship. So right here's Obama's logo, the great Jordan Maxwell, who nobody gets shot out to. So I'm going to shout out Jordan Maxwell. Shows in the dawn of the new day this communist cult that uses an ancient Egyptian logo, actually. As you can see right here, Billy Boy, he uses it. This is I'm the first one to show this. It's connected. So, the sun coming over the range. The red, by the way, is for the blood of the people, and that's what Kamala is. Kamala backwards in Hebrew is Amalek, which is the enemy in the scriptures to Israel. So here's the hieroglyph of the sun coming over the mountain. This is absolutely ancient symbolism of the sun. Right? You got the sun king wearing looking like a knight of hawk, looking like a piece right there. That's what it looks like. I find symbolism very fascinating. And symbolism goes deep. Look at this little pretty boy. Feet. Even where the feet in the red shoe club, where the feet go, it's symbolic. Usually it's in a square, or outside of a square. And like there's the fleur de lis, going back to the hilly. The floor, the L, like you got Elon, the LE. I'm going to talk about the LE and the symbolism that they use of the sun. And what locked the world down right during the Hong Kong protest? That's right. The sun. I'm not even going to say the word. But the crown of the sun, because it's this ideology, going back to an ancient ideology of world communism, of world takeover. And most people got it wrong. Like the fist is the sign for socialism. That's where you get this fist from. And the monarchy was on the French Revolution. But the French Revolution says they're going against the monarchy. But all the people that are in other countries are ones were making to the monarchy because it's all control opposition, it's all control. And it's funny here, you've got the National Socialist over on the right, so really the left. There's the fascist symbolism. I was with the fascist symbolism over here as well, because it's the left. This one. So maybe I'm feeling a little crazy. 1,000 pounds to 1,000 people. Let's remind everybody to smash that like button and share this video out. And go support the sponsor down below. Sponsoring this video, USA Survival. Get your food storage before the upcoming event. So we got a really good and that's and just did was like I'm also so like a fresh man. I have a revenge, so I got a fresh. I'm praying for life, people. I pray that they're happy and they have a good life, even though they're evil, terrible pieces of stone. That they have a good life and have them happy. Now, if I do that every day, I'm going to read it eventually, and I sort of think it a little bit. Because resentment is where the spiritual sickness stems from. And then once you get resentment,
Well, the people in military better wake the fuck up, because this is not good. And it's the officers at the top that lead this. They want fucking gay shit, then you're gonna get a gay ass fucking military. Tampons in the.
He's gonna get spanked by Daddy Bellison. You know, expose. So, I got to take my part. I'll pray for you, Gabazarian, for your health and your happiness. Okay. So we got a full moon tonight. Usually a sacrifice goes day before full moon, the day of, or the day after. There's a window period. This way young golf guys, Evelyn De Rock dies. You stick that to this guy. And it's absolutely the case. You know, with these new rituals, that guy just died. What's the guy's name? The TV show guy? I don't know if he died yesterday, but if he did, it was part of the moon ritual, of this rare blue moon ritual. So the moon and the monkey, the moon key, it's the key, and that's what the coach Cody was breaking down. Like, I'm a lunatic today, for real. Like, I punched this table so hard, because I was so pissed off, that my little finger is swollen. It's swollen. It's huge. I'm acting like a little baby. Look at my middle finger. Look how swollen it is. Crazy. I'm acting very, very feminine today, emotional, because I've been listening to Andrew Tate's whack ass. He's very feminine and emotional. It's coming up on me. So here is the moon.
Alpha-Gidio, is it?
And Bad Monkey. Here's the trouble with the show. This show comes out August 14th. Bad Monkey. As the monkey becomes the this is how the simulacrum works. That was shown in the beginning that we are ruled by symbols. That's what rules us, not rules the law. How crazy is that? This show about the cultists the month for that month.
Let's put them down. It's fucking ridiculous.
Right? All of my gathered run and notes. 7,000 twice. That's hard. It shows you how this works, how Elon Musk bought Twitter, the bird, while Joe Biden got bird. The bird is real. So here's the key at the Vatican. It's simple. With the Polaris, the pointed star, is right there, flag that we're not supposed to. Just wanted to show you the key and Polaris, how we saw it in Las Vegas on the 32nd floor. All symbolic, the numbers, so here's the key. Just like Lodge 32 on Las Vegas, Santa Claus on the 32. That was the Crowley at 13 Pathway. Genesis number 32 both. Those minor dolphins too. Because these religious institutions are definitely connected to the Illuminati and secret society. So Candace Owens recently has been talking about stuff that we've been talking about on this channel for some time now. So we bring you what's going on before it hits the news. Candace Owens is now talking about this kind of pulse of what I was talking about with Charles Moskowitz, which I lost like 600 to 1,000 subscribers or something like that. Overwhelmingly, 90%, over a 99.8% approval rating, but people didn't like it just because I'm Jewish and I had a Jewish guy on and we were talking about the satanic cults that Candace talked about, but because we're Jewish, it doesn't matter because they're evil. They can't have other friends. We got everybody up on here. We got Muslims up in here. We got everybody up in here. And we got to pray for the Middle East. And this has nothing to do with that. What's happening now is pure evil, more division, more hatred. That's absolutely evil. I'm getting off topic. Not really. Well, let me show you how we've been talking about this. Oh, this is the morning road. Oh my God, this is nice camouflage. They rolled me in 60 of them. That's nice. Alright. The Knights Hospitallers have become a people. They work with the Knights of Rhodes and the Knights of Malta. Still in existence today, one of the oldest orders in the world. The Templars, who created the Hospitallers, the Knights of Malta, the Burden covers with the flags. This was like in Switzerland. In Switzerland, this is where no settlements, things like that. That they're black. This is colors. Templars in Europe. Natives in Europe. Also established the Asian type of This is what all, yeah, so everybody blames the Jews, but it's not. It's still crazy. These are topics that we left out. Hopefully not. Hopefully Candace is fun like comment, and hopefully not someone smarter than more possible with that. My own concern is how much there is already. I'm an individual. I've never liked all the $7 urban food, like, that's not it. But even now, I don't fall in line with anything. I just like to be funny.
Yuck. Yuck.
I wonder if this topic's going to get bottomed up. Because these satanic elements aren't just Sabbatean. Sabbatean, in terms of the Frankists, we're talking about, converted to Muslim Sabbatean, and then they converted to Frankists, and they converted to Catholicism. So it's just a camouflage, and I'm going to show you that. And I learned this from Michael Pissarian, Charles Moskowitz, Matt Herrick, who goes over the skin suit. Even David Icke, right? Calls it like kill me. It's a camouflage. It's way deeper than just blaming a whole group of people. For it, because that's what's going on. It's getting very, and I feel like I don't need to explain myself. You can go on Twitter and see it for yourself. The mass of victims of baby fighters taking that camouflage is like all the things religion. Who converted they are able to hide in sight. This is how they operate. They hide in the shadow. Ordinary Masons and religious groups believe in God and are individuals who are not part of the satanic elite that worship destruction. In this presentation, we will cover the symbols of the elites and the Knights Templar. So we've been talking about that. And I never wanted to talk about religion on the channel ever. Because, like, I'm in recovery, and I think I got my best friends are Catholic, best friends are Catholic homies, Muslim homies, Jewish homies, Christian homies, best friends are Christian as well. It's like America used to be live and let live, and freedom, the freedom to choose what religion you want. And I'm all about that. I'm all about freedom. I'm very pluralistic. But this attack of these people like me, man, it's straight evil. And I'm not talking about politics or anything. It's evil to just call out a whole group of people. Makes me mad. It's not big. And expressing my anger. All these MFers are occultists. They're all roots of the occult. Aleister Crowley was a spy for the British government. And theosophy, right here. The elites don't like me, they like the theosophy Jews, not me. And this is what politics is all about. Politics is theosophy. Men have to be united nations, but this is fun. Because they're like, they're work. But that's the rule on. Now I'm working on an Illuminati comic with your boy Paranoid American. This guy right here. Daniel to the right. Freedom of religion and Christianity. It must not be from America. The founding fathers probably were very satanic, I don't know. Thomas Paine, it's 3 Thomas Paine's words. John Maxwell also despised you. No, you're wrong. He didn't. He was friends with Jews and rabbis. He was friends with Rabbi Templeman. He's the guy who wrote tons of books on what Canada covered. So you're wrong. The thing that Jordan Maxwell did, which was cool, was he went over religion, but he would go after all the religions. And he always said, it's not the people, it's the institutions that get corrupted. And he would show the corruption in them. And he went after everything. He didn't pick and choose. And see, that is what's happening with the red pill movement. They're picking and choosing religions. I'm going to convert to this religion and talk crap about this religion. Have you noticed they all did that? They all picked a religion that they're neophytes to, and then they start attacking pretty much just Jews, even out the malfeasance of anything else. That is absolutely what's going on, and it's a psyop. It's a psyop for something for the future. I don't know what's going to go down, but they're definitely dividing everybody. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just tiny. But anyway, Illuminati comic. Go over here. We're dropping an Illuminati comic. It's going to be amazing. You got to go to notify me on launch. Once we hit the 200, we're going to start dropping the comic. Start some cool stuff. Make sure to go to the Patreon. It's in a bag of Skittles. Just did a Zoom call. And we'll probably be doing another Zoom call. We got a couple interviews and podcasts over there for this month as well. So go join us over there. Keep it in a bag of Skittles. So we got all these things coming up. I just flashed through what's coming up pretty quickly on purpose because I don't want to get in trouble. Trouble. So let's talk about the Event 201 put on by John Hopkins. I'm sure you guys are good feedback. John Hopkins, Yale University Small Phone Collection. Right there, order the three. So there was a Simpsons episode that I got up here that predicted the monkey of the paper chase, and they bring up stolen bones. They bring up stolen bones in the episode. See, stolen bones is on top of it. That's what it has. And in this episode, the paper but look, actually what I'm saying is wrong, so this is not real. It's right here. It's talking about it, but everything about it is wrong. This episode that we all know, something in it, goes to that, and phone. Like, it's crazy. And the guy that tried to take Donald Trump out, assassinate Donald Trump, they tried to do it, was Crooks. And Crooks is something that Skull and Bones does. It's Crooks did. Baby Crooks, baby, right here, cooking. We outdo each other's Crooks. So there's something wrong with that. Something wrong with that, because when he was being assassinated, attempted in Butler, Well, the butler is Waylon Smithers, who's played by Gary Shears, who's a big Bohemian Grove member. And remember the Bohemian Grove? They have in their ritual that video, unless you look it up, Bohemian Grove footage released 2024. It don't pop up, the new footage, but what does pop up, number one, is Ryan Garcia, because all these UFC, all these top-level Red Pill federal agent channels, I believe they are muddying the waters. That's probably what they're doing. Because they remove the footage in the top search result is Ryan Garcia, who has the Illuminati eye tattoo on. So you got all these new drifters talking about truth stuff. Even Dan Bilzerian says he's a truther. He ain't no truther. While nobody gives shout-outs to David Icke, for example. Andrew Tate blocked David Icke. That's crazy. Jordan Maxwell came up with this Matrix idea, just like Sophia Stewart did as well. These are people that have written about it. A lot of people lost their lives to bring us the information that we are going over on Illuminati, Knights from Malta, Sabbateans, Frankists, Freemasons, and all this. People have died releasing information. And all these new truthers, some of them, I'm not saying all of them, maybe we don't even know. Maybe they are just being and they have a handler or something. And they think they're doing the right thing. Maybe that's a few things. Spangler, shout out to my smart homie, who taught me this. Spangler knew that the world was going to be mad about Fox and bargaining with the devil, even Henry Kissinger. It was masterpieces on Spangler. And he knew Western society and Western man was used to a Dostoevsky Christianity because of their disenchantment from the deal with the devil, right? Dan Bilzerian deal with the devil for the women, the drugs, the gambling, the money, the power. The deal with the devil that all these fools seem to have. He also said that in the future, people are going to be interested in the secrets. It's secrets. And that's what we're covering. We're covering the hidden knowledge, the occult knowledge. So it makes sense, maybe a lot of these red pill truthers who are spreading hate and division, whatever, maybe they're just setting up their career. I'm ranting about the UFC. Here to UFC. Here to UFC. Oh, so here's some more 322 Skull and Bones. So on August 26th, shout out to Luca over on Twitter, Yale turns 322 years old and 322 days old next Monday. Next Monday, Yale turns 322 years and 322 days. So that's like a super weird date, August 26th. Probably a Skull and Bones ritual. Go down there. Here's some more predictive programming with the monkeys. We see so much predictive programming with monkeys, right? And I was thinking that this word's been being thrown out, xenophobia. I don't even know what it meant. I just heard it said in my nicotine addicted ass thought xenophobia. But it's interesting that alt-right, who is labeled xenophobia, is promoting thin nicotine. It's the same propaganda that Edward Bernays did in America to get women to smoke Marlboros, your Illuminati eye Marlboros, like having doctors and what we have that now. All the doctors are promoting the nicotine now. Everybody's smoking a vape. The cool right here, the Vesica Pisces that you see at Planned Parenthood as well. Right there, the Vesica Pisces, which is the symbol that Andrew Tate, the Illuminati symbol that all of them do, right? It's the vagina. Yeah, that's what that is right there. And isn't it interesting how many people vaporize? Everybody vapes now, and like now that I haven't vaped, I'm being super judgmental. I should not be judgmental because I am a degenerate nicotine addict. I was so broke 9 years ago. I was looking in the gutter for just a little bit of somebody who smoked a cigarette and threw it out. I was fairly new to sobriety, and I'm just looking through the street in the gutter for just a little cigarette butt. I'm gonna find one just like 7 in the morning. And this is how God works. This guy I just met, I didn't hang out with him really. For some reason, he drove by while I was looking in the street for a cigarette, and he bought me a pack of cigarettes. And I think that if he didn't do that, I would not have stayed sober for 9 years. So God, He helped me. You gotta remember that. I gotta be grateful because I know I'd be a little cranky donut. I'm really upset when I see the evil that I see. But I gotta pray for Dan Bilzerian. Let's all pray for Dan Bilzerian's racist ass. That he is happy and healthy because you know he's a miserable narcissist. That's fun. Sure. Anyway, that's enough nicotine. So I don't know. What do you think? I think there's something up with it. I think there's something up. Why everybody is like, nicotine is the greatest thing in the world, and that's Satan. That's Satan. Let me see where I got it. I got a bunch of stuff. But that's how Satan works. That he's too stupid. Let me see. Oh yeah, like this is Satan right here. I quit smoking, and then this says, you officially start, go back to smoking. So that's Satan. Because once you remove the addiction, it's gonna haunt you. It's like if you want to quit smoking weed, your homeboy gonna call you up, you're gonna be like, yo, bro, I got you 3 accounts or 3 gram. I don't know what you all smoking with the governmental weed out there. But that's it's probably not Satan actually. It's God testing you to see if you're gonna rise above the problem. So is God testing me? And I understand, Dr. Savage. I understand that. I know what you're talking about, and I do understand that. But I am an addict. I'm in the gutter. Most people don't go in the gutter looking for it. So it could be a healthy thing for people that aren't crazy, like me on the full moon. The blackouts are coming. And Candace Owens got her blackout. I wonder if Candace should podcast with your boy Dalton. Because her husband has been friends with MPK for a long time, 2019. And Alex Jones as well. This wasn't a organic come up. Oh, but here is this guy is the worst. He's an Illuminati. Here's the thumbnail. The thumbnail for this podcast. Grandma Mary lying about that. This looks like some killers. You see she's doing the Illuminati eye. And they did this podcast in his. Oh, look at the Illuminati dolphin! Illuminati dolphins. They did it in this trust fund mansion. Gambling degenerate, like my family had a lot of gambling issues. Where did I put? So like, also Candace Owens, she was promoted.
Evan is a shot. Why, he's what?
How they promoted her. Eminem promoted her.
Oh, cool.
And was great connected to the royal family, the royal bloodline. And they both. And he is talking about himself. So, really negative or positive. There's a reason there's federal shooters, federal agents, to go on Peter's Morgan for multiple years. And go on the main street. Even if it's bad, because it's airtime. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. So, everything was popped up by the music industry. So I can't wait to talk to her. I'm sure she'll want to talk. Because
I just fucking
she might coming from, like, who knows, she could be coming from a really good place and she's being used. I thought she did a good job with how she presented. Everybody was attacking her, and I wasn't attacking her. I was in her comment section going to attack. But I was like, yo, you actually did a good job. I'm like surprised. Currently, the satanic elements. The thing is that it doesn't come off the way that it's coming off very. And also, the whole thing about the Semitic thing, how people are like, you're not Semitic, you don't know what Semitic is. That's all Jordan Maxwell information. I know all about that. And that's coming from Jordan Maxwell. No one. No one. They're all stealing his information. Leaving out a lot of his information about the Islam, the other religions, that he's going for. That's it. And it's evil. It's evil because it's untrue. Tonight's 10-part coverage of it, Matt Miller gave Mario and Ronnie sacrificed on a goat. He's riding a goat on his Instagram. But why do you think that's all the same color scheme? Because this is the Knights Templars running the music industry. There's damn doing some secret handshakes. And also, Zena LeVay was in a podcast speaking of Satanism. So, Dan Bilzerian is setting y'all up because he's a honeypot idiot who works for the military industrial complex, most likely. As you see, showing the symbol, shout out to Body Two, shows me that this is a symbol connected to Yellowstone. She was like, yo, Yellowstone. Okay, well, the Yellowstone logo is this logo, which is Dan Bilzerian logo that's right here. They made up in this house where they have the brick walls, and it says L right here. I don't know what else it says, but L. This is a canon goat head here to here. And here's another Illuminati member, eyeball. I mean, this is just the symbolism. They all do the same symbolism. So I told him he's a grifter, and I told him he's not a good businessman, because if he wanted to do the anti-Jewish grift, he should have jumped on that train 2 years ago while everyone else was doing it, making a lot of money. So as a Jewish man, I can see that he's just terrible at business. And that's probably because he's a little bitch. Excuse my language. This is a late night show now, so. So I'm not just sponsor right here. Now, even I is like going against like the mainstream narrative of everyone's and being taken with the abuse out of prison. And this is the simulacrum of the simulation of simulation. Well, it's nihilism. This is where I'm falling into. They've been operating with moralization. They've been demoralizing us. And they've also been demoralizing white men. Well, and demoralizing people. It's a demoralization campaign. Some people call it leadership. Leadership as well. And it's not right. It's not fair to do it to anybody. Because that's exactly what's going on. It is absolutely all controlled. And here's Jordan Maxwell Matrix of Power book. You can get it for free online. Look at that, Matrix of Power. But nobody gonna give my boy Jordan a shout out. I mean, like, Sneeko writes, I would rather brush my teeth with cows than this back at the ball. It takes that at 201. See that? That's rude. And y'all are saying stuff like that. Like, that's rude. That's not respectful. It's disrespectful. I know about the law that we talk about deeper than all most people know because of my research and done recorded actual research. I know more about that mechanism alone and not one of the most holy sites with you, but other sites that are being holy. So I'm pointing out in disrespect on the world stage. It's pure evil. I'm gonna call it out until I see it. I'm saying I don't like what I see. It's very disrespectful.
I think it's very disrespectful. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. You ask me to murder for money.
I'm gonna block this fool now too. I'm just like, feel like I'm breaking free from the crowd. Like I've never been with the group mentality. I've never been with the group mentality in my religion. I've never been with the group mentality with the conspiracy field. I've never been in the group mentality. Except for being a juggler. That's nothing. But even that, I'm not in that group mentality either. I actually do not like music. I like my individual process of listening to the music more so than the group affairs. Unless it was a group affair of close homies. I'm a very one-on-one guy. I don't like... I never thought I was going to be on camera, by the way. I'm behind the scenes. I filmed for AMTV for 10 years. I was behind the scenes. I'm a video editor. I'm a producer. That's what I do. I never thought I was going to be up on here, but I filmed a lot of hip-hop artists. I like one-on-one, too. And I know I'll lose a lot of people for saying what I'm saying, but that's the thing, is like I want to break free from that. Shout out to William Cooper, yeah. Are you control oops? It's funny. You're very entertaining, Buckland. Thank you, Buckland. I try to be a little entertaining. But I do have a resentment towards these characters, so I'm gonna pray for Sneeko. Sneeko, I wish you happiness, health, and love, and success. Andrew Tate, I wish you success, love, and happiness. I gotta do it. I gotta pray for them, because I am sick. I'm the sick one. I have a resentment, which is a refilling. And if I do this for a week straight, it will be gone. Now, the alcoholic, like myself, is an addict in general. The alcohol is to get out of the discomfort in my own skin. That's what a cigarette is as well. It's just to get out of my discomfort and malaise of being in society in an unnatural environment. Just having a phone, just having social media is pretty unnatural. And that's why I like to listen to podcasts at regular speed and not fast speed. I like everything slow. But business is all about being fast. The alcohol goes straight to the liver. The liver's where angers health, the body. So you gotta forgive. That's what the Catholic says. I say the Catholic parents every day. Even though it's against my religion, I still do it because I think it's the truth. Our Father prayer. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And deliver us from evil. You know what I'm saying? Stan, where is Stan? Y'all gotta get these bug out bags. So this bug out bag I just got, look how sick that is. Inside it, I got the link down below. It's super dope. Look how gangster that is. Inside is 2 days of survival, food and water, I believe. And it's got all flashlight, it's got all the stuff to survive for 2 days. Grab it, get the F out of here. when Stan Kazarian pulls up, I'm gonna kick your ass. Hell no, I can up a grab, my bug-out bag, and I'm out of here. I've been preparing for it, Stan Kazarian, this house for years. For years. I am tired. And you cares, dude. Like that was sex low. USA survival. So what I wanted to do, I'll put on promo code DONUTS. But what I wanted to do is I'm going to go do some urban camp out in Phoenix and with that, and try to interview people out on the street and stuff like that at the bus stop or whatever. Do some urban camping. Shout out to Phoenix, and shout out to Willie North Pole. Yeah, Willie North Pole, Mark Doug. Shout out to Willie North Pole. Okay. In the black. Okay. I hope I'm doing good. Please smash that like button if I'm doing good, or if I should just leave, if I should just give up, surrender, lie down. Okay, let me see. Dave Schmeling says, Candace knows who the Jews are, bro. If I were you, I wouldn't try to go toe-to-toe. I'm not going toe-to-toe with her at all. Dave Schmeling. I am definitely withdrawing off nicotine, so it might seem like that, but I complimented her on her video in live stream. I said that she did a good job explaining that there is a lot of clips taken her out of context. So, Dave, you are a liar and a liar. You're an absolute liar. So you don't get blocked because I'm bringing up serious questions as well. I was just wondering, are you going to talk about the small time? It's just a question. Or are we just going to focus on just the Jews only? Or are we going to bring up other institutions? Because what it is, at the end of the day, it's a leftist, socialist, communist ideology that goes back in time for thousands and thousands of years. So you're about to get blocked. I don't know how to block you. You got lucky. You got lucky. You still here. Still here. I don't know how to block you. Maybe, you know what? You probably unsubscribed. You might block me. You might block me. But no, I'm not. Candace, I think that she might be waking up and looking at stuff. So hopefully that we get a talk or whatnot. So this guy right here, he's an expert on Homeland Security. He runs the Red Pill podcast. He very dislikes Jewish people. And I mean everybody. Andrew Tate going after Jewish people. All the people that I've watched and like, they just mad. They just mad like they're like the Family Guy. They just Family Guy. But they're experts on Zionism. They're experts on Jewish beliefs in the scripture. Sharing false information, sharing false information. Nobody wants to look at it. Nobody wants to look at it because you got this is like, I mean, it just makes me so pissed off. And even Zuckerberg, look at Zuck. Zuckerberg just banned me again, but all these creators, they're monetized and whatnot. I'm not monetized. Jewish guy never been monetized. Banned multiple times on multiple platforms. I was even kicked off of video for being anti-Semitic. That's what they said. Because I said that the Thule Society, a secret occult order, was responsible for the rise of the Third Reich. And I got in trouble. So, I don't know. I know there's a lot of lies out there. I just got my video removed off of Facebook. So I just don't. I just wonder if they bring up the Knights of Malta, then I'll drop what I'm doing. They are searching for the truth because there's criminal elements in all different levels of society. So I will see what happens. I'll see what happens. The New Yorker does not know how roller coasters work. Roller coasters don't work like this. Like, this is how you look when you're going down. This is how you look when you're going up. August 26th. That's that 322 date. Oh, so like even like what we're seeing with all these flags being thrown up. I mean, I look at symbolism. You know, it's like the Templar, Hospitaller stuff. Oh, so this is a video that got removed off of Facebook. Donut Factory and Tommy Truthful on Infoboards from the Year of the Dragon. 2-hour podcast. Infoboards has played my video once. They didn't give me a shout out. They said I was just a common layman who makes videos. But I was super grateful that, you know, people saw it. I mean, I've been watching them since like 2006. So, I mean, that was super amazing. It was really cool. A big accomplishment. Personal accomplishment. Even though I never got a shout out. And then a caller called in and brought me up. I've never been invited on this channel, on Infowars. Never been invited. And I'm sad about that. Why don't you invite me? Why do y'all invite, like, only, like, a ton of anti-Jewish stuff, but nothing with your boy Donut? So, I don't know. I'm just pissed. I'm just super upset. Because I know that's coming from Theosophy and the root races. That's where it's all coming from. Even Ben Shapiro, he's part of it too. And everybody on my channel knows that I've been talking about everybody. And I've never made a video like this, except for the one with Charles Moskowitz. But that's we were talking about the satanic Sabbateans and stuff like that. But Ben Shapiro, he fired Candace on 322 on March 22nd. They're right there. Boom. Skull and Bones order. Daily Wire doing Skull and Bones order ritual. 322. And then Candace Owens gets baptized at 322. So it's like, what? What's going on here? And the root races in Theosophy, right here, root races, that's where, like, that they believe in. That's what it's all about. It's about alien worship and a bunch of different stuff like that. Going back to Templars, here's Manson, Templar, Teutonic Order, just like Celine Nunu, we're in the New World Order, in the black and white, and like this commercial, crazy. It's all crazy. And like, the nice Templar stuff out from that. Ugh. Ugh. I think Snoop Dogg is going to get awarded with a Happy Meal, honestly. Snoop Dogg is going to get that Happy Meal United Nations Award coming up soon. And Dr. Dre, he met with Billy Bob, and Billy Bob controls McDonald's. And they all began divorces. Why? Because that's how the elite do it. That's how the elite do it. So it's a full moon tonight. Y'all can see that I'm a little crazy. It's the moon is the monkey's paw. right? Where's that monkey's paw? That goes into magic. And now we're looking for the monkey stuff. Let's see. Okay. So look at this one. Mass Awakening. Talking about, I'm not even going to show you what he's saying, but Mass Awakening talking about the blood thing. The drinking thing is like, that's a crazy SHIP. I know what you're talking about. I saw that. That's freaking weird. But that doesn't go down. Like, that's like nobody like me who was growing up seen that kind of weird stuff that you're talking about. That's like, okay, so the monkey paw, August 14th is the day of the emergency of the monkey's paw, and that's when the monkey show was released, August 14th, and there was even a TV show called August 14th. So we've been looking out for this date, August 14th, and it was a huge date. And this one's called the Day of Darkness, because of the Jupiter-Mars conjunction that took place. The last time that took place was, why did it say August 27th? I guess there's another one. So there was one that was the 24th. And then there's Monkey Paw Productions. And they make Get Out of the U.S. Google, this is what I wrote. I wrote Get Out of the U.S., right? Like, I gotta get out of the USA. I Googled Get Out of the U.S. This Google pops up. Get Out, U.S. Nope. Monkey Man being released. So there's a lot of monkey stuff. Like, definitely predictive programming, for sure. It's crazy. And it's connected with money. Money key. Keys open doors. And it's a blue moon, and the opposite is a black moon. The black moon is the flip side of the blue moon. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff going on. Hold on. We go already. We go. Get bodies. Little kids get dead on the land. We got bells. Something good for if you don't like bells. They call it bells. So that's an insane Clown Posse song that's called Dead Body Man. It's like made to be totally scary. And Paranoid American turned into like an old song, like 50s doo-wop kind of sounding. It's hilarious. Yeah, man. I'll get back into this scam that is being set up in this crazy ideology. The new dawn approaching forward, the great leap forward, Kamala. Right here, now they dawn. What is dawn? Now the dawn has. See, he's the sun, and the sun is rising over the mountain. It's the symbolism right here. Right there, right there. They're always looking a different way before they starve the nation to a famine. The great leap forward. They want to go forward. There's this great leap forward with the sun rising over the mountain. Oh my goodness. Even Luke Wadowski says communism 2024 and even the map starts to change. So I'm not the only one. Then that's what is crack-a-lacking. And that's what it leads into. Then I think it was Sigmund Freud who had the kind of negative approach of everyone going hungry. You could control them maybe. But Viktor Frankl had a different idea. Where it wasn't about survival, it was more about community. Which we talked about the Truth Warrior David Whitehead podcast that we did last week. So that's why you gotta get that bug out bag. You get the food stores. And I also got the vitamins, the alpha and the creatine. So I'm gonna try this out and let y'all know how it goes. But I got like the bundle deal. Oh, look, I got that food. I got that food. That's enough. This isn't the only one I got. I got multiple buckets. I used to call them epic buckets. The Willie North Pole. I love how Willie North Pole is good. Duck. I did a video shoot with him back in the day before I was outside. That was great family. So I think there's something up with that. Look, I got a lot of Illuminati movies. This was trending. Let's look at the thumbnail. It was a Disney video full of Illuminati movies. This was trending, like number 1. This was up there. When I was 48, I'm trending. But the whole thing's this Disney show, which is all Illuminati symbolism. Like the Disney assault. The Disney assault, that's crazy. Let me see what else I got. Oh yeah, Tim Walz. They eating Illuminachos. They getting Doritos. They go here to promote the Illuminachos. They did this video shoot like 3 different times. They did different takes promoting Doritos, which is the Illuminachos. We covered that's the Illuminachos. Here's another take. They just kept taking different takes. Promoting the fast food joints and the Illuminachos. See what else I got going. Oh, there was a UFO up in California. UFO, multiple California UFOs, and a doomsday fish. A doomsday fish popped up in California as well. And the doomsday fish popped up. I'll read the chat, chill. Yeah, I'll read the chat. Lemon Donut, she's nuts. Hello, Marissa. Dr. Marissa. Donut. Paranoid American is a Freemason. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Kamala Caravan. The music is dope. Oh, this is they're talking about because he made that music, yeah. Donut, you a night owl. Eat these bugs outside. Oh, snap. We got Derek Rose up in here. Derek really helped this channel out. Shout out to Darren. I'm clean baking tomorrow. Oh my goodness. I don't wish that on nobody because it is difficult. But you can do it. You can do it. Just take it one day at a time. Or 1 minute at a time. The donut being a night owl or gain knowledge. It's just recognizing a fellow member of the flock. That's the flock sound. That's the flock. Like eagles. You know where eagles there. You know what? The eagles fly above all the other birds. I'm from the 702. Helga. I'm from the 702. I'm from Las Vegas. That UFO was lame. Okay, yeah, so the UFO was lame. It was a lame UFO. But isn't this like funny how like the movies that we see? This is the aliens coming out of the United Nations right here. Oh, my dad just texted me. He says like he's from the 702 too. That's Papa Donut. Papa Donut. Donut Daddy Donut. This is the aliens out of UNESCO that we saw at the Mexican Congress. And this is the alien in Steven Spielberg's film. I mean, come on. It's all mind control. We got the new Alien movie coming out right now, Romulus. Gonna check that out. And funny, Asara at the Spiritual Shade Room shared this out on August 14th, the whole day that the Monkey movie came out, and then the emergency happened. There was also the Social Security Act on the day Social Security was like created. That's how it all works. We're all programmed since little kids. Look at them checkerboards. Look at them checkerboards. Look, put a welcome sign. That's welcoming the vampires. So you can't have a welcome because it's welcoming them into your place. Simpsons predictive programming. It's not true though. That's what the article says. None of that's true. So we can just move on. This show just came out that we were covering. I can't believe that he's really that tall. He's 6'6". I don't believe that. And it's made by Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso had a lot of Illuminati stuff in it. The one guy, for example, was obsessed with the Knights Templars throughout the whole thing. And then on the 201 day of the year, not the 201 day of the year, the 322 day of the year, they had a curse put on them. Ted Lasso was interesting. It was a good show. So this is probably going to be a good show. I'm going to check it out. See what kind of predictive programming, because this was released, Bad Monkey, the day the monkey emergency happened. I mean, come on, that's crazy. And remember, like, we were told AIDS came from, like, someone having sex with a monkey? That's what I was told. That's what my mom told me. My mom told me a bunch of crazy stuff. Here's the keys. Look at that bridge at the keys. I'm always looking for bridge rituals. 7 Mile Bridge. The Build Back Better Bridge. Here's a monkey at the Nazca Lights. This is owned by the United Nations. Just going through. I didn't really organize all this. as you can see. This isn't really organized. It's just stuff I'm researching. How the world sleepwalked into a global emergency. Doomsday fish found dead off coast of California. Look, this is a doomsday fish. Like, once these doomsday fish pop up, like earthquake or tsunami type stuff happens. That's the doomsday fish. New loneliness cure, apps that will match you with strangers for a meal. Panic Rose, that iconic Burning Man festival famed for drugs and orgies, is on the verge of collapse. This is what happened last year with the event that went down, which I believe was a simulation. I believe this was a simulation that happened right before the tragic event in Israel at the concert, at the Re-Music concert on October 7th, exactly 1 year from when Kanye went DEFCON 3, which is a military term, on Jewish people, not institutions, not the corrupt institutions that he wants to go after. He went after me. That's me. People. Jordan Max was very, very on top of people. So this was a simulation put on by the Rothschilds, I believe. Rothschilds have this company, PredictWise, and I believe, which doesn't like exist anymore, but I believe it was they were using. This is just my opinion, because the Rothschilds like to go here, just like this is where Google goes to find Eric Schmidt and stuff like that. This is where the elites go to do the Burning Man ritual, the effigy, mock effigy sacrifice, just like they do at Bohemian Grove, the effigy sacrifice, the orgistic orgies and drugs, going back to the Eleusinian mysteries, and these ancient cults that are very, very ancient, going back to Babylon. Nothing new under the sun. Eminem song, and it goes, "Plan this Grand Dragon." Oh, CERN opened up damn portal today on the full moon. I saw a channel. I didn't pull it up. I saw a channel. They activated CERN today. It's really not like reported on. If you go back and look at the last time they activated it, it said they're going to reactivate it today. And it's going to be the longest time they have it activated. So they're activating CERN portal today on this full lunatic with moon, the blue moon. Holy crap. All governments, all in alliance, agreeing to this. Every damn government agreed to lock you down. They all agreed, Russia, Ukraine, all loving each other at home. Everyone agreed to lock down the world, America, everyone. Israel and Palestine. Both agreed, let's lock it down. Everybody was at home together. Every government, just like every government is okay with Antarctica. We'll stay away from there. but there's not a global conspiracy going on. And the same thing is the same with CERN. They all in on CERN. It's not just one person. And look, they're trying to go to Jupiter icy moon because this is where they're saying the octopus aliens are coming from. They're trying to set up some Squid Game stuff with Elvis Division. They want that Civil War. I don't know. Here's my love. CBI. Candace was just speaking at Q. I thought that was interesting. Clips, Q. Because somebody pointed out that the colors were the red, black, and white, like the Templars. I thought it was interesting. Q. Here is, Joe Biden spoke tonight, too, about his coup. Oh, here's funny. Queen Elizabeth said Trump was very rude. This is the funniest video ever. He just cuts in front of the Queen. He's just like, yeah, whatever, Queen, your red coat, whatever, dog. Shit. That's hilarious. I was looking at some symbolism, some dates. This is a date I'm looking out for. I was wrong. Don't listen to me. On the Eiffel Tower. But I looked for the 128 code. And 821 is 128 backwards. Interesting date, August 21st. It is when the solar eclipse happened. The Great American Eclipse. On August 21st. So, I wonder if there's connection to that date, August 26th. Almost 128 days left until the end of the year. Illuminati symbolism, got sharks everywhere. Women, lucky, this woman survived. She feeds off sharks and survived. So, thank God for that. That was a miracle. But what we saw with the 2012 Olympics showed us what was to come. And what's to come with this Olympics? It was very much paying homage to assassinations, the reign of terror, and chopping heads off. And that's probably what is going on with these grifters online. And here's Satan again. Nicotine isn't addictive. Wake up. I thought someone is awake. You're supposed to be able to figure that out. Nicotine isn't addictive. Dates aren't addictive. You're an idiot. Like, I understand the nicotine argument that you're coming at, but this is Satan tempting me, because I haven't had nicotine in days, in over 2 weeks. And then this is that. So, yeah. Hopefully you enjoyed this podcast. Please smash the like button. Be up late. Daddy Doe is crazy low. Yeah, I am crazy. I feel crazy. It's for a daily basis. I wish Donut was woke to the Jew issue shaking my head before it has been proved that he wants to rule the world. So the scriptures, that's like in the Bible, is proof. Genesis and that, that's proof Jews want to rule the world. Okay. And look, your name is FGT RTV. I'm probably more awake than you are on these topics because I've been looking at it for a long time. I've read all the books on these topics. I kind of wonder if you have read as much as I've read on both sides of the arguments. I believe you have not. Nicotine is a pesticide. I would chew the gum for years. I was on nicotine gum for years. Slick, dissident up in here. This guy's so smart. Let's see what he says. The Q in LGBTQ has a broad brush definition that unfortunately includes on authority challenge. So, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Interesting. You said daddy though. I wasn't calling you daddy low. Jews are not Israelites. They are the children of. Yeah, I see you up in the comments all the time with that. You not saying that. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy people. Crazy people. I'm crazier though. I'm crazier than. I'm way crazier than Anglo-Saxon. I wonder if people do not equal mine as possible. Oh. I'm pretty surprised that I still haven't smoked. And I'm surprised that y'all still watch it. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you very much. I'm going to let y'all go. Please support the channel. Click the links down below. The food storage before these people put us all into war and get rid of the food supply. Also, go to IlluminatiComic.com and sign up there and go to the Patreon. We have fun over there as well. But most of all, smash the like button and share the video out. Much love, and God bless you.
And TV. We want to show our appreciation for our customers. That's why TV customers get up to 15% on the new home insurance policy from TD Insurance. Conditions apply. Get your quote today.
We have options of all sizes. Some big, some gigantic, and once in a while, one of the very smallest turns out to have information which you can hopefully anticipate. My name is David. I'm a curator in the Museum of the News Department at Wells High School. The natural attack is not a real estate tablet. It's fabric because the real estate tablet has to be an extra order. And also it's very yet. And I thought to myself, I said, well, I guess they got to play their card. And of course, Michelle Obama played her race card. And I never did think that it was ever about an educated black person, whatever. But, you know, of course, she said Donald Trump never did like an educated black person or something like that. It was kind of silly because that never came out as one of the, that never came
seen. Either way, you guys know what I'm talking about. That's really not. That wasn't here or there. But what I really wanted to say this morning, good morning to you. I've just been away, and I wasn't able to get on this morning because I had one of our employees went out to, he had to take his daughter back to school because she is in college and he had to drive her. So that's a good thing. Either way, what I really wanted to say to you, I wanted to get across, let me just pull it back. I wanted to talk to you about, how they put truth out in plain sight. They do things and they say things, and it's really the truth, or it's as close to the truth as possible, but they don't. Well, they seem to have to tell you the truth, but then they'll deny that they said it, or they'll try to switch it up the way they said it. But did anybody hear Nancy Pelosi talking last night? It was amazing. She was talking, and I was thinking, this lady is like 82 years old. You ought to go hang it up and just don't shut up. Go somewhere. And so, well, she's not gonna be quiet, because I was surprised they even had her talking, because sometimes she says some of the craziest, strangest things you ever want to hear. I mean, she's been having hallucinations and things like that. Y'all remember that after the 2020, after all that stuff, she went home, and then her husband had all those issues with this man that was in his house naked. And then on top of that, she started seeing apparitions in her house, and was afraid to stay in her house by herself or something. It was really crazy. So I tell you, that's enough. They need to find her. But all the parents there, they sat there and let her talk around. And while she was rambling and while she was talking, she started calling herself. And the people around her, she said, but we have to have that reptilian, cold-blooded nature. Reptilian. But I know somebody bought it. I know there's probably a lot of reasons out there about that. That she was a reptile. I don't know. I'll tell you. I don't know whether or not she's not there, but she was saying what the opposite was returned. And she was going first with Jesus. Once she did that, everybody was talking about reptilians for a long time, but this is their amazing that's what kids make the church talking point for us. This is a thing that's heard in the saying that it's not talking about what's already she was basically indicating how we call a shit. thought she was having a reptile. I didn't know that she was a reptile. I thought somebody was probably a reptile. I didn't know that she was like she was I did not know that. I thought it's like I mean, what is supposed to be like nice and stuff like that? And they have nice it's crazy. Okay, so actually she said, I'm a different. And she said everybody else wanted us, everybody wanted and like make sure you put your phone but so she said I'm gonna and everybody sitting up there with their phone on listening to her, the newscast, and they all one another side out of one another. And then they said, okay, we gotta got the discussion. And then they said, they go to the commercial. And then they come back and they said, well, we got to go in here. We realized we got a lot more stuff to put together to somebody else. The next time. So the next time we was talking last night, all about the job. All They don't call it a question. They call it prenatal care or something crazy like that. Prenatal, I don't know. Healthcare, what do they call it? I forget what that. They use a term that is a code term for abortion, but they try to dress it up to make it sound like it's women's prenatal whatever care. Yeah, it's nothing but human sacrifice. Thanks, Steph. And certainly watch how you're doing. Yeah, and so they had all of that dressed up last night, all of those issues they were talking about, and the talking points that they were doing was absolutely absurd. The things they were saying, cutting taxes, they're going to cut taxes. Okay, so everything that they said was just to get a yay, 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 yay. And I was listening to that, and I said, okay, what are you going to do about the issue that is going on with the Palestinians? Well, hold up. Now, then they switch gears. Okay, so we all know that one side is supposed to be on this side, the left, and the other side is supposed to be on the right. Right? We know that. But why is it that both sides, when it came down to the Palestinians, they started saying that they were against anti-Semitism? Nobody is anti-Semitic, but they want to make it sound like we're all anti-Semitic. And we're against anti-Semitism. Yay, people said. But when they said, and we're going to call a ceasefire in Israel. And when they said that, everybody So nobody wants that. So both sides are preaching that we're going to have a ceasefire in Palestine. But it's like both sides are trying to pretend like this is what they've always wanted. When they turn around and they say the same thing, they're the same. They talk the same talking point. We're against anti-Semitism. That's all they say. We're against anti-Semitism. Any anti-Semitic comments, we're going to squelch them. We are the party, Democrats and Republicans. We are the party for Israel. We know that. We already know that. But it's if they are like racing to the point to tell us that we are the party for Israel. But at the same time, the party that supports Israel is the same party that is supporting the Palestinian slaughter. So, I'm trying to figure it out. Who's going to say ceasefire in Palestine? How can you say a ceasefire in Palestine when every time you say ceasefire in Palestine, that is considered anti-Semitic hate speech? Then turn around in the same breath and then say, we're standing up against anyone who is anti-Semitic. It seems like those people who are pushing both parties are indeed the people that they are supposed to be speaking on behalf of. And you know what country that is. You know who those people are, right? We don't have to play no games. It's the people you can't talk about. So when they say, okay, anti-Semitic, that's what they want to hear. Don't let any anti-Semitic rhetoric go out. And definitely, nobody's anti-Semitic, but if you speak against what we're doing in Palestine, that's anti-Semitic. But at the same time, they'll come out and both parties will say, we're going to call it ceasefire in Palestine. But at the same time, we don't want anybody being anti-Semitic. Center's control of speech. And Mama Ray just grand rising, amen. And much love and love to Buster. Well, anyway, I just wanted to get on and say that we'll take it up a little bit later, but hey, look, let's pray. Father, we thank you for this time. I pray, Father, God. Who's God, Lord,
argument or to not be up to them. Help us to reach others for Jesus Christ.
There's a potential employment and immigration scam happening in Canada right now that, at best,
This is your World War III AX update, and this one I am really doing on the fly. By the time of making this video, the Golan Heights, also known as the occupied Golan Heights by some, of course, that is the hotly contested issue, as many of you know, in northern Israel, southern Syria, however you want to look at it, it's currently under bombardment by Hezbollah rockets. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because Rafi Farber, the financial analyst who's a friend of the channel, actually lives in a house that was hit by some of this shrapnel. So wishing him the best of luck in that situation. Despite our geopolitical differences, me and Rafi certainly agree that our financial paradigm, as it stands, is destined to failure, and we share similar strategies on how you can mitigate those risks. Now, what I really want to talk about today is, of course, the regional Made it look as though the United States was pressuring the Israelis, all the while continuously sending them the weapons they need to embolden them to fight a massive regional certainty that get the major conflict stalled until the U.S. maybe can get to the region in order to back up the Israelis with this what I want to talk about primarily today is this deployment guidance. This was a highly classified nuclear strategic plan that was put up by the Biden administration, essentially how they're going to fight against North Korea, China, and Russia, clearly on 3 fronts. Now, this document apparently is so classified that it only exists in paper format. There's only a few copies of it ever made, so we've been told. I don't know if it's the case with all the top secret documents in self-destruct, like the police after they event. I don't know if it's the case with everything, so maybe that is just media alarmism and sensationalism, but it appears as though this is the real deal. The United States are working on a secret plan, or at least that's what they want their adversaries to think on how to win a nuclear war against the Russians, Chinese, and North Koreans. Now, what do I really think about this? The timing is everything. The fact that this has been leaked to the press, and of course, the Biden administration, let's just face it, this has nothing to do with Joe Biden. This is deep state stuff. And at times like these, people should really be thankful there is a deep state. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to continuity of government, man, let's just face it, we don't want a lot of these people who claim to be the ones representing us actually
making decisions. Let's face it. So you want people who are technicians, people who are going to act empirically and as scientifically as possible in those types of situations, not on the basis of some political party. You want somebody who's going to make the best, most appropriate decision. And we don't know the details of what this was. We just know the usual overgeneralized rhetoric, essentially preparing for this new strategic partnership between Russia and China. Russians and Chinese have not called it militarily bound in the sense that, China gets moved, Russia's going to start moving whoever in China, but that's essentially what it means. Okay? And some obscene things that strategic ambiguous posture for our adversaries to make them think that we're more powerful than we actually are, without telegraphing the fact that we violated the treaties. That could be what this is about. Because what they're essentially saying is that the Chinese are starting to proliferate nuclear weapons. In order for the Americans to maintain nuclear parity or maintain nuclear dominance, strategic dominance, they need to build more nuclear weapons. They need to have enough nuclear weapons, not only to rival the Russians, which they can issue. Many would say that the Russian deployment systems now are even better quality than the Americans. They have a multitude of deployment systems that don't exist, at least so we know. But I'm pretty sure that if we had those deployment systems, we would make it known, because that's the whole point of strategic deterrence, unless you were planning on doing a preemptive strike and you were pretending to be weaker than you were. Okay? So what it starts to look like then is that they're trying to telegraph to the Chinese and the Russians that we have a plan, and try anything, we're going to execute this plan. Now, this is very timely. Nasty ass moth flying around the city with an admiral. That's why I love having an admiral instead, because it's the ultimate publishing. This timing is very essential, because not only is Russia being invaded by Ukraine, there are American private military contractors documented as being on the ground in Russia. And they are accompanied by Western media, CNN, and Ukrainian media. Okay, I want you to think about that. American private contractors, like Blackwater type stuff, wearing Ukrainian military fatigues, are currently invading Russia with no real end in sight. In fact, Russia has now dug trenches outside of the first nuclear power plant. They're getting ready to fight a war around a nuclear power plant. They're expecting the Iranians are going to do a nuclear provocation. So the timing for this media release, because we didn't get any other details about this top-secret classified document, other than that, yes, okay? And the timing for that is quite significant, because they're trying to communicate to somebody that somebody in the Russian government, the Chinese, North Korean, and Iranian governments, that maybe we have a plan, maybe we have a secret weapon, maybe we've continued nuclear proliferation and violated all the treaties like you said we have all this time. And let's not forget about that space-based warfare stuff that's been going on, where the Russians accuse us of having space weapons. You hear some crazy noises in the background. You got some farm cats. They're kittens, and they're tearing the garage up downstairs. So you might hear some crazy shit. But anyways, so right now, Vladimir Putin is doing this very brazen tour. His itinerary is unique for him in the last 2 years. in that he's went and visited Azerbaijan to make sure that they're on board with whatever shit is about to go down in the Middle East. Now he's in Chechnya. The first time he's been there since 2011. Okay, that's like, what, 13, 14 years? And he gave them a pep talk, all of Iraq's generals, which really started to take the form of, we're getting ready to mobilize for a big aero offensive. Okay, I think what he is hoping from this whole offensive is that he is going to be able to mobilize his country for war. I think that he now has the backing that he needs of the Russian people to maintain his popularity level without inciting those more radical rocking the boat too much if they now declare war against Ukraine, and most people would be fine with it. You might think that just because you have a supposed 75% approval rate, that, you know, the chances of the government collapsing are simply none. But the thing that you need to realize about governments like that, while it might be true that there is a 50% approval rating, that means that the people who oppose the government need to be all the more radical in their methods in order to be a counterbalance to the existing government. So, whereas here in the West, where it's always big, right to the finish, they always want people, you know, like this whole circus that's going on, the DNC and the RNCs, I don't even pay attention to it, it's just a big distraction. The shit is simple. 35 trillion in debt, World War III is on the horizon, it doesn't matter who's at the helm. I'm just trying to tell you that. It's just a matter of, you know, what play we're going to do. You know, like it's like a football game. You know, we got the ball, and, you know, you pick your quarterback. But either way, it's still a war, right? So, anyways, I think I hate when I do that. I go on these tangents. I'm sure they'll come back to me at some point. I'm feeling pretty squirrel-brained in here. And part of the acoustics, but this is a part of the property that I've yet to furnish. So it's just bare walls. What was I talking about? What the hell was I talking about? Come on, guys, tell me what I was talking about in the comment section below. I'm sure they'll come back to me. So, that's what we got going on, right? Oh, yes, the radicalization of people who have no other choice but physical harm the goal. When you make, I'm sure there's a quote about it somewhere, but I'm sure it was some American revolutionary quote or something to that effect. But when you have a government which has such high popularity levels, the only method that has that situation is violence. So, despite the fact that we have cats, dogs, our dog eats himself. Anyways, one of them might, yeah, look at here. This guy's like cats. So, this is what we got going down. Everything is getting ready to go. It seems as though there is high-level coordination between the various axes. So, you have the Russian axis, the Chinese, and the Russian axis consists of, you know, Chechnya, Belarus, and all that. China, which North Korea really comes up under that umbrella, and what's going on in the Middle East. The Iranian axis is most certainly laying dormant right now, and I think that they're getting ready to do a massive retaliatory strike. In fact, the Houthis have said as much. According to the Wall Street Journal, in fact, it's been leaked, and it's come as no surprise that the Houthis, as well as many other groups of the region, are getting ready to do a very coordinated attack against U.S. and Israeli assets. And so the Houthis have already essentially declared war against the U.S. government. The Houthis are an arm of the Iranian Axis. That's who they're armed by. So essentially, they've already declared war. They've been already firing quite frequently against American warships. Look like the cats are going. So we'll have to save that for another video. But you also have Lebanon, who's been lying in wait, very, very quiet, trying to exhaust the Iron Dome system. I think that's what they're trying to do. We're seeing some attacks deep into Lebanon by the Israeli forces, constant bombardments of ammo depots, from which many of these are likely not above ground, so these are probably supply vehicles potentially. So we know that these guys are trained to operate in the tunnels, and so a lot of their weapons and ammunitions are going to be underground. So when you see these big explosions in supposed ammo depots, there's a very good chance that these are just supply drops, convoys, eventually. But there could be some above ground stuff as well. But these guys fight from the tunnels, and that's why they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Now, while the losses have been disproportionate, a figure of the Israelis in the war with Lebanon has yet to fully really unleash. And I think it appears as though they're testing the Israeli defenses. However, they continue to target Israeli settlements, which arguably are no civilians. From their perspective, they might see them as hostiles because they view the Golan Heights as being occupied. Okay, so from their point of view, they might see them as militants, even though I guess technically they're civilians, but many of them may be armed, many of them may be military reservists, etc. There's one of them. So you got to get yourself some the cheapest limited returns on the homestead rate. You got to get a farm cat to something about a farm cat. I guess we cat gets a little bit else. But farm cats are just like they're not. It's tough. That's attacked. There's the this right. There's bullshit responsible. Off rejecting them. Not all. Officially, they rejected us. So it's just a matter of acknowledging that, and it's just a matter of who's going to pull the trigger first. Now, here's what I think is going to happen. I think that Hezbollah knows that right when they go for Israel, right when they try to take out a limb or, attack them in a way which is significant, they know that that's delineate the official beginning of the war. And when that happens, they're going to get bombed to smithereens. So I think what they're going for is maybe not a decapitation strike, but they want to make that first blow, that first real blow count. And if you're the axis of resistance, you know war is imminent. You know it's inevitable. You know that the Americans are bogged down in curse when they're literally fighting a war against Russia. And you know that the Chinese can make their move any moment. And quite frankly, if you're Xi Jinping and you're looking at this situation, you're thinking to yourself, man, this might be the best opportunity that we have, especially if the USA goes for Iran, which is, of course, one of the primary suppliers of food to China. China has every incentive then to attack Taiwan at that point in time, because of course this means that the Americans are going to have to redirect much of their efforts into the Pacific, which is going to take attention away from Iran. So there's no way, I cannot foresee how we're going to be able to sustainably fight a You got Saudi Arabia, who's kind of on the fence. You got Egypt, I guess, who doesn't really have a whole lot of fighting experience. You have, this guy's crazy back here. Especially if the accents get wise, and they just coordinate their acts. I mean, we better hope that there is no high-level coordination happening between all of these countries that are adversarial to the West. Because if there is, I think we're screwed. I think we are screwed. And I think this is why, when I had it, there's this press release about this nuclear strategy and how they're going to fight it. If we're talking about a coordinated attack, it could be very asymmetrical. Threats. The Chinese are currently running a national exercise that simulates once again. So this is obviously a carryover from the pandemic, COVID pandemic, but they're continuing with these drills because they know that someday biological warfare may be a favorable approach. Because at the end of the day, maybe it's better than full-blown nuclear disaster, even if our side gets hit as well. So all indicators suggest that AX is definitely approaching, definitely en route. The price of gold bears that out. The price of oil can be manipulated a lot easier than the price of gold. So when I'm looking at what's going down in the world, I'm looking at that skyrocketing price of gold, and that seems to be holding steady above $2,500. Of course, every time we say that, it goes down a bit, but gold is one of those things that's been around since the beginning of civilization. It's not going anywhere. I'm going to be doing another video later today. I just wanted to, things are moving so fast now that were I to talk about this tomorrow, it would be irrelevant. But those are just some thoughts from that for you guys today. I gotta go see what sort of damage these cats have been causing in the lower levels here. Thanks for watching, my friends. Take care, stay safe, keep on pumping. The X is coming. Thanks for watching. Take it over out.
Ukrainian forces have confirmed they control over 1,200 square kilometers of Russian territory. Just how does that stack up against Russian gains? And, more importantly, where are the Ukrainian forces pushing now? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about it. Okay, so this is a really interesting story. First off, because yesterday, Commander-in-Chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, General Syrskyi, announced that Ukrainian forces actually control 1,263 square kilometers in the Kursk region. And he said the Russians are conducting what he calls a maneuverable defense. And this is likely he's referring to a kind of, not quite a defensive depth, but a defense that relies on a lot of counterattacking, a lot of maneuver, and a lot less of static defenses. And I don't think this is because that's the defense the Russians want to run. I think it's because it's the defense the Russians have to run. See, when the Ukrainian counteroffensive here was launched in Zaporizhzhia province, the plans actually got leaked very publicly. And as a result, the Russian forces had built a multi-layered, well-prepared defensive lines that the Ukrainians struggled to break through. And this meant that the Russians were launching what we would call an elastic defense, which meant that even as the Ukrainians broke through line number 1, the Russians would simply retreat to line 2 and then launch a counterattack. Literally, the lines would appear to be elastic as they would spring out and spring back. A maneuver defense is a little different. It's about counterattacking. It's about pulling the enemy into different places. It's something that it requires a more sophisticated, more well-trained maneuver force. And it's not clear that the Russians, or at least the Russians conducting this defensive first, will really have that in spades. That's not to say that the Ukrainians aren't, that the Russians haven't slowed the Ukrainian advance. They have. But it is not nearly as effective as the Russian defense in Zaporizhzhia, right? For context, let's see if we can get this up here. We'll take a look at what sort of gains we saw in the first sort of gains that we've seen here. So right here, we're going to zoom it in. So here's the Ukraine counteroffensive. It looks like at the absolute deepest point, and I want to point out that Robotina, let's see, was actually the high water mark of the advance was actually here as Ukrainian forces were pushing towards the town of Takhmet. So you can see here that even at their most generous, you saw Ukrainian forces advancing about maybe 10 kilometers into Russian-controlled territory, right? You might have something a little bit, maybe a little bit more here. Again, I think they actually ended up liberating Staromayorsk, but you're looking at maybe 10 kilometers of advance in total. And again, that's against these prepared Russian defenses. Now, we compare that here to the, well, again, the, 2.5-week-old Ukrainian effort in Kursk, and you can see they've already doubled their gains. And we know that Deep State is very conservative, in fact, around their estimates of full Ukrainian control. But you can see here, you're looking at about 18. Let's see here. This is probably going to be about, 16. So it's pretty obvious that this is a campaign that's going just much, much better in terms of Ukrainian gains relative to what they did before. So Russia's not launching its ideal defense by any stretch of the imagination. But what is more interesting to me is where the fighting is heaviest. First off, there's some reports that Ukrainian forces already in Koronivo, and this is basically Ukraine's objective seems to be to push the Russians over to the north side of the Seine, right? So that would involve seizing Koronivo, and then seizing this smaller town here, Komorovka. And you can see that if they can get their hands on this, right, and they can take out the pontoon bridge that we talked about yesterday, there's actually some footage of it, but you can't. The goal would be to create this sort of wall of steel, wall of troops, blocking south of the Seine to the Ukrainian border. Then you have an existing wall, the literal border, in the Seine here, and then what you'll have created is a pocket where Russian forces are going to have a very hard time being reinforced, where Ukrainian forces have a ton of maneuver, right, because they can pop. Remember, for Russia, this border is significant, right? Conscripts can't fight south of it. Russia has no troops south of this border. But Ukraine, this border is nothing. This border means nothing to them. This is one of the reasons that this assault into Kursk is so devastating for Russia and has been so effective. Is because once the border is, some borders are real, right? Like they're a river or a mountain range, but some of them are just drawn on pieces of paper. But when they become the subject of policy, again, for example, Russian forces, Russian conscripts being unable to operate here, or up until recently, this border denoted the place where Ukraine could no longer use Western weapons. When you have these kind of real policies around, again, a map border, it can create opportunities for one side to exploit it. In this case, now that the Ukrainians don't have to respect this border, it means that Russian forces here could be facing Ukrainians, right? If you're a Russian trooper, let's say right here, you could expect reasonably to face Ukrainians from your south. You might also expect to take fire or FPV drones from your east, and potentially, if they can advance more in Teofino, from your west. So, and the place where reinforcements are supposed to come from, the north, they might never show up. Because again, there's no way to get across this bridge with at any kind of scale, right? So they'll have to cross via small ferries that can zip across before drones can detect them. this is basically the opposite of what the Ukrainians learned the hard way in Ukraine, where they were unable to build a pontoon bridge or establish a real bridgehead. They relied on these ferry systems that simply couldn't supply reliably more than about 300 Ukrainian Marines. But you can see, again, classic Russian behavior. They're repelling Ukrainian attacks according to the Russian Ministry of Defense, but man, they keep repelling those Ukrainians in ever deeper locations, which is not a great look. And you can see, again, the Ukrainian progress, while it's different on different maps, you can see here, this is probably one of the more generous maps, which has the Ukrainians operating all the way to the borders of Kyiv, and they're operating inside Koronivo. They're listed Koronivo as contested, but more importantly, you can see that from Marakova and Stagos, this is depicting Ukrainian forces really controlling a significant portion of both the eastern side of this kind of South Sign pocket and the western side of the South Sign pocket. Bad news. And this would, again, the ideal outcome here is that these Russian forces are cut off and really captured so they can be exchanged for Ukrainian POWs later. Right? The second best outcome is that the Russian forces are pressured and kind of withdraw their fire. Right? Because if they can withdraw, they can reinforce troops fighting Russian troops in Kornivo or Shikikova, right? So and in some ways, it's just like it'll be easy for Ukraine to hold the southern bank of the river. It'll also take comparatively fewer troops for Russia to hold the northern bank, and so being able to have this somewhat lighter defense, fewer troops committed to this defense, will free up troops to fight this breakout here. So again, for Ukraine, timing is sort of everything. And speaking of timing, you feel like you're a little behind the eight ball, right? It's back to school season. It's just chaos, man. I don't know what to tell you. You may need a little caffeine. You should check out Strike Gum. Strike Gum, it's not for kids. Don't give it to your kids. It's an entire energy drink in a single piece of gum. 90 milligrams of caffeine in each piece. 100 milligrams alpha GPC. Zero sugar. So if you're interested, you can get some at strikegum.com. Of course. That's where we've got all the discounts. You should definitely check out the 5-pack, right? 5 packs of gum, meaning you can keep one at home, one in your office, one in your gym bag, one in your glove box, and still have a spare floating around. That way, wherever you need energy, you can pop it, chew it, and go. And if you're like a nurse, a cop, a firefighter, you can't be, what are you going to do, a little taller, an energy drink in your hand? No, of course not. Strike Gum, totally different. Pop it in, chew it, refreshing mint flavor. Your breath doesn't taste like medicine, don't smell like an energy drink, right? But you get the energy that you need. Best of all, of course, Strike Gum, made in the USA, with the guys at Liquid Core down in Denver. They're great. It's a little more expensive, but I don't care. I love America. What can I say? Of course, it's better at own, obviously. So, what's there to lose? Go to strikegum.com and pick up your Strike Gum today. Okay, so here's what I really wanted to show you guys. To me, one of the most important charts to understand this Ukrainian offensive. And one of the things that I think is important to mention is that Russia has not stopped its own offensive in Donetsk, right? And as we work backwards through time, you can see how they've been pushing, right? You see us kind of peeling back day by day here, and you can see that there's real changes to the front line, right? Like Russian forces are making steady, creeping progress, right? There's even been, Ukraine has recently ordered the withdrawal of civilians from patrols. So, I say this because, again, as we're moving forward in time now, you can see that Russia is having its own offensive. And it says, well, we're not that worried about Kursk because we're on an offensive of our own, pushing territory wherever we can. And here we are, right? And you can see that, again, it's been months that Russia's been trying to take Turets. And it's been months that they've been trying to move out from Ultra-Latina. And here's what I want to point out. We talked about the fact that the high water mark of Ukrainian advances in Kursk is about 20 kilometers. I'm going to show you guys the advances that Ukraine has made or Russia has made since the start of the war, right? This is literally, this purplish region represents occupied Donbass, occupied since 2014. So since the Ukraine invasion itself, they've gone from here, we'll take the absolute high water mark right now. Krasnaya is 36 kilometers. So in 2 years, Russia has, at least in Donetsk, 36 kilometers to show for it. And almost, to be clear, almost all of this gains, these 36 kilometers, have come in the last year or so. Right? Remember last October is when we saw Russian forces really start to launch what they thought was going to be a surprise attack in Avdiivka. And they've been sort of focused on this Donetsk offensive since then, at a tremendous cost. But you see, it's netted them 36 kilometers. So Ukraine is able to offset those gains, again, or at least most of those gains, in 2 weeks. Now, again, the Russian strategy goes slower. It incurs a lot more casualties. Ukrainians sort of have to conduct this maneuver warfare. It's more efficient. But you should understand that the scale, you should scale these sort of things, right? Where Russia would want you to believe that their offensive in Donetsk is somehow equal to Ukrainian offensive here. And I point this out because, again, Ukraine, I don't want to say they let this happen, right? But Syrskyi has said, I'm willing to trade off some low-value terrain to kill a lot of Russians. And that's what he's done. And remember, Ukraine, we now know, could have sent the brigades that are currently fighting in Kursk. They could have sent them if this situation was ever really critical, they would have sent those brigades here. But it never really got to that point. Right? So it tells us that this isn't so much a thing the Russians are forcing on Ukraine. It's more like Ukraine is like, hey, I'm not worried about this. I'm willing to let the Russians creep through, make a bunch of casualties, seize a bunch of little villages. If in exchange, we get to take more of Kursk. Anyway, guys, that's pretty much all I had. Huge thank you to the Colonel Tier members, CombatVetNews.com, James Jones, Pete Brand, Doug Beck, Alan Mitson, Bastian Hemmerlin, Bianca Georgia, Dale McCombs. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. That actually makes a difference for me. It tells the YouTube algorithm that I'm one of the legit channels covering real news. I appreciate you all so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Good.
Changes take a lot of time. Or at least doing it in a way you would normally do it, managing it ticket by ticket. It takes a lot of time. If you have 50 tickets, you have to do 50 actions to make changes. In MoveBoard, you don't have that. You can make changes to those 50 items all at once. And so multiply that out, that saves us a minute per task. That's usually 30, 45 minutes every time we do that type of change. I mean, we can translate that into real dollars.
Stop the kitchen scavenger hunts and sign up for Good Food. Their meat kits bring all the ingredients you need right to the door. Up to 7 times fresher than from the grocery store. This could be you right now.
So back to this stuff. So when you look at this, you understand this blue is all we get to vote on. All this red, the 72% of spending we call mandatory is on autopilot. You get that benefit because you worked your 40 quarters, you earned your Social Security benefit. You worked, a certain amount, you paid into your Medicare, you turned 65, you get that benefit. You hit a certain age. That is the vast majority of spending, and it's also, if you go from today through the next 30 years, it's 100% of the future debt. It's demographic. I say this over and over and over and over. And the idiot class around here who wants to say, no, Republicans are not willing to tax people more. Stop it. And I'm going to walk you through all the Democrat tax proposals and show you how little of GDP it creates, even at tax maximization. There's this concept of, at this rate, we maximize tax receipts without rolling over
and the economy and rolling over the fall of receiving less taxes. So I'm going to show you the math on maximizing. It's nowhere near what the Democrats keep telling you, and it's really crappy economics. So one more time, this board is incredibly important. You want to know why they're fussing around here. It's all about. And what's happened in the last couple months interest rate-wise? Think of this as just a thought experiment. August 1st till today, the movement in interest rate, just that movement in interest rate, is about $50 billion of interest next year. We're borrowing over $6 billion a day. That is functionally. Let's take a look here. If you take a look at our borrowing over the last 12 months, it's $72,932 a second. $72,000 a second. And that's why the idiocy here of people who say, well, I'm going to save $1 million here. That's real money. I'm great. But let's see, if you borrow $72,000 a second, that's how many seconds did you just cover? You know, the $300 million that was stripped out one of the bills. Okay, fine. But it's 57 minutes of borrowing over an entire year. There's just this delusion. Every dime, I believe, of foreign aid is like now is, I used to say 12 days of borrowing. Someone pointed out it's actually closer to 9 days of borrowing. Because we in the political class, math is hard. Our audiences often don't want to hear it because it doesn't satiate the feelings. We make public policy now by feelings, not a calculator. And so you have a world now where you get up and say, hey, it's demographics. We got old. It's healthcare costs are the primary driver of debt. And they look at you and go, no, it's waste and fraud and foreign aid. And you show the little chart that says, okay, I can get maybe a couple weeks of borrowing limited. What would you like to do with the rest of the year? And people just look at you and dagger. And then you have the rest who just make it crap up. And I don't think it's meant to be evil. I think it's just that you get something in your head and you repeat it over and over and over and over, and the math is delusional. So I'm going to walk through some boards here. When we get to them, some of these are really complex, but I'm going to do my best so they make sense. Because how do you save this republic if you have a bunch of people who can't even agree on the most baseline of, this was on the CBO joint tax, basically their data sets, but no one reads their reports. The Joint Economic Committee, which I chair the Republican side, we did a brilliant report 2 months ago. We gave actually options where you could save this country. And it's crazy stuff like, did you know you could actually eliminate, moderate, take on, do the moral thing with our brothers and sisters, and talk about diabetes and obesity? It's a $2 trillion over 10 years. But it would require complex policies and decisions to do things that are difficult. So I hold this board up. This board is from 3 weeks ago, and it's already out of date. What does this board say? It basically says next year interest will pretty much equal the defense budget. Interest will equal the defense budget. And the reason it's out of date is just the movement of interest rates in the last 3 weeks on the U.S. 10-year sovereign. Interest will be more than the entire defense budget next year. And if it continues, if the trend line continues, there's a very good chance that interest isn't going to be $830 billion. If it's starting to approach $1 billion next year. And why is that a big deal? Well, let's do something else interesting. Okay. For people who have never really thought about it, how does the United States finance itself? Remember, 30 cents out of every dollar we spend is borrowed. Okay? Where does that 30 cents come from? We issue bonds. every couple of weeks, like 3 days ago, Treasury issued a $30+ billion 5-year instrument that went out at the very top of the range price-wise. So you sit there and have to calculate. Coverage was a little disturbing. It was only like 2.5 coverage. I know that doesn't mean anything to me. It basically means, the huge lines to buy U.S. bonds weren't there. The line is getting shorter and shorter, interest to buy our debt, which often means the interest rates are going to go up. Okay. But what happens to bonds that were sold in previous years? Because the last 3 Treasury secretaries, Republican and Democrat, did something stupid, and we couldn't get them to change it because it benefited them politically that week if they went very short term on the bond. I'm going to issue 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. When interest rates are basically almost free. Guess where we're at right now? Those bonds are coming due. So in the next fiscal year, if we bring $2 trillion of new virgin issue, that's the borrowing for next fiscal year. Remember, this year we're going to borrow 2.3, 2.4, but let's just pretend next year's about 2. Well, we have a little problem. There's about 9.6 trillion of borrowing coming either as virgin issues or refinance next year, and it's all of these higher interest rates. Your government is functionally an insurance company with an army and a budget problem. What do we look like at the end of 2024 when we just refinance a little bit under 10 trillion at these higher interest rates? It basically means that the dystopian number if you go into the 2025 budget cycle of $1 trillion interest coverage, and interest buys you how many, if you're into the military stuff, buys you how many new weapons. If you're into your social justice agenda, interest buys you what? This is what we're doing to ourselves. And it's the reality. And the interest rates keep moving away from us. So let's continue on some of the more difficult stuff.
Find your perfect escape during the Hyundai Shift Into Drive sales event.
Just it's simple math. We're going to spend some time talking about how do you fix things when you can't even get the other side that you need. We have to do this together. It's complex. It's hard. And it's politically brutal because this place has functionally lied to the public for a decade. So, let's use the most optimistic, and I believe these numbers, one side of these numbers are absolutely wrong. It's basically saying, hey, next year, the projection months ago was, hey, the 2024 budget year is only going to borrow about 1.7 trillion. I think that's wrong. I think we're going to 2, but let's just say it's to 1.7. Let's say we did the most confiscatory tax ever. We basically took every American, you make $500,000, every dime you make above that, we take all of it. Every dime belongs to the government. And people keep working. The basketball player, the scientist, the entrepreneur just keeps working. They don't basically say, well, I made my $500,000, government's going to take every dime, I'm just going to keep working and paying it all into government. Which is a fantasy, that's not how economics works. But let's just, for a math experiment, let's say we're going to compensate every dime of people over $500,000. You raise about $1.5 trillion. Okay. Did I mention the borrowing from the CBO months ago was projected to be 1.7? You can't even cover the deficit if you had a fantasy number of taking every dime of those high-income earners. And yet, I will show slides like this at certain town halls where I have a number of Democrat activists, and they look at you going, well, that's Republican math. No, actually, I think this one came from Cato, but I have some that are from OMB, CBO, Progressive Budget Priorities. It's all the same. We're living in a mathematical fantasy world. So, I'm gonna go out of sequence here because I'm angry that I saw a California member on CNN a little while ago, basically holding a little whiteboard and completely lying to the press because it's such good politics. Republicans shouldn't talk about Social Security, you see it doesn't have anything to deficit. Absolutely true. Because there's a trust fund that has cash in it for 9 more years. What happens in 9 years? Well, here's the reason we want to talk about it, to save it. In 9 years, the average couple on Social Security gets a $17,400 cut. You double poverty of seniors in America in 9 years. It's absolutely immoral. But the recapitalization of this is going to be complex because that first year, so 9 years from now, the first year shortfall is $616 billion. Okay, do this with me. For anyone, you don't have to be good at math, but this is that hard. 9 years from now, boom, the trust fund's gone. You got $616 billion shortfall in 2033. Okay, big deal. You know. Already, party peoples of the interwebs, Viva Fry, former Montreal litigator turned current Florida Rumbler, getting ready to shoot another episode of The Unusual Suspects. I'm going to be doing a bit on the summary of the Demonic National Convention, otherwise known as the DNC, that's happening up in Chicago. But the big news of the day today is apparently the running mate of RFK Jr. floating the idea of Kennedy dropping out and joining forces with Trump to defeat the Demonic Party of America, the Democrat Party of America. Before we can get into that, the DNC. I'm making a joke that it's the Demonic National Convention. I'm borrowing a meme from Kyle Kemper, who is the good half-brother of Justin Trudeau, who is very much supportive of RFK up in Chicago right now. You know, supporting RFK, even though it seems that it might be not just a lost cause, but RFK staying in the race might actually help the people that are literally trying to kill him. We'll get there. But it is a demonic national convention. There's no question about it. And as much as humans can actually be demons in human form, what we're witnessing there can't be described as anything else. I talked about it because at first I didn't believe it that there were abortion clinics, mobile abortion clinics, going to Chicago to celebrate the DNC. It turns out to be true. Planned Parenthood bringing their mobile abortion and vasectomy bus, whatever the hell it is, to Chicago, administering abortions. I don't know if it's medicinal ones, like medications, or they're going in with invasive procedures. I don't know how they're doing vasectomies. I know a vasectomy is said to be an in and out procedure, but I've also known people who've had some complications from vasectomy. I'm not jumping on a bus to get a vasectomy if you paid me, and I'm not getting a vasectomy anyhow, but set that aside. It's true. They have a bus that is up in Chicago, and apparently it's too busy to even book from a review that someone sent me. They are busy, too busy for business. I don't know how many abortions they have administered. And it doesn't even matter what your position is on abortion unless you actively celebrate it, which is demonic. If you think that abortion is a necessary evil or a wrong that people need to have access to, something along the lines of Bill Clinton 20 years ago, rare, safe, but rare, I know that's not exactly what he said. Assume that you believe in a woman's right to have an abortion up to a certain point. That doesn't necessarily translate into celebrating it as though it's a rite of passage, which is what's going on here, and there can be nothing more demonic than celebrating as something of a political rite of passage, ending what would become a human life. I appreciate there are people who believe in from conception, and this is not even a question of what you believe on the issue. Regardless of what you believe on the issue, unless you believe in late-term abortions, post-birth abortions, and yes, they do exist, the law in California was going to decriminalize, or at least render obsolete, or not necessary, investigations into the deaths of babies if they occur within 1 month of delivery. That is designed exactly at not investigating late-term abortions or abortions of viable fetuses or post-delivery abortions, as that psychopath in Virginia said, you know, we'll keep the baby comfortable after it's delivered and have a discussion with the mother what we want to do. There are, you know, when we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent of obviously the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities, there may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered, the infant would be kept comfortable, the infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensue between the physician and the mother. So I think this is really blown out of proportion. It doesn't matter what your position is, except if you're a teen. You would not go and celebrate abortion. It's what they are effectively doing. That's the fairness for the DNC, if I have to compare it to demons. It's the Planned Parenthood that's doing it, not the DNC. But you want to dissociate yourself from such conduct unless you tacitly, if not explicitly, endorse it, and they do. All right, that's one thing. The second thing, Obama, Michelle Obama, gave a speech yesterday. It's amazing. People tell you who they are in their accusations of others. Michelle Obama actually got up there and said her parents were suspicious of people who took more than they need in terms of wealth, money, etc.
She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us wasn't drowning.
Obama, last I checked, was charging $400,000, $600,000 for speaking fees. You want to talk about taking more than you need? You want to talk about living on that island? What the name of it now? Oh, jeez. The Martha's Vineyard. Living in a multi-million-dollar mansion in Martha's Vineyard. Set aside the hypocrisy and the contradiction of, you know, the environmental crisis. That'll all be washed up if you truly believe rising ocean levels are going to wash out oceanside views. $600,000 for speaking fees, and Michelle Obama is going to get up there and say, hey, I'm one of the people. My parents were skeptical, were suspicious of people who took more than they needed. Congratulations, you just described yourself. Your parents would be suspicious of you and your husband. All right. Hypocrisy, be by name of the DNC. The news of it. It actually broke yesterday, and I'm skeptical. You should not trust anything and verify everything. Tim Pool put out a tweet that said, I wholeheartedly endorse this. The tweet going down was apparently Kennedy talking about withdrawing from the race and endorsing Trump. And I'm skeptical because we've heard some fake news about Kennedy allegedly trying to contact the Harris campaign to drop out of the race if it would secure him a position in the demonic National Committee, the DNC, the Democrats' administration. This never happened. It never would happen. It's not something that is even feasible. And the fact that people believed it, anybody who did believe it, is an idiot. You think RFK Jr. is going to go join alliances with the party that literally wants him dead. It's never happened. It's not going to happen. Period. So when I hear this, I'm like, okay, well, he's skeptical. I don't think this is happening, but my goodness, would it be good if it's true? I didn't know that RFK Jr. is running. I think it was on, I don't know the name of the podcast. She did a podcast, and she specifically said, yeah, we're thinking of dropping out of this conference supporting Trump because they're killing us with lawfare. They're killing us by literally, trying to kill us by not giving us Secret Service protection until recently, which forces the RFK Jr. campaign to spend millions and millions of dollars on security. They're trying to keep us off the ballot. They're trying to keep us out of the debates. And if we stay in, we might only inadvertently help the people who literally want us dead. So we're thinking about dropping out and endorsing Trump. And I'm like, if they do that, can you imagine anything more beautiful? And not just because I like RFK Jr. and having his influence in the Trump campaign would be the most value-added, net positive imaginable. That would be a true unity for me. We had talked about this a while back. This would be a true unity for me. If it happens, we'll see. Still skeptical, but she did in fact say it. But you have people on the internet saying, if RFK does that, it's the ultimate betrayal. I'm not putting anyone on blast because I genuinely want to know the thought process. And I'm like, betrayal of whom? It certainly would not be a betrayal of Trump supporters, so that only means two options. A betrayal of Kennedy supporters, we'll get to that in a second, or a betrayal of Democrats. And I said to this person, you're betraying the people who want you dead. You're betraying the people who are using lawfare to bankrupt you. You are betraying the people who are trying to keep you off the ballot and people who are trying to keep you out of the debates. You're not betraying people who hate you. In fact, if you stayed in and it only helped them, you would then be betraying the only people who this might be betrayal of Kennedy supporters. And would it be a betrayal of Kennedy supporters? Because presumably people support Kennedy because they respect his judgment, they respect his decision, and they respect him as a person. And if Kennedy comes out and says, look, I've weighed the pros and cons, if I stay in, it's really going to actually help the people who hate me and are trying to hurt me, how do you not respect that decision? But clearly, if you don't respect that decision of Kennedy, you're not really a Kennedy supporter in the first place. Some people might argue, and I'll steel man this, they would be like Bernie supporters, not listening to Bernie when he went and endorsed Hillary Clinton and now said, go support Hillary Clinton. That was betrayal. That was betrayal of Bernie supporters because the context was entirely different. Bernie Sanders betrayed me because at one point I thought, Bernie Sanders seems like a principled guy. He could be a good candidate in 2016. When he went and then endorsed the woman who screwed him, the party that betrayed him, that is a betrayal of Bernie supporters. That's not analogous to what's going on now. This would be a betrayal of Kennedy supporters if Trump tried to sabotage Kennedy, if Trump tried to have Kennedy killed. This is Kennedy going to support the only party that actually supported Trump to some extent. And I should say Trump. This is going to lend his support to the person who has somewhat aligned himself with Kennedy on key issues. Agriculture, bodily autonomy, investigating the jibby jab and the big V in general. So it's not even analogous to Bernie Sanders betraying his supporters by saying, don't support the woman who just screwed me, cheated, and stole, the primary thing. This would be the most amazing thing on earth if it happens. I'm not holding my breath, but I'm crossing my fingers, and we'll see. I suspect it will be reflected in the markets. Not that I'm following these markets, but I am following market, although I don't have any investments there predicted. They don't have enough markets for me, but it's amazing. We'll see what happens. To be continued. By the way, if you like what I do and you are not already subscribed, make sure that you subscribe. Turn on the notifications so that you get notified when videos of mine pop up. Share it around with people who you think would like it, but more importantly, share it with people who you think would not like it because they probably need to see it the most. Our merch game, we're getting ready to up our merch game a little bit. If you want to get some merch, go to VivaFry.com. The best way to support us, VivaBondsLaw.locals.com. For the best above average community out there, but most importantly, exercise, eat healthy, sunlight, talk to people in real life. I got to go in there and shoot an episode, go live, and now you know you're wrong. Peace out.
Hey, I'm Julia, the intern with the Free Press, and today I'm in Chicago where the DNC is helping at the Into Action exhibit. There is a banner offering abortion pills and vasectomies. Try to sign up if the list was full. And here is an art exhibit with art about abortion. I was just wondering if you could tell me what's in the staff. That's a normal healthcare clinic. What specifically, what forms of healthcare is that? Today is medication abortion, and yesterday was vaccination. You have really high demand, right? Yes, people need to access healthcare wherever they go.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, the SAVES Act, which requires individuals to provide proof of citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. I am very grateful to say
that I voted for this bill today and that it is passed out of the House of Representatives with Whoa, God! Whoa, God! Please, whoa, 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 whoa! The Walt Disney Company is currently panicking after a single X-post by woke brat Rachel Zegler. Now, I've covered this before. I covered it last week. I guess things are starting to bubble up inside of Disney. People are extraordinarily angry. And now, seemingly, the internal battle between Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler on the $500 million film that is now set to almost certainly lose money. You can see these two new articles came out today. Inside the Snow White craft drama, as Rachel Zegler locks horns with Gal Gadot, a Disney remake, who will be crowned the fairest of them all. And you see this. Snow White star Rachel Zegler derails remake's ad campaign with another woke outburst after granting experts warned her that her antics would trigger a boycott. That on top of, you can see over the last month, the Disney stock is down 5%. For the last 6 months, it's down nearly 20%. Things are very, very poor. Things are very, very poor for Disney from the earnings perspective, from the execution perspective, from the, every movie they put out has been a complete disaster outside of Deadpool versus Wolverine. Because the Deadpool and Wolverine, that's going to make like 1.2 billion. It's going to be a massive success. And, I noticed wasn't in it a bunch of feminist witches with a lot of kicking butt. But now, Snow White so Rachel Zegler derailed the that campaign with another woke outburst after Brett Hancock warned her not to do it. Snow White remake star Rachel Zegler. The 23-year-old has repeatedly sparked anger because woke views waded into the Israel-Palestine conflict again and acted on promoting her blacklisting, despite branding experts warning her that such antics could trigger a boycott. The news originated for the X-Back last week. It was, of course, her famous the Palestine thing. And here's the thing. With $330 million Disney directed by Mark Webb was scheduled to be released in March 2024, but got delayed after executives had to have crisis talks in order to do some serious damage limitation following the negative response to Zegler's stances. So this is a huge point. So Disney had to do crisis talks because of Rachel Zegler. I know that a lot of people are kind of blackpilling about whether or not people will see any consequences or anything like that for their actions. Well, I can tell you this much. I don't think you're going to see Rachel Zegler in another big budget film. I just don't. Maybe if there's another Hunger Games coming out that she's still tied into, I don't know what happened to her character in that movie because I don't care about the Hunger Games movies. I don't pay to see movies with people who hate me in them. But ultimately, this is a $330 million budgeted movie. It's far more than that after all these CGI refilming, stuff like that. Somewhere near 400 to 500 million in cost after marketing. That means the Snow White remake must make $1 billion just to break even. The reason Rachel Zegler doesn't care is she got paid. She's getting paid. I don't think that, this is going to hurt her financially one way or the other. Down the road, maybe a cast of diverse dwarves have also since been replaced by CGI alternatives. most closely resembled the little people featured in the original movie. The actress who vowed to ensure the remake was more progressive and woke than the original previously faced backlash after several videos of her speaking negatively about the original film in various interviews in 2022 surfaced online. Speaking of her character, Zegler said she's not going to be staying by some friend, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. As well as being labeled a fake feminist, some critics accuse her of gaslighting, while marketing consultants warned her that they need to be careful with how they portrayed Snow White. Speaking of the Daily Mail, brand expert Carla Spite said, whilst it's been clear that the original Disney Princess films hold old values, Disney has fallen for the trap of going to the opposite extreme to inflict strong loaded messaging on the viewers, believing that that's somehow empowerment. There was a time when Disney actors were media trained and thought about the impact of the words while sticking to key messaging about the films, but it seems with the total rewrite of Snow White, picturing her as a girl boss has gone to the head of the stars. Disney needs to be careful with how they portrayed Snow White and what they do and do not allow the actors to say going forward. They simply cannot repeat the same mistakes and allow their actors to be vocal on their own personal opinions during promotion. Well, we know that she did do that. PR expert Nick Ed agreed, telling Daily Mail that instead of embracing her role as one of the most famed fairy tale characters, Zegler has actively chose to spoil the narrative. Speaking at Disney Expo D23 in California in December, Zegler was best known for a breakout role in West Side Story. That movie also lost $150 million, by the way. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy that literally stalks her. Weird, so we didn't do that this time. I mean, that's just a tiny part of it. Yet another high-profile interview of the film, Zegler defended the film's newly forced progressive bent. People are making these jokes about art being the PC Snow White. Yeah, that's because it needed it. It did? I don't think so. I don't think they needed to redo it. I don't think there's anybody clamoring for Snow White to get woke. I don't think there was. Our version is a refreshing story about a young woman who has a function beyond someday my prince will come. The Colombian-American actress faced some degree of scrutiny by critics after she was cast as Snow White, who has always been described as having skin as white as snow. In a sense, deleted tweet she wrote, "Yes, I am Snow White. No, I'm not bleaching my skin for the role." Other than Zegler's contentious statements, the Seven Dwarfs caused their own backlash, which I don't care about. I'm still worked up in the film because it's woke trash. I don't have any interest in this film because it's woke garbage. Now, inside the Snow White cast drama, the on-screen feud appears to have spilled out into real life, however, owing the pair's opposing views on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Both have been vocal in their support for the opposite sides, with the branding expert warning that such behavior is going to trigger a boycott. It came to a head when Snow White teased the trailer she revealed earlier this month, with many taking issue with their casting. Some were baffled by the decision to cast a Latina to portray the famous fair-skinned character. Why? Nobody's surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that. Nobody's surprised by that at all. Others took issue with casting a Jew during the current war, with pro-Palestinian viewers claiming that her inclusion calls for a boycott, while conversely, pro-Israel viewers claimed it was offensive to cast her in an evil role. I mean, the whole thing is just amazing. Now you have this war, the two going back and forth. You have Rachel Zegler saying, "And always remember, free Palestine." Okay. Then, Gal Gadot did not publicly respond to Zegler's comments. She did raise eyebrows with a post of her own after the trailer was released, posting about love driving out hate. So she used a Martin Luther King quote to counter, obviously, Rachel Zegler. We're pretty sure the Snow White press tour is going to get even more awkward than in quote ends with us drama. considering the tweet that whoever runs Gal Gadot's account retweeted and then quickly unretweeted. It said, find your campaign on the head of your co-star who actually lived through a war just so you look cooler with the kids is really pathetic. Oops. So now, whoever runs Gal Gadot's account, maybe it was Gal Gadot herself calling out, like, hey, trying to campaign on the head of your co-star who actually lives through war. So Gal Gadot saying, like, I've actually been there. And you're just some stupid kid who doesn't know anything about it. So I wonder why she quickly unretweeted that. Of course, as well as being labeled a fake feminist, critics accused her of gaslighting, while a marketing consultant warned that Disney would need to be careful of how they portrayed Snow White. Yeah, I mean, I think this movie is going to be an unmitigated disaster. Other than Zegler's contentious statements, the Seven Dwarfs also caused their own backlash. Again, I don't think that's going to cause any problems. Maybe the dwarf community will boycott this film for their own reasons. But I mean, just think about the number of people that are not interested in this film because Disney wanted to make a political statement. One, anybody who remembered that Snow White's skin is as white as snow, which is most people, saying, I'm not interested in giving you my money. That's me, and that's many people. That's the largest group of people. Then you have Rachel Zegler actually making people, pissing people off, fans of the original, hardcore Disney fans, by disparaging the original film. Then you have all the people that hate Israel right now, hating on Gal Gadot, they don't want to see the film, and all the pro-Israel people who hate the pro-Palestine people, they're boycotting it. Oh, and the dwarves too. So that's 5 different groups of people that are protesting it. They had crisis meetings about this. I mean, this movie is going to be a disaster. An absolute unmitigated disaster. There's nothing they can do to reverse the damage that's been done by Rachel Zegler. She is a brand destroyer, and I hope that people learn their lesson. They probably won't. I don't think she's ever going to get hired in another Disney movie. I have a suspicion that Disney's getting a little tired of all these people, hiring all these woke idiots who then torpedo their movies. Don't think any statements were made by Ryan Reynolds or any statements were made by Hugh Jackman before Deadpool and Wolverine made $1.2 billion. Just a thought, maybe just shut up and make your money. But what do I know? I'm not some Nepo baby who grew up a millionaire, now makes many millions more. What a disaster.
Thousands of women and children, including Zadie's. Various Kamala in 2016 objecting to return to radical Islamic terrorism. But that won't stop the enthusiasm from the useful idiots of the left. At least this next one is a happy camper, this never Trumper. It's lots of guns. So many of them are miserable. This one at least looks happy. So this brilliant Donald Trump said,
the cool but not so cool thing about Canada right now is it doesn't matter if you're black, if you're brown, if you're white, if you're from Canada, if you're not from Canada, if you're rich, if you're poor. Everybody can agree on this one singular point. Canada is absolutely fucked, and I hate to laugh when I say that, but if I don't laugh, then I might cry myself to sleep looking at my bank account and looking at opportunities that just aren't going to be there for myself
let alone my kids. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, if you want to put your like, smash like button, and subscribe if you haven't already. It does really help grow the channel. Just a reminder that I like to know some other channels, but this is indeed a separate one. It's an extra channel, and I really appreciate it if you guys help this one grow the way you have helped the other ones. And without further ado, let's just get into it. But before we get into the news aspect, I do want to encourage everybody to find ways to help offset the cost of home heating. In Canada, it's kind of taxed extremely expensive, and if you can't afford to tell by the chilling that I have on my face, it's because I have found a way to segue that into merch. That's right. If you want to help yourself offset the cost of home heating, then just link down below in the description and leave a comment below to get yourself a freedom. You get stickers, you get goodies, you get everything you possibly need, but also these stickers. So not only does it help offset the cost of home heating in Canada, but you can look fashionable while doing so. And now let's get into the news. So take a look at a CBC video that we just came out discussing the state of Canada right now. And before we look at the video, I just want to show a couple of analytical points here. So this is, I have this like attachment thing on my browser. I don't know how it got set up, if I'm being totally honest, but I can still see the distance. And so right now, as it's recorded this, 1 day ago, which was CBC, had 3.8 thousand likes, only 112 dislikes, which is unusual for CBC. Normally, when you look at CBC videos, you have something like this. Posted 7 days ago, 879 likes, 2,000 dislikes. And that's when they were discussing Trump and Elon Musk interview on X4 and technical issues. He also has to be here from 8 days ago, 1.8 or 1.6 thousand likes, 2,000 dislikes, and then this one here, this is where I can see all I talked about other circles or which I can sing. 200 likes, almost 450 dislikes. Okay. So why does this video have a like to dislike ratio, which right on the chain ranks like mine, because likes and less than 1%. This doesn't turn in normal, and I see those readers who post videos when I make a point that they're slide too quickly and a little bit misleading, which is my intention. I can see that like ratio come down, and that means that more people are going, hey man, you can see what I clicked on, and I see that on my end. You can see that if you have this attachment browser. But CBC is one of Canada's biggest organizations here in Canada. People hate CBC so much to the point that the opposition Canada's next president, Mr. Boyer, has come out and said, as one of his main talking points, we're going to defund the CBC. That's like insane to see that no more government subsidies, which is something that a lot of communities obviously agree with. So while I have this video that we just posted, are you actually getting a normal like to dislike ratio? Because this is talking about the housing crisis. The CBC has we are in the housing crisis. So why are there certain grants on the press? Just take a look at the breakdown and comment along the way.
Take a look at this housing development in Kitchener, Ontario. The plan was built for condo towns, in Nevada, more than 500 residential units to an area where housing is pretty tight. Things look good. The project got cited in 2020, and the first tower was supposed to be ready by 2024, but that didn't happen. Instead, only one of the 4 towers was started, and it wasn't finished. This project is one of more than 200 housing developments that went insolvent just in the last year alone. That rate of insolvency is nearly 50% higher than the 10-year average. And many of these developments are big buildings that could have housed hundreds, often even thousands of people.
Real estate is the #1 class of margin for last year.
And the experts we spoke to say this is only going to get worse at a time when there is a need for more housing.
There's 2 completely opposite thoughts.
public is told endlessly as a spiral, like endlessly. It's just infinitely repeated, and then the public now has to say that, oh yeah, Bill, you're lying. So what's going on? Well, let me start by showing you how these projects are supposed to work, and then I'll show you where it all goes wrong. So normally, a developer buys some land, develops plans, and gets all the right approvals from the city. Then, before a single shovel hits the ground, they're starting to sell trees.
So that process right there is the first step. Before you can do this, because they have to check these permits. So when you share your apologize, say, this is what he's talking about. This permit right here, if I'm not mistaken, these permits have increased costs, which is insane. Also, the time which it takes for permits to get approved has increased dramatically. Now, in the past, I'm not a developer, so I don't exactly know how long you have to wait for an approval or a denial until, but from my understanding, it's gone from, let's just say, a few weeks or a few months to several months. So if in the past it used to be 2 weeks waiting for the approval, now it's likely somewhere in the range of 4 or more months, which is insane. So all of the employees that are having to be for this stuff, once you hit certain milestones and you need to get approval for different permits along the way of developing, that's where a lot of people are going.
Then, before a single shovel hits the ground, they're starting to sell trees. Generally, 20% of the price up front, the rest once the building's finished. And they're trying to sell most of these units, at least 70%. Otherwise, banks won't lend them the millions of dollars they need to actually build the building. You know, crossing this threshold is a critical phase of the project because at this point, the developers indicate hoping construction goes according to plan. Fast forward a couple of years, everything's done. The developer closes on all the sales, collects all the money, buyers still owe them, people start moving in, and the bank gets paid back with the profits. Everyone walks away happy. But in the last few years, developers have been hit with a perfect storm of trouble. Lucrative projects going into the red, often only covering their costs. Trouble number one, the pandemic. The pandemic has pushed prices beyond what anybody expected. An unprecedented surge in demand has sent prices soaring. Demand is here, supply is here, so price just goes
money. And government didn't have enough money, so prices went up quite a lot, particularly in the development industry.
Between 20, there's also the borrowing power. So when interest rates were historically always flat, but once upon a time they actually were. But that is ironic because they were at historic lows only for a short amount of time after that statement, which is now viral and will be remembered for a very long time, if not ever, that Justin Trudeau said at a press conference to the reporter that historic lows go to all-time lows, right? So that's where we find ourselves in a lot of trouble. Is we used to get an interest rate for 0.5%, 1%, very, very low. And then everything happened. And that just made everything worse. Where interest rates became 5, 6, 7% depending on getting a line of credit. I'm talking about Bank of Canada, I think it peaked around 6.5%, which is insane. Or high 5s%, which is absolutely insane, which means that the renewal for anyone who got mortgages, 5-year mortgages, who had to borrow and took out those massive loans from the government, from banks, we now have to repay it at a much higher interest rate, which is where we find ourselves today, right, the 5-year mark, 2019 to 2024, where we were at very, very low interest rates. Now, for a lot of people that are coming up for renewals, they're fucked.
2020 and 2023, it became more expensive than ever to build in Canada, according to RBC economists. Industry costs up more than 50%.
across the country. Just the price on key materials. Concrete up 55%. Structural steel up 53%.
Every part of the system was stretched thin to try and maximize the capacity of building housing because the demand was enormous. And so once those prices get up there, and it trickles all the way down through.
The cost of labor jumped too, because there just weren't enough workers to meet demand. Competing for those workers meant paying a premium. Wages went up almost 10%, nearly double the pace of other industries, if you could find the right tradespeople at all. According to the Ontario government, at one point in 2022, there were more than 28,000 construction jobs that went unfilled. That was about a 33% jump over the previous year. And when you don't have workers, you have delays.
Developers who started on before COVID were not finished before COVID. And it didn't matter how much they were finished. Like if it was only 10%, it's still a big problem. But they're getting a lot of delays and they're getting a lot of cost.
The developers weren't just getting hit with high material labor costs. Fees and taxes developers have to pay the government also went up. In 2019, development fees on apartments of 2 bedrooms or more were about $45,000 for each in a development. Fast forward to 2024, the fees on the same 2-bedroom apartment units are about $69,000 each.
And of course, governments think, in this case, the municipal government, says that, okay, we're going to increase the cost for developers and we're going to make sure that, prices don't increase on the consumer. But as we know, that doesn't work ever. If you increase the price of the production, the consumer pays that price. I don't know why the government thinks otherwise. They've done the exact same thing with the carbon tax. It increases tax on everything, and so to cover their costs, their margins of profit, you have everybody who's affected. All distribution, every business that's affected by this increased cost that's implemented by either a federal government, municipal, or provincial, they just increase their prices and increase their profit margins. So we, the consumers, pay that tax, or in this case, those development fees. It's stupid. However, by these government officials, and it's only causing detrimental, almost irreversible harm damage.
That's a 51% increase in 5 years, and that's on each unit. In a really big building of 500 units, where, let's say, half are 1 bedroom, the other half are 2 bedrooms, that's an increase of nearly $10 million.
Before I even really put a shovel and just get my permit, I immediately had $30 million in cost that I'm now have to pay interest on.
Yes, interest. Something every homeowner dreads talking about. Except, forget your puny $500,000 mortgage. It's what 6 or 7% interest on $30 million or more adds up.
A significant cost to the developer is the interest it pays on its loan, and of course, as this goes on, their loan is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They've got no way to repay it, and the interest amount is going up like this.
And this is around where this perfect storm comes to a head, because after running into so many unexpected increasing costs, materials, labor, fees, taxes, interest, everything's at a break. When a project fails, people who've been waiting can be completely out of luck. The deposits can just evaporate. And sometimes, unless another developer swoops in to save the project, there's just not much the original developer can do to recover. Because maybe you're thinking, no problem, everything's gotten more expensive, that's inflation, so the individual units in the building should be more expensive to compensate, right? Well, but remember, the problem for our borderline broke developer is that they've already sold 70 to 80% of the building's units just to secure bank loans that paid for them in the first place. And those sales were at 2020 prices, which means most of the expected revenue is fixed, way below cost before construction even begins. So you've got maybe 20, 30% of your stock left. All you can do is jack those prices up to recover as much as you can.
Sometimes you see projects that are under construction with inventory, inventory is priced 30-40% higher than what they initially sold for, because they're using that inventory to make up for the cost that have cost through the construction or through that timeline.
But realistically, who's all that eager to buy a condo at a 40% markup on what every other unit in that building sold?
It's been crickets to me. I mean, I don't
And
really necessarily.
now we're seeing what a lot of people speculated would happen maybe years ago, where it's on time for some of these condos have come to fruition. It's their completion. And so people have already bought it in full, but because the market is so uncertain right now, people are selling them at a loss. And this isn't just happening with new developments, it's just happening with condos specifically in major cities, but even more specifically in Toronto, where, townhouses, condos, they're selling at a loss from what they were purchased at last year, 2-3 years ago, because people are just saying, hey, well, I need to get rid of this. I feel like something crazy is about to happen, which is a valid feeling. You've got America on the brink of starting or engaging in World War III. You have interest rates are coming down at such rapid rates that it's so alarming. You have America about to bunny hop their way down. Instead of coming down 25 basis points from the Fed's announcement, people are suspecting that they're going to come down 50 basis points. Like, it's just crazy what's going on. So I don't really blame anybody for panicking, but at the same time, it's our government that has played a major role in where we are today with this. The government is the one that has said, look, go out and borrow as much money as you possibly can. For crying out loud, Justin Trudeau has said, if you have any renovations you need in your house, put it on your credit card. If you have anything you've ever wanted to buy, put it on your credit card and spend. It's going to encourage Canadians to go and put themselves into debt, which also, ironically, today, 2024, we are at the peak amount of debt per person in Canada that we have ever been. We are at historic highs for how much debt every single person carries on average here in Canada. Is there any correlation between that and the massive government mismanagement, but also the times where the leader of the country has looked on camera directly into people's eyes and said, hey, you, go spend money. Go put it on your credit card. It's good for the economy. I wonder, is there any correlation, or is it just another ironic thing that has happened?
Really have any clients who are reaching out looking for new construction. Because the average price is quite a bit higher than the average resale condo.
According to Urban Nation, that's a real estate consulting firm, in the first half of this year, new condo sales in the Greater Toronto Area were down 57% from the year before, and 72% below the 10-year average, which makes selling any available inventory at that higher price very, very difficult.
Because this is what many people don't understand is there is an ultimate point where people won't pay the rent.
And that fact affects developers at all stages of a build, because even if we rewind back to the earliest phases of development when they're still in pre-sale mode, maybe the right thing to do is just price in all of your unexpected worst-case scenario costs into the original sale price, right? Well, again, who's buying at that price with interest rates being what they are?
They did it a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, but not today.
It makes sense that a lot of developers are now having a tough time selling these units and now just pulling out of projects altogether because they can't sell them.
So the next time you hear the solution to the housing crisis is simply to build more supply, that may be true, but it's not so simple.
And I hate those types of cliffhangers because it is going to play a extremely key role in fixing this housing crisis. And it's literally comes down to supply and demand. When you walk around an airport or the amusement park and you're looking for water, you can't bring water or drinks or food into the amusement park. So they have a monopoly, and there's a very limited supply and obviously a high demand. If you're going there and spending time in a blocked off area, a private event, you've already committed to spending a certain amount of time there. So you need to have food, you need to stay hydrated. So they get to jack up prices, and we consumers say, "Bah, I'm angry about how expensive things are here. Here's my credit card. I'll pay it because I have no other option." And that exact same principle is applying to housing here in Canada. So if we get rid of the very limited supply and we start ramping up housing construction in a way that we have never ever seen before, mass produce them houses ASAP, then we might be able to solve this a little bit, but also there's going to be a government management factor here. How is the government affecting interest rates? How are they affecting immigration? How are they affecting the job sector? So there's many things to take into consideration to fix this housing crisis. But I am under the belief that the Liberals, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, they don't have the know-how. They don't have the responsibility. They don't have, well, currently they do have the responsibility, but they don't have the patriotism and the nationalist mentality to be able to actually fix this properly. Pierre Poilievre seems to be, conservatives seem to be positioned to solve it, or at least attempt to solve it and make life a bit better for everybody here in Canada. And it's like many communities ready for the management change. So I'd love to know this down below in the comments about any of the talking points that were brought up, whether they were mine or that's what we're going to end this video. On your way out, I'd like to encourage you guys to smash that like button and subscribe if you guys want to work this. Bye for now.
Joining me now is author of international bestsellers, including The War on the West and The Strength and Death of Europe, one of the finest thinkers of his generation, Douglas Murray. And Douglas, you are right now.
this Physiophysians, right?
Suffocated if that's what the mother of the family desired, and then a discussion would ensue between the physician and the mother. So I think this is really blown out of proportion.
I'll give you things that were not blown out of proportion. What you just said right there. So I was looking at the back to the back and see if the room showed any visible signs of opening. So it happened. They said it. California tried to pass, or I believe did they pass that law? About no investigation into definitely wrong delivery. It is what it is, right? What it is, and it is what they say it's not. So there's that. Okay. Alright, so what's her face? Michelle getting up there. I'm just like two people in my parents for regular assault here. They were suspicious of people who put more than they needed. Now, gimme, I got to get me another home on Martha's Vineyard, $400,000 for a studio. That's not all we're... Let's see what's going on here. So I'm editing yesterday's vlog, and everybody knows that you see Joe Biden doing that, yelling, "How dare you!" Yeah, and it gets that, like, see the war. No, I'm not. Screen got to make me look even worse than I do right now. When you scroll through videos and you see things without the audio on, you get a much different, not a visceral reaction, you get a much different interpretation than when you actually hear it with audio on. And I remember seeing it like the first time Joe Biden, that crazy speech that he gave, where he looks like an absolute possessed monster. And it's, oh God. And so I was watching Joe Biden the other night as my wife was asleep and I'm watching the UFC. Turn the volume on. Joe Biden looks like he's fast. And I look at it and I think about it like, he's overly German, and that's more what the brain is connected to. Just the stereotype of what picture villains, or in your mind, you imagine villains as screaming. They always have a German accent. There's some languages that are better for tyrants to scream. German is good. That's what you think they would sound like. Japanese is also pretty good. If you want to picture a tyrant to scream, French is not the best one. Italian is not the best one. I'm sure Swedish gets pretty bad with it. But Italian just sounds like a language. While German is a harsher language to sound. I'm watching Joe Biden, overlay German in this, and it's going to be what it is. And then I decided to do it during the vlog yesterday. I'll play it without the audio. Good. The hand motion kind of looks like another text motion. But now let's play this with the audio. And I just showed it, right? It comes off this like Hitler was not the muscle. Oh, the dog! Nothing down I saw it. Nothing to get me down. I'm not crazy, right? It's stunning in terms of the similarities. This is really sad. I don't think I'm crazy. I mean, I know that I'm crazy. But I don't want to have this really conversation. I hope that's directed to you. I'm not, man. No, man is not a good language. There was a good fan of comic I looked at Mandarin, and it's fantastic. But, you never see from anger. And you know the funny thing is, not the same as Brian Ryan. You're big people that campaign that propaganda campaign too. Trump, you never see Trump smile. Weird. You never see Trump petting a dog. Weird. You never see Trump laugh.
first of all, it's not to install that propaganda campaign. 2 weeks ago. Like, they're still doing it with Kamala Harris' dog. But 2 weeks ago, John Cleese was part of it. I'm going to see him smile. I'm going to see him laugh. Weird. First of all, I see him laugh all the time. I just played the video of him on Theo Bot. By the way, Theo Bot. I want to be off Theo. I want Theo to come up with a podcast. He was just off Theo Bot. Trump laughs and smiles and makes jokes all the time. So it's just a pure projection of left. The iron law of vote protection. You see Trump laugh all the time. The one making the accusation, or the one that takes himself agency. The one Trump of being a fascist, whatever it is, we know the fact that it's right now. But have you ever seen Trump angry? I mean, it's a serious question. Because if I have ever seen a video of Trump fists clenched, grinning and yelling, I've forgotten it because I don't remember ever having seen it. But the party Trump has never laughed is wrong and stupid. He's the one who we love Joe, even when he's clenching his fists, screaming, looking and sounding a lot like this. Viva, in 2024, why is abortion still being talked about? With great Bob in the morning after. No, I hate that abortion is legal. Well, at the end, some people are going to say the morning after pill is still a point. I guess it could prevent embryo from attaching to the blackhead. But I don't have one. I try to look at it with that morning after pill is the problem. With rape, just as on its own, you can understand it's not something that everybody can report in the first few days whenever the morning after pill is required, and there could be a number of other reasons for which it takes some time to come up. The flip side of this is, if rape is one of the exceptions beyond a window, if you're going to have a lot of people later on beyond any window, wide acceptable, not universally acceptable, it would be a useless excuse to a slew of other problems. But the question is, why is abortion? Well, why is abortion like all of a sudden protected? A more iron law of wood protection. The party being Republicans are being infatuated with generous and men. And why are the Republicans so?
You guys got fucking Joe Biden.
Nobody is. But the party making that accusation literally talks about gender, sex all day freaking long. And so when you talk about something all day long and somebody else reacts to you talking about it all day long, you don't get to then demonize them. The reaction you don't shut up about QI plus class. You don't shut up about it. And when I tell you to shut up about it, you tell yourself talking about it. It's the narcissistic fellow. Denying the fact that we're victims of it. That's to do it. Then you're the victim. And when you respond to their victimizing your brain with a constant propaganda, they just say, why are you talking about it? This is what's me. It's not abortion ban to the PNC. And now you think that when people object to that, they're the ones putting that on board. So, that. I like it. Maybe I'll put that on third. So, now, you're right. I got distracted. Now, getting back to some of the highlights. Can someone tell me if this is really Matt Walsh? Hold on. Where is it? I don't know. Is this actually Matt Walsh? It looks like almost John was right. It kind of looks like Matt Walsh. It kind of looks like Dave. But I don't think Matt Walsh can actually admit the more they see her, the more they're going to like her. Okay. They're telling you what to think. They're telling you not to believe your lying eyes. The more you get them all up, the more you're going to like them. And if you don't, intelligence got 6 ways from Sunday. That was apparently Matt Walsh.
worked with all kinds of people, and she was effective in getting things done.
Oh, she was effective in getting things done. Oh, she worked with all kinds of people.
One of the things she pushed, which we succeeded in, was $35 insulin for senior citizens. Now we're going to get it for everybody.
What's your thought that Trump takes credit of?
Trump takes credit for so many things he doesn't do. And
Give you one example. Give you one example. You line practice.
It's the blame for a lot of things he does do.
Example. You line practice. Give me one. Generality. They always speak in generality.
He's lost his bearings, as we can see day by day. If the more they see,
by the way, by loading structure. Loading structure. I won't get into. I know people are going to say, hey, Devon, noticing a pattern of the people you load. I load Daniel Gold. I load Adam Schiff. I load Chuck Schumer. I load J.D. Rath. And I know people that do. Then I select the people that I load to go. And Pelosi, Justin Trudeau, Christian Freeland. But it doesn't help that a great many of these detestable villains that they fit what other people would try to get out. Doesn't help. Doesn't help any. Doesn't help me. Let me bring up so by the way, who's that wall? That was my question. Sorry, for not to stay with the unlimited number of birth control options, why is it still in office? Sorry to be distracted there. No, don't be distracted. Thank you for being part of the discussion. You made the decision when you engaged in behavior. Incest, life of the mother, birth defects. I mean, I know that there are people who even someone who engaged in sex voluntarily, even for the purpose of procreation, to then say, well, there are circumstances. But the bottom line, why is everybody talking about it? The Supreme Court has ruled on it. The law of the land now is gone. It's kicked back to the states. You want to live in a super abortion state until the day that somebody says, yeah, the law of land now is what makes you go into the state, and you want to live in a rat state with no investigations for death, so Well, $20. Thank you very much. Viva, who created natural law? Who creates natural law? Conception is a natural law, and we are determining when life starts. We are not the creators. Okay, but then the flip side is also that the rather than the sex with aphasia, I think it's just, I understand the argument, and I get it. It's compelling. There's a compelling argument, and then there's a reality that might not be the divine ideal yet. So some would say God gave us free will. God empowered us with decision making and the power to do that which some might consider to be a godly sin. And the bottom line is this is also a theological discussion that will never be resolved. On the far ends of life is life at conception and life is at the state or whatever, there'll never be an agreement. There'll be a broad consensus somewhere in the middle, which is gravity. And that's okay. We're going to end this on YouTube, and we're going to go on over to one, right? So hold on. They're going to be one. Come over there. Come on. There's another part, I got posted to 15 days, SteveMarkLaw.com. For those who are thinking, for those who are on YouTube, come on over either Rumble, the link is in the and before you go on YouTube, hit that thumbs up and make sure to subscribe. Okay, let's go over and carry over the rest of this. Rumble, let's see. Over now. Voting about eyeballs.
Background play on the YouTube again. You can play official tracks and live recordings in the background. While you are waiting for our next fortnight. And YouTube Music Break. Drywall 1-3.
Okay, growing with sugar content. Look at some of the labels. Sugar bean apple. Now, that ought to tell you what's in there. How about
Here in 2021. Thank you.
We had yet another absolutely classic, epic, savage Trump moment yesterday when some stupid reporter thought that she would get her 30 seconds of internet fame by asking him a gotcha question. Well, leave a like on the video right now to celebrate the fact that this reporter will in fact get her moment of internet fame. Unfortunately for her, it didn't go just as she thought it. Realizing Harris continues to very
Kamala Harris. Amalek.
the market.
Amalek.
Markets where people bet on who's going to be president. I don't think that they're a direct indicator, but again, just like looking at Rasmussen, real estate politics average, the RCP average, aggregate, then the polls, they're just direction. And since Kamala Harris opened her mouth, she has lost like 7 just a lot of vibe and momentum. This on top of news late Monday that not only did RFK offer to drop out of the race and endorse Donald Trump responded to that fact and said that he would love to have him. Now, I don't know. I am not a political expert. I'm learning every day just like all of you. I don't know how many votes that really means. In the grand scheme of things, maybe it tightens up 1%, 0.5% of the vote. There are almost certainly people that were going to vote for RFK as a third-party default candidate that are not going to enthusiastically cast a vote for Donald Trump. So I don't think there's a 1-to-1 crossover. I don't think there's a 1 in 5 crossover. I think it's 10 and 15 crossover. If he had 1 million votes, that means maybe he gets Trump 100,000. But that might be enough to win one particular state. You know, it might be one particular state. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not an expert. All of these things are direction. And while Kamala simply just talking about the vibe and energy and joy,
Harris.
Absolutely destroying a reporter, absolutely destroying.
It's a Kamala's Harris.
By the way, Kamala got busted inside the Democratic Party. Plan to buy 5
1,000
It's showing me. Look, these people are psychopaths.
the DNC and trying to make Kamala look cool. The Democratic Party invited 200 social media influencers to the National Convention in Chicago. This week, those attendees got to pose for selfies with bigwigs, such as Barack Obama, enjoy cocktail receptions with the likes of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and some will even speak on the main stage. It's the latest sign that social media has become a key battleground to win crucial votes at November presidential election. Counterpoint, social media is not and just because somebody says vote for Kamala Harris, and
Kamala Harris is. That's just how it's. See, Kamala's is Harris. If Kamala's is Harris.
2012, 13, 14, 15,
Boo,
16.
boo, sure does.
It was only going to be ever be Hillary Clinton. It was her time. Donald Trump had no chance. The vibe, the energy, with Steve Hillary, she put hot sauce on her first. He was the real deal. And that's it. The Democrats have lost plenty of election with full throated support. They don't actually do much to get people motivated to vote. Trump was on Theo Vaughn. People screeched about it. I think that's a great opportunity given that Theo Vaughn's audience is probably more so apolitical. They're certainly not, like if Trump were to come on my show where there would be a more sympathetic audience. So he's got more votes to gain there. I think that gains a lot more, that has a lot more weight to it than paying idiot loser, influencers to take selfies. Then, of course, it's bared out that way. Trump now sitting at 50.4 cents per share of the Holly market, while Kamala Harris has dropped all the way down to 48.2, representing about a 2.2 point spread. And this was a plus 4 Kamala spread just a few days ago. So Kamala Harris opened her mouth and lost 6 points in the betting market, which I'm sure is ahead of the actual polling market. And they never actually get to any real polling data because Trump voters don't pick up the phones when polls fall. They lie about who they're voting for when they ask. They're not forthcoming. Trump has always overperformed polling numbers. And the same thing is true for the betting market. It's directional. But in interactions like what happened with this idiot reporter today, this is what gets Trump votes. Here you can have, of course, Trump just destroying this reporter for asking a dumb question about why he's visiting a town that's quote-unquote linked to white supremacists. You can't visit any cities that might have anything that's ever bad that's ever happened. And here is how it went for this brand. Now, I'll play it once, and then I'll let you know what was said, because it's kind of hard to tell. Now, let me tell you what the question is. Quote, Kamala's campaign attacked the state white supremacy. Here's Trump's response.
Who was here in 2021? Thank you.
I mean, the guy is as sharp as ever. Now, maybe that reporter was actually on his side, and she was setting him up for a 360 dunk alley-oop. But, I mean, look at all the comments behind him laughing and clapping their hands, too. I mean, absolute
destruction. It's in this article. It's on the it's on the front page of Daily Mail. Trump shuts down reporter with very simple acts of harassment like visiting a town with quote links to white supremacy. After Kamala said he was in the KKK capital of Michigan. Trump responded by asking the reporter which rival politician had been there in 2021. It was, of course, Joe Biden. The former president also said Harris was probably laughing inside at the way Biden said farewell at the Democratic National Convention Monday night. The Republican nominee made the remarks during the appearance focused on crime in Hall, Michigan. I mean, I think if you look at, Kamala, it stood for nobody last time, by the way. It seemed like a real crotch to me. The article continued. The crowd also laughed, booed, and called Hansi the Democrat for the question that even then at the event focused on crime. With cops standing behind him, Trump said, "When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder and slaughter and destruction of our American suburbs, cities, and towns. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. On day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country." They all said that Chicago was a war zone. Anybody can do don't get to Chicago and know that. The Harris campaign to the Trump's vision for the city of just 10,000 that stands with this small group of men. I don't think the towns you visit are really anywhere near as important anymore because everybody just goes online. Like if Trump comes to Wisconsin and it's within an hour drive of me, I definitely want to go. I would love to get some sort of press access to go. I would love to, I think my mom would want to go, and it would be a cool thing. But I also saw Trump at the RNC, I don't know. I hope Trump doesn't kind of forget Wisconsin, so to speak. But he's out there, tonight he's on, so the Theo Vaughn podcast just dropped at the time of this recording, by the way, which is 7 p.m. So the podcast has been live for an hour. It's also available on multiple platforms, so it's not only available on YouTube, but it's available on Spotify and other platforms too. It already has 100,000 plus views in the first hour. We know that the public view counter views online. There is 1.2 thousand dislikes. That's to be expected. If you look at when Theo Vaughn hosted Bernie Sanders, I suspect that it was more favorable. I don't know that for a fact. Let's see. They had 1.3 thousand dislikes and 54,000 likes. So, I suspect the Trump will have several thousand dislikes. Will also have a couple thousand likes. Trump, when he's talking, he's very likable. Kamala Harris is not. But when she talks, she loses 6 points in that market. Trump saying he considers RFK to join a role in the administration. Here is the interview.
Speaking about RFK, because it's months ago, his running mate said they're considering endorsing him. Have you considered him for a role in the administration, and what role would that be?
Well, I would love that because I've always liked him. But
Is he consider putting him in the administration?
you're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
I think he was really thinking there, like, I'm not going to say for sure, but of course, part of the deal. I actually do work. My Trump impression is perhaps the worst online. He probably did, but he literally, this communication, make no mistake, happened in public. This negotiation just happened in public. Trump said he would probably give him a position. I think he could do a lot of good in the FDA. I think he could do good.
I love what you know.
I don't like literally the other position. But, if he can get Trump another 1%, 1.5% national vote, I think that's great. I think that'll be good for him. I think ultimately we'll have to wait and see. I think that's partly why you saw the betting markets dip. Now, even while it reported this, Kamala's values up 48.7 to 48.1, while Trump has stayed steady. It seems like there's a lot of people selling the Kamala stock. Again, directional only. If we look at real clear polling, of course, that doesn't tell us much either. Most of the mainstream media keep saying that,
Kamala Harris is absolutely crushing everybody. Well, again, as I always say, polls are directional at best, and Kamala Harris currently leads by 1.5 points, but there's only really been 2 weeks of polling that's happened while she was the candidate, and the first week and a half of it was during the honeymoon period. So, all of that considered, with Kamala Harris up 1.5, just remember, again, this is directional, not factual, not, this is why you want her to win, you need to vote, you need people to vote, and you need to work hard on it. Liz was up 5.7 points. So Kamala's down 4.2 points over Hillary Clinton was, and Hillary Clinton lost. Trump had over 300 electoral college votes against Clinton. All of this is directional. Obviously, I want to see Trump gaining against Harris in the polls, and I want to see him widen the gap in the betting market, and I want to see him getting out people registered, vote early, vote, and get their friends and family registered register Republicans. That's what I want to see him do. But I'd say that he's in top form. He's in top form, and he's ready for the debate. Let's just finish with one more replay of this excellent exchange.
This year in 2021. Thank you, everybody.
I mean, people say they never see Trump laugh. There's a pretty good one. So, the Kamala momentum, the cap momentum is slowing. It's time for Trump to capitalize. He needs to go on more podcasts. He needs to go on more shows. He needs to campaign more. He needs to get more policy out there. More of everything. The time is now. There's just 70 some odd days to the election, so we'll see how it all shakes out. Let me know what you think. If you enjoyed the video, please always remember, leaving a like and following or subscribing to the channel are extremely, extremely helpful to me, and I greatly appreciate it.
Guy's over. Camelot. Camelot.
Well, I've got to tell you, this 2020.
Camelot.
About agriculture, what's happening to farmers, that it seems the top-down edict of disempowering farmers, often under the auspices of creating environmental benefits, but simultaneously billionaires are buying up farmland and laboratories are creating fake meats and patenting seeds. Is it possible that there's a kind of global endeavour to centralise all power, control all food and resources, and use technology to implement citizen management at a never-before-seen scale? Is it possible that migration, as well as corporate globalism, the idea that culture is dropped on you from above, that every high street, every main street looks the same, that all of the food you eat is saturated in sugar and seed oil and salt, so that you are placed on a conveyor belt of ill health that a pharmaceutical industry can benefit from? Is it right that migration is surging everywhere to create deliberate destabilization? Is it possible that the claim that accepting refugees and even illegal migration is undergirded by compassion, when it seems that the establishment lacks compassion so clearly elsewhere? What do we do when we possibly disagree with people when it comes to a subject like migration? Is it possible that we could have referenda? Is it possible that one community could say, well, we want to have illegal migration in our community, let's speed up the processes to facilitate it, where other communities might say, we don't want migration here. In short, is centralised power always centrally corrupted? Let's have a look at Douglas Murray and Jordan Peterson discussing the decline of the West, and in particular the demoralisation of population, which is the kind of subject that surely a consensus can be achieved even between polarised communities. The left and the right would have to surely agree that demoralisation, which is a kind of spiritual despair, is taking place everywhere. Let's have a look at it.
I said recently, before these riots happened, I said, you know, it would be, and I might have said this to you in private before, John, I said it would be madness to, if people from the Indian subcontinent made up 3% of your population, it would be madness to try to demoralise that population, or to try to find ways to just say that they were nothing and never had been anything, and it was sort of best if they just tried to sidle through their lives without harming anyone. Why would you do that to 3% of the population? Among other things, it's crude, it's cruel, it's unusual, and that 3% of the population is a significant amount of the population. You don't want to demoralise 3% of the population. Okay. Why would you do that to the majority? Who is so insane that they want to do this to majority populations? And the answer seems to be, well, we're finding out. We are finding out.
Well, we're finding out. I say Douglas Murray is intellectual Morrissey, and JP is academic Kermit. Been said before, but you know, it's pretty clear he started Kermit halfway, pretty eminently, to a quite good Jordan Peterson impression.
Well, okay, let's delve into that on the ideational front. I mean, I would say, who would want to do that? Well, my sense is that it's this metastasization of Marxism. It's the spirit that metastasized Marxism that's bringing this about, and consciously. And so you have the people that hold the center, the majority of people who approximate some implicit ideal, however poorly, and then you have people who are perhaps unable to do that, or who are unwilling to do it, or who are even opposed to it, and they occupy the margin, and there's many of them. There are a plethora. And the postmodernists, especially the modern queer theorists, let's say, want to bring that margin into the center by whatever means necessary. Now, I think there's a profound philosophical misunderstanding that accompanies that desire. Although if the underlying desire at the base is just the desire for chaos, which is certainly possible, then it's not a mistake, it's not a bug, it's a feature. But no, we tend to believe in the West that an idea has its opposite, and that progress might be obtained by watching the war of a thesis and its antithesis.
Okay, synthesis, that's sort of Eric Fromm's idea, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. But I think what we're actually experiencing is a kind of bewilderment and delirium. The power benefits, the powerful benefit from crises and confusion. Obviously, I've been thinking about this a great deal. I think about it all of the time. This is how I put it simply and obviously. If during a financial crisis, financial interests can benefit, do you think you will see less or more financial crisis? If in a health crisis, health industry or the medical industry or pharmaceutical industry, to be yet more specific benefit, do you think we're likely to see more health crises or the categorization of events as crises in order to expedite the process of profit? If war benefits the military-industrial complex, do you think we're going to see less or more war? Now, for those of us that sort of have, after long, hard journeys, cultivated something of a moral centre, it seems implausible that there would be interests that would sooner see children die and cities demolished than accept that there are more important things in life than profit and material possessions. But the fact is that the most consistent, powerful and significant donors to the Washington class or the City of London class or powerful elites that dominate and govern across the globe, either through the auspices and theatre of democracy, and Lord alone knows we saw a lot of it at the DNC there, are the beneficiaries of crisis. So you will see more and more crises. You will see more and more things that are exploitable. During the pandemic, do you not sometimes forget even the uneasy statistic that there was a wealth transfer of trillions of dollars in the favour of the already wealthy and powerful? Do you not think it's likely, therefore, that crises will further be implemented as citizen management and citizen control becomes more difficult, as immediate communication means you no longer have polarised political communities, but in fact almost heat maps of new alliances emerging, where, as David Smith said in his conversation with Tucker, because I wasn't watching it, said that what we have now are peripheral forces opposing establishment forces, an analysis I first became aware of in the writing of Martin Goering. So, yes, I believe there is a demoralising crisis at the heart of Western culture and potentially the heart of all culture, and that when there are crises, we're more likely in our personal lives to use to authority. Take, for example, a personal anecdote where you have faced medical crisis or legal crisis. Do you become more willing to subject yourself to authority in those conditions? I know that I do, and it takes special people indeed, and Lord alone knows that none of us are special in the ultimate tribunal unless it is through Him. So perhaps what we have to do is find a way to enliven the flame within us, to be willing to embrace real service, to be willing to look beyond the analysis and condemnation that passes for news coverage these days, to mince and forge our own heroes and our own movements, deploying this technology artfully, and being willing, most of all, when building this new kingdom, to overcome and avoid the hatred that they benefit from so strongly when we yield to it, when we hate among one another. But hey, that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments and the chat. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. Everyone's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic, and who doesn't love drama? What if you need to lose weight, you don't like injections? Doctors create a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results
are remarkable. The studied ingredients in lean are shown to lower blood sugar, that's good, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and craving, so you're not as hungry. Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. Doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition create lean for frustrated dieters with 10 pounds or more to lose. That could be me, I could lose 10 pounds. Get started with 15% off and free rush shipping. Add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. You know what that phrase does? And don't be like an idiot, just think you can guzzle lean and you're going to be okay. Add it to a healthy exercise plan in order to lose that hard, stubborn to ship 10 pounds, even though I believe that you're absolutely capable as you are. Just lose that 10 pounds because you wanted to. Visit TakeLean.com, enter Brad15 for your discount. That's promo code Brad15 at TakeLean.com. Thank you. Hey, thanks for what?
Election season has been freaking wild. First, the Democrats ignite a coup against Joe Biden, dethrone him as a 2024 presidential candidate, which I predicted well over a year ago that they would do. And then they install Miss Kamala Harris, another unfavored candidate for president, and they put her as the new 2024 presidential nominee without one single vote from Democrats. It's almost as if, by the way, this was their plan all along, because she never could have gotten voted in. And by the way, her and Tim Walz are both communists. Well, now, in a little twist to the election, yet another twist, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has come out and said, now, or his VP has come out and said that he's got two options, either to stay in the race or join forces with Donald J. Trump. Interesting. In fact, things are about to get crazy for the Democrats if that does happen in fact. Sources, not my sources, but sources according to Alex Jones, are stating that that could happen as early as Friday. I've got a lot to share with you, but just a quick break from my sponsor. What the protein shakes are doing to your body. Now, you've probably noticed that there are a lot of milk alternatives out there, many of which say they are plant-based, but beware, just because something says it's plant-based doesn't necessarily mean it's good for your body. Now, your body needs to feel healthier and look younger. And not just younger, but leaner. In fact, did you know that your body was made up of 20% protein? Which is obviously very crucial for building those muscles and bones in your body. Now, protein also keeps you full, boosts your metabolism, and even helps you burn calories. Now, the only way that you'll be able to enjoy these slimming benefits of protein is if you eat the type of protein that matches your personalized protein profile. That is why you guys have to check out Dr. Gundry's amazing simple quiz that helps you determine just that. In fact, all you have to do is go to www.g1.com/Haven. Just answer 6 simple questions to become a protein pro. Now, the quiz is very short, simple, and easy to use. Check it out at GiveMeRG1.com/Haven. Want more information? Click that more button or click the link in the description box below. All right, back to the broadcast. So before I dive into what RFK's VP Nicole Shanahan said, I want to show you something that happened just prior to that. Probably instigated some of this. But here it is, the Washington Post. Put this down. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. tried to meet Kamala Harris to discuss a cabinet job. Well, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., that is fake news. He never intended to meet with her. He never wanted to meet with her. He wasn't interested in having anything to do with Kamala Harris and her administration whatsoever. So the question therein lies, why did the mainstream media print BS? Well, A, they've printed BS over and over again. And nobody corrects them for it. They can do what they want. And 2, we We all know that they're working with the heads of the Democratic Party, and the communists, socialists, progressives, all one and the same. That's who they're working for, and that's why they did it. But the good news is, it seems that RFK has had enough of this. Take a listen to what this VP, Nicole Shanahan, had to say to Impact News on an interview.
You know, there's two options that we're looking at, and one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walt's presidency because we draw votes from Trump, we draw somehow more votes from Trump, or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump, and you know, we walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision.
So she says they've got two choices then, right? Number one, stay on the path that they're on, continue the race that they're in on this third party. However, if they do that, they risk handing over presidency to Kamala Harris and Timothy Walz, which obviously they're deathly afraid of that happening because, well, they put a second option in, right? Number two, join forces with Donald J. Trump and bring those votes back to the Trump ticket. And if I have any say in RFK, which I like some of his policies and some of his policies I don't. He's got great policies on a lot of stuff and not so good policies on other stuff. But RFK, if you're listening, or someone in his administration, I highly encourage you, check out and side with Donald J. Trump. In fact, the reason that they're doing this is going to concern you all the more. Take a look at this. This is on ZeroHedge.com, and she says this in the interview too, by the way, but RFK Jr. Mullen joining forces with Trump because they run the risk of enabling a Harris-Walz presidency. Shanahan is clearly disillusioned at the anti-democratic methods that the Democrat Party have pulled to stall RFK Jr.'s progress. And here's what she said in the interview. I'm just going to read this part. The PNC made it impossible for us to, well, they have banned us, they have shadow banned us, kept us off stages, manipulated polls, used lawfare against us, sued us in every possible state. They've even planted insiders in our campaign to disrupt it and to create actual legal issues for us. I mean, the extent to which the sabotage they've unleashed upon us is mind-blowing. I mean, we're still learning new ways that they have sabotaged us. I really wanted a fair shot at this election, and I believe in the America that I, as a little girl, pledged allegiance to. In other words, their entire campaign has been sabotaged by the Democrats. So has Donald J. Trump's campaign. He has been shadowed, he has been banned, he has been massively sued and fined. He's been treated like a criminal, convicted of crimes that no one in the world has ever been convicted of. Hell, he may be going to jail and prison sometime soon. Fake planning people inside of his campaign. All the same game. Strange, right? It's almost as if they had it in from the very get-go. And our side's not doing this, which is, you know, it's almost as if they're two sides of the same thing, right? And why do I say that? Because they are. Now, they're continuing to block JFK. This just came out on Gateway Pundit. RFK Jr. blocked from testifying at court hearing on Pennsylvania ballot eligibility. So he's already been blocked. Yeah. Now, here's what Robert F. Kennedy said after his interview, just so you have an idea. But maybe we can get where he's going, right? The Democrat Party positions itself as a party of liberty. Kamala Harris says the Americans should make personal decisions without the government telling them what to do. Tim Walz's golden rule is mind your own damn business. In view of the censorship, surveillance, the mandates, and the confederacy of fixers openly working to prevent me from getting on ballots, this is like the arsonist telling us he's a firefighter. I am willing to make America once again a liberty. And that is what Robert F. Kennedy posted there on his X page, right around the same time or right after that interview. I really hope that we can once again have liberty.
well. I really do. I really do. And now there are rumors. I can't confirm them at this point. And the rumors are he might actually join Donald Trump starting Friday. Take a look here. This is also on Gateway Pundit. RFK Jr. is set to drop out and endorse Trump this Friday. Sources reveal potential NIH or Attorney General aspirations. Popular conservative commentator Alex Jones took to the platform to announce RFK Jr. is expected to officially endorse Trump during a rally in LA this Friday. He hints that Kennedy, who has been a staunch advocate for medical freedom and transparency, may be eyeing a top position within the Trump administration, possibly handing to the National Institute of Health, or even taking on the title of Attorney General, an iconic role once held by his father. And here's what he states. I started reaching out to some of my contacts, and I was able to confirm about an hour ago that RFK Jr. is going to be endorsing Trump this Friday in Los Angeles. I was given other details, but I'm not going to give those out about how they're going to do it at this point. This is from inside the RFK. Thanks to a very trusted source. I also had sources very close to his campaign IF that had told me that he had been benefited by the FDA or health review NIH, or even the Attorney General slot that his father, Robert F. Kennedy, received. So, I'll let you guys kind of work that out on your own. I don't have solid information that that's going to happen on Friday. I don't know. This is coming from Alex Jones. Take it as you will. But I guess we'll have to wait until Friday and see if that actually plays out or not. That's why I've got a question mark title as well, but I do hope he does. And I did go over to send emails to Robert F. Kennedy and say, hey, I think your option number 2 is great. Any positions that he's vouching for, I'd be okay with. NIH, Attorney General, good. Because the truth of the matter is, Robert F. Kennedy has been on the forefront against censorship because he has experienced it firsthand. So I'd actually trust him in a lot of these positions. And you know what? I think they'd be one hell of a team to get him on ticket with Donald J. Trump like that. Anyhow, I love you guys. Thanks again for tuning in. I'm Lisa Haven, signing out.
Plus the benefits. The forfeit tells its name, the benefit draws makes it false.
That's the pattern I'm saying. 3 years ago, this team fell in Afghanistan, that disgrace, that awful mistake. That I think the one American history. Stephen Louis really just got so angry for what they were getting. They were the mistake. He was out of the end by John Louis. Now, 4 years without sending him to Afghanistan. He's never said his son's name. He's never said any of the birds' name. The chief service members' names. Seats so strong and is race. Not only will the standards of sacrifice so much time, politics, by ways that I think about every day. It's not being used for men comment and how and it's really idiotic asinine city how that comes. It's something that gets better completely. He is all the time in this position that I have a work that she knows it. She's proud of it. But I remember and now I protect the talent to not even acknowledge so much here. You're trying, but you don't hear any ownership of that model out of any of your speakers. This and so what's happening here? But here standing by my son, he was saying, what do you mean?
This was an outstanding success. Putting that figure was quite revised. Months later, we have repeated, and we still don't know even how many of those over 150,000. Maybe that we're still fighting it out with the woman. Out there, down, White House, getting out of their hostage, right in Afghanistan, at the same time, fighting in Paris for billions of dollars in aid. These people know that snap them up, they start with how to deal with terrorist communication. How to get an organization of billions of dollars aid by taking on the citizens. Awesome. I was really going to ask them. That would be my saying that's fair within their analysis. So I think the other thing that is happening right now as we see in Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah! What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Fringe. Well, it's no surprise, especially in politics. Politicians are breaking rules. I don't know what world we're living in, but does this sound familiar to you guys? Something that's completely out of left field? I mean, I never thought in a million years politicians would break the rules, but here we are, especially in Alberta. And this woke, failed mess, Mahi Menchie, or as I call it, Menchie, who's running for the premier seat in the next provincial election. Well, he's been busted, causing some problems. And of course, it doesn't surprise me. Again, this guy, if you don't know about Mahi Menchie, if you're watching from somewhere outside the country or at the other end of the country, Menchie was a woke, failed mess in Calgary. He was the mayor of Calgary for quite some time, and in fact, in his tenure during the pandemic, he actually said that anybody protesting mandates or lockdowns were, quote, white nationalists who did not deserve to eat. This is the premise of a man who came out essentially to make change and bring in the energy to Calgary. We left Calgary in a complete ruined mess to the tune of putting in bike lanes rather than putting through inspections on water main pipes that, of course, have now broken, to which our city has dropped the ball in terms of their response and have now resulted in mandates. Menchie also having connections to the World Economic Forum, and again, I'll remind everybody, as far back as 2011, and now he's been caught kind of sandbagging his way into the leadership race. As this article comes up in the Edmonton Journal that the NDP has broke election finance rules during the leadership race as elected Alberta. The Alberta New Democrat Party broke election finance rules during its leadership campaign earlier this year, according to Elections Alberta investigation, prompted by a complaint from the governing United Conservative Party. So again, Danielle Smith, people coming up saying, man, something doesn't smell right here, probably take a look. In February, the UCP wrote to Elections Alberta alleging the NDP were breaching Section 25, Subsection 1 of the Election Finances Contributions Disclosure Act, which states an annual membership fee is not to be considered a contribution. In the complaint, the UCP alleged the NDP's membership forms illegally equated party membership fees with contributions. It also claimed that part of the NDP constitution that stated any donation to the party over $10 is deemed a valid membership renewal broke election rules. So again, the NDP do this to prop up their spending during their leadership races by essentially giving out free memberships. It's kind of like one of those deals where somebody says, I can't sell you this item, or I'll sell you this car legally for $1 rather than give it to you for free. That's essentially what the NDP is doing. They're giving out memberships and saying that your $10 fee to get your party membership is actually a donation to the party. Based on the facts and circumstances of this case, I am of the view, that the NDP was not in compliance
Paula Hale wrote, who is the election commissioner, specifically in circumstances where memberships will be renewed as a result of a in a subsequent year. Hale's letter added the NDP entered into a compliance agreement with Elections Alberta regarding its membership process to ensure continued compliance with the legislation. Compliance agreements are set out in both the EFCDA and Election Act, and typically contain terms and conditions that must be met to ensure those pieces of legislation are followed in the future. Breaking the compliance agreement, now this is where we get into it, can result in a fine of up to $5,000. So a guy like Naheed Nenshi, who has a lot of support within the Muslim community, this guy, of course, pumped up his accounts because he's popular with that group, with that demographic. $5,000 is a drop in the bucket. I think that if you're caught breaking rules, you should be told to stand down. Your leadership is invalid. They should do another race, legitimately. Elections Alberta did not comment on investigations, but lists details of the July 31st compliance agreement on its website. Those include using a membership form that does not use the word donation and having contribution and membership fees treated distinctly. When an Alberta NDP member makes a contribution in the subsequent membership year, the party will not automatically renew the person's membership of REG, noting the NDP has taken corrective action. If the party membership is being continued, the contribution fee should not include the membership fee. So again, they're taking $10 donations but giving out memberships for no price, for no cost. In a statement, the UCP accused the NDP of misleading donors who were involuntarily signed up as party members. They've been inflating both their membership and donation numbers, making it impossible to trust any of their claims about actual figures. The NDP's leadership race ran from February to June, and it resulted in an overwhelming victory for former Calgary Mayor Naheed Nenshi, with more than 86% of the vote, which the party claimed at the time represented the highest number of votes received as a party leader in Canadian history. Well, again, you're giving out memberships on donations, so of course you're getting 86% of the vote. You're fixing, it's rigged. Did you ever remember Donald Trump? It's rigged. It's all rigged. It is rigged. This is rigged. In February, the NDP dismissed the UCP's allegation as clearly spurious complaint. In a statement on Wednesday, NDP Provincial Secretary Mary Spillici said that the party appreciated the clarity on how the EFCDA is to be interpreted. So yeah, thanks for slapping us on the wrist. We appreciate you pointing out this fact, but we still did it. This is the one thing I hate about government, is that they are allowed to break rules with no consequence. They sit there and chuckle. They flaunt it in front of you and say, "Hey, we're gonna break every law, every rule. We'll pay our silly little $5,000 fine. We'll keep all that money. We'll keep all those fake numbers." Fully cooperated with the commissioner's investigation and did accept the compliance agreement completely. The commissioner was impressed upon the party that the unambiguous language to distinguish contributions from membership payments is imperative, but we accept that the record without reservation compliance agreement is in effect 31st, 2025. So again, slap on the wrist for Naheed Nenshi, $5,000 fine, while again misleading people, pumping up their bank accounts. I'm curious what you guys think about this. I mean, this is a guy who right now, after Danielle Smith's first remarks into how she believes Alberta should grow, have sparred a lot of people to turn. And essentially, put Naheed Nenshi in the driver's seat to take the province in the next provincial election, or at least have a fighting chance at this point. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, this man is more corrupt than Justin Trudeau, it seems, on best days. So where we go from here is anybody's guess. But let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Do you agree with me that people should be dismissed from their leadership position and be forced to run a proper election or a proper leadership race when these kind of occurrences happen? Or do you believe that $5,000 is a fair penalty in order for them to continue moving forward with everybody's donation money? Give me your comments down below. If you like the video, make sure to give it a thumbs up. It helps push it out and help it. This is what watching. If it's your first time here, I hope this video will help you subscription. Don't forget to hit that button there and click the bell for notifications. Join me live here on the channel every Friday night. Our I stream show week where we go over everything that's happened this week in politics, a little bit of back and forth with the community, some important stories, as well as hearing what you guys have to say outside of making these videos. I always love that part of it. It's always my favorite part every week. I look forward to it each and every week. I look forward to seeing each and every one of you there. Again, that happens every Friday here on the channel at 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, and I hope to see you there. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day and enjoy this video. I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rich.
Let your old band fall. You're so damn bad. Just like when you ran off back at love. Why there's his fault to the dark road. It's far too long back. Feeling like a team of evil scientists. Creating from the bottom of both sides. Trying to green as you can.
And move the barrier where far-right should be said to be just further and further, closer and closer into the political mainstream, so that, for instance, these groups start campaigning against UKIP, against Nigel Farage, against the Brexit Party, against Reform, and then, of course, against individual Conservative MPs. Suella Braverman was meant to be a classic example for a while of the far-right Oberstammführer, jackboot-wearing, goose-stepping, typical skinhead. I mean, look at these people. They're a disgrace. People like this kind of thing. People, yeah, they say all the sort of thing would start. And just 7 years ago, this never go. Horrible to be proved right in such circumstances to be proved.
This drama is indeed facing increasing criticism and decline in public trust, particularly in relation to his leadership on key issues such as immigration and democracy, the economic policy. These criticisms have led to growing calls for his ouster from both the party and the public. Stormer's approach to issues such as immigration is considered inconsistent. He initially tried to strike a balance between appeasing traditional labor supporters and appealing to more progressive factions within the party. However, this has led to confusion and dissatisfaction, leaving neither group feeling fully supported. For example, his stance on issues such as Brexit has changed over time, leaving some voters uncertain about his true views.
After a busy day on the channel yesterday, with at least 9 small boats carrying 450 migrants making the carriage way. That makes it more than 5,500 illegal migrants since Labour came to power 6 weeks ago. And more than 19,000 this year. How's that smashing those gangs going, eh? Our Labour security editor, Mark Wyatt, breaks down what all this means for us.
There are probably a slightly fewer coming across than we would have expected now that we're in the height of summer. But there have been some days where it's been a bit windy in the channel, including this week. So I was in Dover earlier in the week on the cliff top there reporting on another milestone that 5,000 migrants had crossed the channel illegally since Labour came to power. And then we had 2 or 3 days of windy weather. It's only now, this weekend, that things have calmed down enough to allow more boats to come. And sure enough, we had just after 11 o'clock this morning, the Border Force vessel Ranger coming in with 50-odd migrants. It returned again with another 40 migrants. Then the Border Force vessel Defender was in as well with 135 migrants on board, and so it continued throughout the day, with our producer down in Dover estimated that at least 9 small boats came into UK waters, carrying more than 450 people, taking the total for the year to now more than 19,000, and of course that milestone as well to 5,500 since Labour came to power, promising to smash the gangs. They scrapped the Rwanda deal on the first day in office. It was, according to Sir Keir Starmer, a gimmick. Instead, what he wants to do is go after the people smugglers. But that's going to take some time. We haven't even managed to appoint a new senior officer in charge of the Border Security Command, and that's what, over 6 weeks since Labour came to power. So we've got some way to go to achieve this goal of supposedly smashing the gangs. And while we don't do that, then all of the time when the weather improves, we'll get boats after boatload coming to the UK.
Keir Starmer has faced significant criticism for his decision to scrap the plan to send illegal immigrants to Rwanda, a policy that was initially introduced under the Conservative government. The Rwanda plan was intended as a measure to deter illegal immigration by sending asylum seekers who arrived in the UK illegally to Rwanda, where their claims would be processed. Starmer's decision to abandon this policy has drawn backlash from several quarters, particularly from those who believe that the UK needs stronger measures to control illegal immigration. Critics argue that by scrapping the Rwanda plan, Starmer is weakening the UK's ability to manage its borders and address the ongoing issue of illegal immigration effectively.
Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away themselves. This is not protest, it is organised, violent thuggery, and it has no place on our streets or online.
Within the Labour Party, Starmer has faced challenges in uniting the different factions. His leadership style has been criticized for being overly cautious and centralized, leading to dissatisfaction among members who feel their voices are not being heard. This internal discontent has fueled calls for his removal, as some within the party believe a change in leadership is necessary to reinvigorate the party and improve its electoral prospects. Labour's performance in local elections and by-elections under Starmer's leadership has been disappointing. These setbacks have intensified criticism from both within the party and from external observers, leading to doubts about his ability to lead Labour to victory in the general election. Stormer has struggled to connect with the broader public in the same way that some of his predecessors, like Tony Blair, did. His relatively reserved and legalistic style has not resonated with many voters who are looking for more charismatic and relatable leadership. Additionally, media scrutiny has highlighted his perceived weaknesses, further contributing to the erosion of public trust. As a result of these factors, there has been an increasing chorus of voices within the Labour Party calling for Starmer's ousting. Some members believe that a new leader with a clearer vision and stronger public appeal is needed to reverse Labour's fortunes. This pressure has only intensified as Starmer's approval ratings have continued to drop, raising questions about his long-term viability as party leader. The combination of these issues has led to a situation where Starmer, despite not being long in office, is facing significant pressure to step down. The outcome of this situation will likely hinge on whether he can regain the trust of both the party and the public in the coming months. Front, Starmer has been criticised for his handling of internal party democracy, with some accusing him of centralising power and marginalising dissenting voices within the Labour Party. This has led to concerns about his leadership style and whether he has the ability to unite the party and present a coherent vision to voters. On the economic front, Starmer's policies have been criticised for being vague and lacking substance. With the UK facing significant economic challenges, including rise in costs of living and the fallout from the pandemic, many feel that Starmer has not set out a clear plan to economic recovery or how he plans to tackle issues like inequality and job creation.
Have been also shown on camera attacking people in the streets, and it is just a completely appalling, and I'm sorry to say this, completely predictable situation. Indeed, I can say it's predictable because I said exactly this sort of thing would start happening 7 years ago or so in my book, The Strange Death of Europe. It's horrible to be proved right in such circumstances because you don't want to be proved right about something like this. You want people to listen and change their policy. But, you know, the last few days have shown the Labour government refusing to concede that there is anything other than what they call far-right violence going on. They claim that there isn't a two-tier policing system in the UK, which everybody with their own eyes can see is not the case. Clearly there is a two-tier policing system in the UK. These areas where this has happened in what's more, all areas where there were riots in 2011, and as I write in Spectator this week, one of the interesting things about that is that all of these areas are, among other things, areas where migration continues to increase and joblessness has gone up. Now just think of those two factors, everyone watching. You keep forcing immigration onto these areas and you do nothing to improve the lot in these areas. Of course, nobody should be on the streets. The unbelievable hooliganism and thuggery of recent days should repel everybody. But you know, very often when there is some kind of violence or unrest, we hear political leaders, the wise heads in the commentariat saying we need to address underlying causes. Why has nobody said that in recent days?
Murray criticized Starmer for what he considered weak and indecisive leadership. He said Starmer had not taken a clear stance on important issues lack of direction within the Labour Party and confusing voters. Murray said Stormer's efforts to balance different factions within his party resulted in a muddled message that failed to resonate with the wider electorate. Douglas Murray's criticism of the two tires. Police system in Britain stemmed from his concern that law enforcement was not applied equally across different political and social groups. He argued that this disparity was not only unfair, but also detrimental to the general trust the public places in the police and justice system. Murray's criticism has sparked debate about the current state of policing in the UK, with some agreeing with his assessment, and others arguing that police are doing their best under the circumstances. Police challenges. Regardless of one's views on the issue, Murray's arguments drew attention to the need for transparency and fairness in how the law is applied across all segments of society. Overall, Douglas Murray's criticism of Keir Starmer stemmed from the belief that Starmer's leadership was ineffective and unresponsive to the needs and concerns of the British public. Murray's outburst is part of a wider conversation about the direction of the Labour Party and its ability to effectively challenge the current government.
Delivery.
The White House tried boarding this woke Gen Z crowd, and it absolutely backfired as the internet rose to the video.
Go ahead, I'm ready. Yeah.
That is all the natural message.
Yes, I can confirm this is not a way.
Follow right to your own bottom.
I do think it's actually totally broken here.
Bruce Morano is your favorite member of the Bad Hive.
He's my favorite member of the Bad Hive. They are not my favorite.
Make sure you like this video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe to follow for more daily news. The White House tried boarding this woke Gen Z crowd, and it absolutely backfired as the internet roasted the video.
so. I mean, there's no problem with the guy. So.
He's so happy. He's so fucking happy about this. Who is Christian? Christian Western Catholic. One of the original individuals on the internet of noteworthy origin. A man who we know more about. We know more about Christian than we do about George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and Abe Lincoln put together. This person has had their entire life recorded on the internet for everyone to see. This guy, yes, he's alive. He is. He's alive. So there's been more investigation into this person than probably. I think that when everything's all said and done, in 100 years from now, if you look at the amount of people that we're talking about and the amount of investigation done into Charles Manson and Christian, I actually think that Christian will end up coming out ahead. Now, more people probably know about Manson, sure. But Christianity, it's the internet Cimmerian. It is. That's the smartest thing I've ever heard. Oh my god. And so keep in mind, people that know about a lot about Christian, there's even a term for them. They're called Christophers? Christorians, there you go. Yep. That's how much people know about him. Who is he though? He's a crazy, weird, autistic guy that got popular in the early 2000s, and the internet has harassed and basically led to the mental decline and the complete destruction of his life. And this has been going on for 15 years. It's like, think about watching a car wreck in NASCAR, but it's a 10-hour compilation, except 10 hours is part 1 of 753. And there's a new episode every week. It's like Boogie. No. Boogie is nothing compared to Christian. No, you can't even, I think that, at the absolute peak, right? If you look at, I don't want to go too far into this because I actually want to watch the video. Christian, dyslexia, by the way. I don't even think anybody can be here. I don't. I think that is how definitive his reign is. He is at the top of the pyramid. He is the pharaoh. Yeah, he is the dragon. Dragonlord? No, I think, so DSP, Wings, Boogie, only one G, Cyrax, man, who was the guy that kept saying the N-word that invented his own programming language? I forgot his name. Terry Davis. Terry fucking Davis. So yes, Chris Chan is the pinnacle. He is the Cimmerian of lolcats. Oh my god, what is this? I actually think that the Sonic 2 necklace that Christian wears, I hope that when we have a nuclear holocaust, when Kamala Harris becomes president and destroys the world, I hope that in 1,000 years people discover the Sonic 2 necklace underneath, radioactive fallout, and they see the ancient text, and they view it as like a cursed object that should not be held or wielded by anyone,
lest it possess you with unfathomable sorrow. Like an actual, it's like the mask from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Now for the first item.
What began as a Virginia arrest on August 1st, 2021 in Waco, Virginia, where police spotted him was surprised and speculative in the parking lot of Oak Ridge's Inn Hotel. The focus of the unexpected attention was the internet personality known as Chris Che. Internet personality. This medical force footage was obtained when first released by Google and reveals a behind-the-scenes look at the film that took thousands of online observers by storm.
What do you think you're doing? The most alive. It's all that they're better than us.
As officers within the Bridgeville County Police Department cautiously approached
So, like, if I heard that, and I was a police officer, and I was working in Chicago, I would be like, guys, I need to transfer. If this is the worst it's been, okay, guys, I'm going over there. Like, fuck this shit. Like,
second floor hotel room. They prepare themselves in case a possible altercation waits for them behind the door.
He's right here. John Walker. Hello. Yeah, hi. What's your name? Hi, I'm Christine Chandler. Okay, can you go on for a second?
sorry about that, Mike.
What is that? Yeah, Walker. Okay. You're not gonna do that. You're not going to, you will get tased. Okay, well, listen, I will comply about...
I know why, you want to know why they've complied? It's because the taser reminded them of Sonichu. They felt safe.
Well, I meant to clear up I meant to go back to my thing. Get that on there. No, get off there. And what about my van? And I'd like to put my shoes on. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Why did he get arrested this time? Or she? I don't know what the details are. Right? Was this raping his mom? Yeah, I don't remember if this was the case or it was for another one. There's been a lot of situations, right? As I said, this is the Cimmerian, okay? Now, to be fair, this moment is like Fingolfin versus Morgoth. This is a very, very important, pivotal moment. Very memorable. But it's still only a few pages inside of a very long book.
All these words make significance for the LSU's the performance significance with Chris, which we will explain later. The officers received reports of the sleep allegations against Chris, and evidence that the events that are about to unfold.
I feel very particularly on the good of the high and sugar that I, one to wait is for the world, one to build is for the galaxy, one distant time is the body connectivity, and the crown on the internet in 20 years to arrested. This is God. Thank God I didn't get there. Sharpies, water bottles, lotion. That was the biggest surprise here. I mean, that's good.
And my own, my dad, for the little brown bag, was very relevant. up something. Oh, that's how it is.
Decide. We figure quick thoughts to get together. Is that her or is that somebody else? I think that's somebody else. Never mind. That's Anthony. Yeah, never mind.
That's what opposite searches are versus belongings. Making place to this thing. Oh, further on.
Oh, don't hold on. There's the duct tape. The duct tape wallet. There it is.
Oh, man, that's a map. Bro, people do that. Even that is security. People do that. Yeah, so far. That's like that's a joke, man. Duct tape wallet? No, like, maybe it's just like some redneck, some southern American shit, where kids that make duct tape wallets and those things. Yeah, I know what I do. I think it's the same wallet. I got this wallet at a GameStop in 2003. I think it's the same fucking wallet. I got a wallet that's older than people in the fucking death.
That.
That's big life. Yeah. Pi is a character in my little boat.
My cell phone is over there, $0.95.
Yeah, but that's all fine. I'm not the character, it's not that fine. But everybody, I'm probably going to
That's a popular one. Define them.
Something obviously responds something to the past.
I do have to say, like, and I'm going to say this right now, is that I think this is an example of why you need mental institutions. Somebody like Chris Care has just been allowed to collectively destroy their lives systematically for the last 4 years. And I think that some people, like, it's like when you got a dog with 3 legs, and you let it go out, it's like, you're kind of an asshole.
That's all. Like this person, yeah, they just have like they really have a public like this is like yeah, it's scary for them. They're all about I know that because like political harassment people are political harassment. So dolphins like to kill animals and fuck their horses about massacre. They like to kill like little smaller fish. And then they kill the fish that these horses and massacre. It's just a way. Yeah. It's animals, man. Not just the dolphins. No, they're totally different. They always ask for consent. These dolphins are the ones from,
Okay, why don't you take parts then because I am mixing this up with their next for they video they will prove that's cool.
That's true on the whole world. This is explanation. Francis tried to make a explanation. You gotta understand. Like he was a good old southern boy from, where the fuck he's from. And working on the big state. And fuck, the idea of this is like here he said, no, that's not true. It's like, no, they're like the type of they're big eyes, but it's not just that little thing on that. Rebel. Fun. That's good. Some I know I've been a lot of these rebels in this film. I would have to see that. But I asked it's like spend time to study. Right as we walk up and it's they shrug it off. But I'm also looking some sort of stuff the officers so you talk to the sheriff off your guys thereabouts today?
Yeah.
And they told her about that.
Yeah, them. I'm sure my dog and I get home and send them taken care of.
I got some of all of these calls with their based on that conversation. The sheriff was like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. What's going on? No, trust me on this one, guys. Trust me. Morning, so that was wise. Pick up speed about that.
Yes, I did aware of this place.
Did they say they were coming to Richmond?
Yes, he said they weren't coming to Richmond. And
but how many of these cops do you think watch the 2-hour Michigan documentary on this guys? These guys are there. I bet if these they're actually out there. I bet one found out about it, and they probably all went to watch it in the station together. I can easily fucking see that happening. Yeah, that's the pizza part. Yeah.
What's this time?
Charles characters which is the hedgehog. This character is one weapon level students. Such so far, however, is there's almost focused on which right. If they were wondering how to go on, they found it and thought that they wanted to but there's also by the way, went to a GameStop
is of Sonic because they changed the color of Sonic's walls. His face is arms. Look, it's his arms, yes. The man, the actual retcon that they got around. But the ones there, yes. Yes. I'm glad you did. I'm not pay attention to that. Yeah. I'm tired of one a little bit. The situation outside still has the officers on top of it. What's up there? Yeah. And that's all the corner I'm just going to back up. Shit, I bet this is probably kind of unnerving for the doctor. They probably don't know really what's going on. So I kind of started running. Like, if I was them, I'd be unnerved.
Well, it seems Labour supporters aren't actually happy with the ongoings of this Starmer-led government. It also looks increasingly likely, after recent reveals that his life as Prime Minister is collapsing, as he has managed to screw his own support in 50 days. Yes, they haven't lived up to anything yet, apart from scrapping the Rwanda policy and jailing British nationals for speaking on Facebook and X. In today's video, we will discuss why Starmer has screwed his own support, and why many Britons who voted for him are making a turn on him. However, as always, hit the like and subscribe and join our fast-growing community. So first things first, Starmer managed to turn up to meeting with Northern Irish people and branded a whole country racist for protesting against illegal immigration. This was the clip to refresh your memories.
The disorder is intolerable. It is incapable of justification. It's clearly racist, and it does not represent the modern, forward-looking Northern Ireland that I know that this place is. So I'm very pleased to achieve all those three things today, and to work with all communities, to work with PSNI and others, to ensure that we handle this situation, not just the immediate disorder, but also the longer-term work that's necessary to ensure that we have that one Northern Ireland approach that I know represents the Northern Ireland, modern Northern Ireland of the future.
Now it's safe to say, the Northern Irish people have not taken too kindly to this and have voiced their opinions on his outburst on social media in the day following. Northern Ireland was in favour of a Labour government after 14 years of Conservatives. But after their they are joined by other Labour voters up and down the United Kingdom after they failed to deliver what they promised and have shown a complete lack of ability in leading this country. In face, the stats don't lie. Yes, more than half of people think Britain is moving in the wrong direction, according to a poll which shows a drop in favourability for Keir Starmer and his cabinet. The poll by Ipsos showed a post-general election drop in the perception of the Prime Minister, as well as his deputy Angela Rayner and Chancellor Rachel Reeves. Of those polled, 22% said that they think things in Britain are heading in the right direction, 52% in the wrong direction, and 19% neither. Deputy Prime Minister Liz Rayner also voiced an independent. So 33% said they were favourable towards Liz Rayner, 26% unfavourable. There has been a slight increase in the numbers of those who hold unfavourable opinions towards Home Secretary Yvette Cooper and Chancellor Miss Reeves. Some 28% said they are favourable towards Miss Cooper, and 33% unfavourable, 27% favourable towards Miss Reeves, and 35% unfavourable. If you want to be kept up to date with all things UK, so subscribe to Real News UK. In other news, a man has been arrested on suspicion of murder following a devastating house fire in Bradford, which killed 4 people. Emergency services had descended on a property in the city's Westwood Road in the early hours of Wednesday morning, and the fire service alerted police to the nature of the blaze just after 2 a.m. West Yorkshire police said 29-year-old woman was tragically pronounced dead at the scene, while 3 children, 2 girls aged 9 and 1, and a 5-year-old boy, died after being taken to hospital. The 39-year-old man was arrested on Westwood Road on suspicion of murder, and was also taken to hospital with critical injuries. One man who lives on Westwood Road told the Telegraph regardless, there was really thick smoke coming up in the street. It filled the whole area. It looked foggy and also well. While another resident told the paper, it might be done. I went silent until the smoke filling out of the house. I knew something happened. There was a bad smell. Smoke on the road. One more said, it's a terrible thing to happen. It's just awful and horrendous. Detective Chief Inspector Stacey Atkins of West Yorkshire Police's homicide and major inquiry team said, this is an absolutely devastating incident in which 3 children and a woman have lost their lives. Our thoughts remain with their family, friends and loved ones. Early inquiries show that the fire was started deliberately. We have arrested 1 man on suspicion of murder. He is seriously ill in hospital today as a result of injuries caused by the fire. While our inquiries are at an early stage, we do at this time believe the incident is domestic related. We are appealing anyone who was in the area at the time of the incident, or who has CCTV or doorbell British to come forward. In other news, British taxpayers are funding arts, infrastructure and tech projects in regions wealthier than parts of the UK. A damn new study to reveal. As part of the government's overseas aid budget, diverted through universities and quangos, Britons are shelling out for projects like an all-female traditional opera in Shanghai, a rural crafts exhibition in Shenzhen in southern China, and a temporary cycle lane in Mexico City. Some UK government funding is flowing towards what are cities also in China, a city richer than 69 regions in the UK, and one that sits in the world's second largest economy. Recipient cities of taxpayer-funded aid include world-class capitals like Beijing, Kuala Lumpur, and UNESCO-listed Campeche in Mexico, which is richer than 36 British regions. British tax money is funding projects for babies and emerging historical cultural forms with contemporary artistic expressions in Shanghai, or integrating traditional ethnic heritage crafts, often urban economic strategies. The cash flows under the Foreign Office's Official Development Assistance, ODA aid budget, were uncovered by researchers at the Institute for Economic Affairs, IEA, who labelled the statement Robin Hood Reverse. The IEA report, prepared by Mark Toby, was pushed for the funds to be diverted to the world's poorest people areas. He said his recommendations would protect taxpayers left behind in Britain, who should not be paid to fund parts of the world which are not Toby drew attention to projects funded by top UK universities, including University College London and quangos like Google, including the importance of opera as an example of aid in this allocation. He said, taxing hard-working people left behind to fund projects in affluent regions abroad is a policy probably reverse, letting money go to prosperous areas like Ormuz in China or Campeche in Mexico, both of which are actually richer than large parts of the UK. He urged people to evaluate our own priorities to ensure that UK taxpayers' money supports the world's poorest, not stamping out infectious diseases, ending hunger, and genuinely lifting those desperate to live out of poverty. The report is also called for amendments to the Blair era National Development Act of 2002, and some foreign aid will be placed for only those regions with a £10,140 gross national income. This, Paul says, would prevent the current state of sector areas richer than the communities more experienced which includes the spirit of the reality. It also criticizes civil servants, industries, which it says is motivated by personal interests, and notes that public servants will be attracted to the cultural influence and connectedness in more affluent parts of the world. The report suggested that government actors and project implementers were keen to spend British money in parts of the world with ample amenities to enjoy during downtime, better access to academic and governmental power centres, relevant job satisfaction and paid professional esteem. One of the important staff in the Labour comments, George Lothier, please hit the like and subscribe button and join our vast range of videos. Goodbye.
Find your perfect escape during the Hyundai Shift and Drive sales event.
Lexus, but when the Suki Summer announced that it was going to take away the energy bills help, the winter fuel allowance for 10 million pensioners, a lot of people said, right, Ben, we're doing it. And it seems to me, after the backlash, is they were pointing out that there's a pension credit scheme, and that they should actually use it if they need it. It's always existed. One assumes about just a bit of damage control and post-announcement spin. Let's welcome back James Melville to the show. Now, James, I must admit, I might be about to make myself deeply unpopular right now. And I don't know, I'm not old enough to understand pensions or winter fuel payments or so on and so forth, but it seems to me that what the Labour government has done, and I don't know where the threshold is set, but they've just sort of made the winter fuel help a means tested thing. And the consumers are running around scrambling, sort of going, no, everyone should get it. When actually it's kind of almost like a flip reverse. Normally it's the Conservatives who we should be very careful about who gets welfare and how much the state is paying to support people who might not need it, and then and it's the Labour Party cutting the welfare and the Conservatives scrambling to attack them on it. It's almost like, a sort of weird flip reverse.
Yeah, politics is narratives. It always happens like this. But then, Gavin Starmer was standing up in the House of Commons with numerous interviews that he was going to be the custodian and champion of pensions. And, make sure that winter fuel payments are part of all of that. They went back on their promise, and it was a big one. Because Labour have been spending the last 14 years, in a lot of cases quite rightly, campaigning against austerity. What they're doing now is austerity, and one of the worst forms of it is punishment against millions of families. And some are saying on Starmer saying, yeah, but that's not wasted share, some of the wealthy pensions don't need it. That's not true. I mean, I've read some articles whereby of the 2 million pensioners losing that allowance. There's a difference between almost eating and eating.
Right.
Not everyone's within their threshold.
Yeah.
And it's a nefarious policy by the Labour government. They're trying to hold back a bit and muddy the waters and so on. But ultimately, what they have done is a politics of cruelty against millions of pensioners.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this,
betraying, I think, Labour.
I was going to say, when you look into this, it seems like 11.4 million pensioners were entitled to the winter fuel allowance, and now 10 million aren't. So that is actually a vast majority of pensioners. Like I said, I'm not familiar with this world. I don't sort of understand how it all works and how it's going to be means tested and where the thresholds lie. But it is like a strange split reverse. I mean, like you said, Keir Starmer said, I'm going to defend pensioners, and now it seems like he's backpedaling and trying to save himself by launching this pension credit scheme. Is it launched, or did it already exist? I don't know. But then Steve Webb, who is a Liberal Democrat pensions minister in the coalition government, said that if 1 in 4 eligible pensioners were to put in place, even reportedly we were entitled to it, the Treasury's expected savings could be wiped out.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's kind of austerity, but without, doing anything in terms of the balance of payments or anything like that. It's ridiculous. It's just alienates the long voters. The other tragic irony of this is the fact that millions of pensioners who lose their winter fuel allowance, we, the taxpayer, are still paying our MPs their heating costs on their second homes.
I read a hilarious tweet earlier that in the last quarter or something, or I can't remember, but Ed Miliband, who is of course the energy minister, has claimed well over £1,000 for his energy, and someone have put online, what's he doing? Running a cannabis farm.
But this is the thing. It's like, again, it's the reason why people switched off on politics, because they're telling you we've got to do this, tighten our belts, there's a black hole of 20 million, and meanwhile, you're getting train drivers who are already on huge salaries getting potential big pay rises, MPs getting pay rises, MPs still getting their energy costs paid for by the taxpayer, and meanwhile we're facing the biggest tax burden since 1948, and no wonder hunters around the country are going, this isn't working for us. No matter what government it is, this is staying promises over and over again. They come up with a set of pledges and promises before the election, and as soon as they get in power, they seem to enjoy the trappings of power, which include patronising and telling us all, us plebs, how to behave. But meanwhile, they're being inconsistent with their policies based on their pledges, and they're punishing communities of people. People have had enough. And already people have, I think, had enough of this government, because, when a new government comes in, there should be an aspect of the sort of 100-day honeymoon, the politics of hope. But unfortunately, what we're getting here with this government, a few weeks in, it's the politics of misery.
Yeah. It's amazing that the sort of massive plummeting of their popularity actually makes Liz Truss look like she had a really good innings for a while there. James, don't go anywhere. We're going to be joining you again after this break, because I'll tell you what, we really do need to talk about the sort of things that are happening on social media that are not resulting in people being put in clink. I'm talking about the mad stuff that you can buy online. Like I said earlier, Samara and I'm a producer, sat there and let's have a look, shall we?
went on Instagram, typed in a few words. I don't really know how to use social media, okay? I'm kind of of that age. I'm analog Alex. I kind of thank my lucky stars that actually social media didn't really come in until I was a fully formed adult human. And so I was caught up in this web of misery and went mental. That's why I seem to have my common sense and my faculties still somehow relatively secure. But it's not what you know. He doesn't use my bumbling idiocy. He doesn't know the streets fine and barely knows how to use things like Instagram. Managed to, in 5 minutes, find sites where I could buy a zombie knife, a load of drugs, and a balaclava. So there you go. If I lose my job here, at least I could become a career criminal. Back after this.
You have all been actively listening to Song Downloads and more. Get YouTube Music Premium. Fraser Mars from Top Drive. Good afternoon, Fraser. How are you?
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Can we start with that? Because that's the thing about the news. You get the news every day and you think, what am I going to do? And then halfway through the first bit, I think, oh yeah, that's there. So this report's done that says that taxpayers have been funding development projects in parts of the world that are richer in Essex than some areas of the UK. The study by the Institute of Economic Affairs found that over the past 5 years, British overseas development assistance has been spent in areas of China, Mexico, and Malaysia, right? It's notorious as well, right? And these areas, these countries are better off than our own country, without wanting to sound like some nut job, because the Midwestern food don't understand what it's like to live in Malaysia. Well, it's obviously bloody better than living in Great Britain, because people in this country are struggling, and they can look at that and go, are you having a laugh?
And we should look at some of the projects we've been funding. I think the thing is when you hear the words foreign aid, you think it's going to be used to pay for people recovering from humanitarian disasters,
yes,
food to deal with famine. You know, people have had an earthquake and you're providing them temporary accommodation, those kinds of things. And I think we all want to pay for those things. I'm happy to pay for those things. I'm happy for the taxpayer to pay for those things. When you actually look at what is being spent in some of these issues, it mind boggles. So, for instance, we learn that in China, the British taxpayer is paying for an all-female opera house. Why? If China wants that, they should be able to pay for it. China is the second richest economy on earth. They can more afford that than we can. Our own opera houses are struggling. If you believe that's the thing that
Do we get any foreign aid from countries because people in this country are struggling? Does anybody send any foreign aid to the United Kingdom?
Not that I'm aware of. The other examples you've given, okay, Mexico is a poorer country than Britain, but Mexico City is richer than many parts of Britain, the capital. And, we're spending it on helping them develop a smart city. There's traffic calming measures in Kuala Lumpur. Again, these are not what people think of when they imagine foreign aid, and I think this has always been the case. The government and really Whitehall, actually, the sort of blob of the civil service, has been able to get away with funding sort of pet projects by disguising them as humanitarian.
Do you know the IEA described the spending as Robin Hood in reverse and said the government needs to urgently re-evaluate our aid priorities? I mean, I'm absolutely with you. Interestingly, in this Yemen, Syria, and Somalia, I don't think it supports certain regimes like that, but there are countries across the board, and you're right. You think about flooding, you think about earthquakes. Of course, you're prepared to pay money to provide, sanitation processes, blankets, food, and medical supplies. But not to create a female opera house in where did you say?
I think that was in Shenzhen, in China, just over the border from Hong Kong.
It's just bloody ridiculous. I'm going to bring it back to something I said last week, Fraser. I think it's really, really dangerous that this new government assumes that, the whole everybody who rises is far right, and I've no time for those folks. I said last week they would be very, very, very wrong to think that everybody who is concerned about immigration and the issues of this country is a far right thug. They would also need to wake up and realise that if you sort of say to people, you know what, we can't afford to look after our own, so I'm afraid foreign aid's going to have to do it. This doesn't mean some sort of murderous
horrendous person who should be thrown into the sea and never to be... I don't understand. What's wrong with looking after your own first and foremost? I've never understood.
No, I think that's completely normal. I think that's a natural human instinct. And also, you know, we're not well placed to tell Chinese people or foreign people what they should do, how money should be spent there. Actually, they're better off doing that. If we want to have other people abroad, let's invest in their businesses. Let's help them grow their economies. Let's not give them charity. How much charity has Africa had? I desperately want to see Africa develop. I desperately want people there to be rich. But so many of the schemes that we've tried, they're not working. They're not right for the people there on the ground. They're probably not what most people immediately need. They prioritise our own needs, and let's prioritise our own feelings. A lot of this is about us.
Well, Vincent says it's about us, and he says he doesn't know what to do. He says one of his joys in life is to go fishing. He works hard. He likes to go fishing. He's had his mom, everything's got up, he can't afford a fishing licence. He said, where do I apply for some aid? Now, you might laugh at that, but that's the point. At what point do we... I mean, I will be castigated, as always. You don't understand. So China can afford their own bloody female-only boss. Don't start me, right? Let's move on to Rebecca, your own secretary. She says today, it's brilliant. I'll lock up more migrants, right? Illegal ones. And I'll deport more. And I'm going to make it work. And then everybody's stopped and gone, well, that's travesty. And it's a travesty because we haven't had any on the phone at all. I mean, it's just day-old lingos. Now, I've heard nothing substantial apart from saying that they're going to attack illegal gangs and they're going to create borders after 7 weeks and the recruitment process is finished yet. What's going on? Do they got plans to fires?
Yeah, they've set up this border security command, but as you say, there's no border security commander. There are certain, special details, like they're increasing the size of the National Crime Agency dealing with migration, but I think that sort of misses the point. The reason people come here and the reason people are allowed to stay, and I think that's probably the bigger issue, they know that they can stay, they know that they probably are not going to be deported if they do come here illegally. That's a huge pull factor. That's always going to attract people to come. That's always going to attract
people. Pick you up on that and not actually pick you up. Let's throw that out for people. People come to this country. I've heard all the bedwetters tell me it's because we're the only country that treats people well. You have to come to Britain because everybody speaks English and everybody's got a family member. Right, I get all of that. The fact is we're soft. And the fact is people come here because they know there's no deterrent and there's no way once they get to these shores to make them go. And then all the humanitarians jump up and down. I maintain what I've always maintained. I want to help, like you, people who are suffering, genuinely suffering. I said it yesterday, Fraser said to you. I escaped a war-torn country. I did 2 things. I bring my wife and kids and wouldn't leave them behind. Interesting. The first time I reached a piece of land that was safe, I'd stay there. Everybody comes here because we are soft. And even that is not my main concern. They come in because we're soft, but we do have the deference of our own people. I do not believe that is racist. I don't believe it's wrong to say. I believe it's true. And the whole awful thing about charity and giving, I know it sounds awful, but surely the argument should be, yeah, we will help the world, and yeah, we will look out for the rest of the world. Well, we look down for people in this country. No, not the South, people up north have worked all their lives, working class men and women. I was in Newcastle the weekend, they are furious. When Labour voters and Tory voters, probably most of the voters before, they feel like they're being left behind. That's the truth.
Yeah, I'll give 2 examples that back up what you're saying there. So recently you may have heard the case of a Kurdish migrant. He pushed an elderly man onto the tube in Oxford Circus. Thankfully, he wasn't harmed because the public saw it immediately and managed to pick him up. He's just been found guilty of attempted murder. He has, I think it was 20 convictions by the time he committed this crime. So there was no effort to deport him. He was Kurdish, he was here illegally, he had no right to be here, but no one would bother to take him out of the country. So this week, a man was sent down for 11 years because he stabbed his own immigration lawyer. He was from Eritrea. He had only just been let out early from a release because he committed 11 previous crimes. Right, so precisely the kind of people who need to be deployed immediately are not only being deported, but they're being let out of prison early. Sometimes they're being allowed to sort of wander around and do whatever they like, it seems, you know, and so they're carrying on attacking people. In some cases, it's not just British people's safety who's being compromised. If you think about the Clapham Alkali attacker, Abdul Azidi, who attacked a woman and her children. We don't know the identity of the woman, but it's believed she was living in asylum accommodation. She was an asylum seeker who came to this country in search of safety. And what happened when she got here? Immediately she was attacked by an Afghanistani national. Again,
why, if you say that, you give those examples, why would the Liberals and the left say you're being really unfair, it's a racist way to describe it, these poor people come from terrible countries, blah, blah, blah. Why shouldn't we, and it might get me into trouble, but I don't care, why shouldn't we look after our own? Why shouldn't we defend our country? Why shouldn't we say, there isn't enough to go round, I'm very sorry, you're going to have to go somewhere else? What's bloody well wrong with that? I don't get it. I've never got it.
What I would say to those Liberals is that how are you going to get the public to support, you know, being generous to outsiders, which I think we shouldn't be, being generous to people in need, if we know that when things do go wrong, and they do quite often, when you have cases like this, egregious cases of people committing crimes, when you know that actually the system puts their rights ahead of public safety, that's just going to make people think, well, I don't want anyone to come in. You know, that just actually, it turns the public against the very idea of giving people asylum.
I don't think asylum and the argument over immigration is going to go away at all. Just one final thing, Fraser. I'd just like your response to something we only just got. Really good to have you on the set with my friend. Always welcome. Ronnie Gentry doing the rounds with Julia yesterday. Gets on interview today. He's admitted to taking a Ozempic to try and get thin. He's had a haircut. He's obviously, in my mind, trying to appeal to the Tory masses, the 163 people who decided, 163,000 who decided that Rishi Sunak was good enough to be British Prime Minister. Boris Johnson would be in my cabinet, says Robert Gentry. Where's Boris?
Yeah, that does sound like a bit of a way of appealing to the grassroots, saying, you know, I'm on your side, I'm on that wing of the party, I'm not one of the wets, I think is one of the things that Robert Gentry is trying to say. Because he seemed like that when he was in Rishi Sunak's cabinet, but he has made a bit of a conversion, you know.
Let's give him some credit. Let's give him some credit. He actually had the PALLS to walk and resign because he didn't like the way that government was doing its business. He didn't hang around. He went to the back benches, and it said something that he was put into the immigration service, seemingly by either Sunak or Johnson, I can't remember. And even I have swallowed brow, and we all know how she imploded. There are many people who think that Gentry would be in the final two. I think he's probably more experienced than they. That would be interesting.
I think he's definitely got a really strong chance, and I think the fact that he's been on this journey and able to tell that kind of story, I think is really going to help him. It means that he can kind of appeal to both wings of the party. I mean, I personally favour Baynock, but I think he's got a very, very strong chance. And fair play to him on the Ozempic front as well. He looks great, and he wasn't going to be able to hide that fact for very long. It all spotted that he'd been...
Yeah, that's a bit dramatic, Robert. There you go. Listen, mate, really good to have you on Fraser Spikes. Of course, Deputy Empty, we appreciate you supporting it.
Walmart delivery pass. Unlimited grocery deliveries for just $8.97 per month or $89 per year.
My start with you today. Oh, yes. Quick question. Hello, I'm Yvette Cooper, the new Home Secretary. I guarantee I'm going to lock up and deport more migrants. I'm not going to tell you how. I'm not going to tell you when. I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm just going to say that that's what I'm going to do. If I'm right, then, and every single politician since I sat down here 3 years ago has told me that the Home Office isn't fit for purpose because it's run by a bunch of opinionated civil servants, what difference is this English word that's going to make?
Yeah, well, absolutely right. I mean, they've all, successive Home Secretaries have repeatedly said, we're going to deport anyone who enters the country illegally will not be allowed to stay. What they're not taking on board, and what she's turning a deaf ear to as well, is the fact that the law, once they're in this land, the law that we have in this country, and remember, we're not in control of our own law because it goes all the way to the European Court of Human Rights, if the British courts don't adjudicate in favour of
the illegal migrant, the law basically said once you're in the country, you have a right to make an asylum application whether or not you entered illegally. Now, the Illegal Migration Act, which Suella Braverman brought in, tried to distinguish between those who came here on an aeroplane and then presented themselves for asylum versus those who came across the channel illegally. But the Labour Party has already turned its back on that. It's turned its back on the Rwandan scheme. And its approach to date has been threefold. The first is to accelerate asylum applications, so basically granting all those waiting for an asylum, so that the optics of them being detained in hotels and whatnot disappears and the cost apparently disappears. The second approach is to sign into the European Union scheme for the resettlement of illegal migrants, and that will be coming down the track soon, where basically they're going to legitimise again illegal migration by allocating countries a certain number of migrants. Brussels will do this. They'll come to our country and we'll be told, well, this is our allocation, they're legal and we need to settle them. So that's the first two things that they're going to do, basically encouraging more illegal migration through those first two steps. And then the last thing is this border security command they've set up, which is the bringing together of 5 domestic agencies: National Crime Agency, Border Force, Crown Prosecution Service, MI5, and one other, I can't remember what it is, but they're all domestic crime agencies, none of which can tackle the people smuggling gangs that the agency, the border command they're set up to tackle, because the people smuggling gangs aren't based in the UK, they're based in Europe. And this is the domestic agency. So the whole thing is optics again. And, one of the things that, Kruger's banged on about, Starmer's banged on about, the cost of Rwanda, and I agree the cost of Rwanda was massive. And costs like £300 million a year.
Let me stop you there, because you're absolutely right. Let me ask you 2 questions from my point of view, because you know far more about this than I do. I was a fan of Rwanda, but unless you have a deterrent that says to people, if you come to this country to seek an then for me, you just say to people, come readily and work with you by law, so the law, the real methods not spells, said if you work with the law to get here, you have certain rights. That makes it fast. Davis Perceptive Texts, please read this to benefit people I love. It actually says that we be a foreign country if we cannot control and legislate our own borders. I think that's absolutely unlawful. It's a fact, isn't it?
He is absolutely right, and I've taken recently to calling Starmer, and we were going to talk about Sally Khan, I think, people like them, anti-British, because at their heart, they're prepared to be governed by a foreign power and to take down our borders. If you take down a country's borders, it is no longer a nation. Yeah. It can no longer call itself a country because it's an open mass of land which anyone can travel to without any prohibition or inhibition. And so I call them anti-British, and the left sort of open border lunatic brigade no doubt have their eyes swimming in their heads and eyebrows going up and down when I say that. But I can't describe them in any other way. If you're prepared to make the United Kingdom borderless, you're anti-British. That's it. And that's how I see them.
I mean, many people will say the ECHR is the thing to leave. What I don't understand is a country that, again, the bedwetter's run like this. It's a country that fought, right, for its independence. It's an island. For a country that, I believe that most people that voted for Leave expected us to take control. Now, for whatever reason, that didn't happen. I don't think it's a bad thing to want to do that. I mean, I find it astonishing that we're looked at in a negative way if we say, what's wrong with us making up our own rules? I don't understand. Also, my point, I've said to you before, why we do not do more with long-term unemployed, not people who are mentally ill disabled, but if we're having to import, which is what Blair started,
people to be fruit pickers and hospital reporters and do other medium jobs that aren't said to me by somebody who's to better. Most people are involved with what to do. Sorry, I come from a different world. We're giving you something to doing nothing. You're stuck in a rut. I want you out of bed, giving something back to the community, getting something on your CV, because if it doesn't, you ain't getting your dollar. And in terms of the only way I can describe the migration thing, and say, of course, we have to put a tin hat on, the only thing that's got to tell is to send people back or turn them away. Oh, they can't just send them away. We have to terms, agreements and everything. Oh, but we're all right. It's all right to come here because we're as soft as whatever, but everybody else apparently you can't because they're tough.
I mean, the policy is wretched. And, you know, all the issues that you cited, the long-term unemployed who are not working, mass immigration and inability to control our borders, of course they're all linked, aren't they? Because, you know, if you import cheap labour, what you do is keep a lid on British wages. You make it
Let's talk about Asperger. It's about me. Let's talk about me. That's a great idea. I mean, I'm the most interesting person, so it just makes sense. Everybody talks about me, thinks about me. It does. It makes sense.
And listen, in today's episode, we're going to be talking about what the goats and pillars of the streaming community has performed. And I just recently he put out a YouTube upload where he kind of goes over some health issues in his face. And it's no secret that this guy lives a crazy lifestyle. It looks like he's trying to turn it all around. Now, as you all know, I'm a big advocate for a clean lifestyle and a good routine. So my message, Dad, would be this. Brother, you're being healthy. Don't want to be in the way. That's it.
I remember when Nick started doing the workout streams. I think he started them.
As Nigel Farage has got them crying after his latest post, and the fraud will has found to force stand for a PCHR vote. It will also be going as the latest. Please do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel and join our fast growing community. Nigel Farage has confirmed his positive stand to the referendum for European Convention of Human Rights as a report from Daily a landslide victory. Our Majesty used his baby switch toward yet another inland vote to favour the Strasbourg court will become an enormous issue over the coming years amid a surge in channel crossings. We will be pushing this PCHR thing very hard, but that can be told to go. He added, this issue will become more and more acute. Politically, this is actually more sensitive and more emotive than EU membership itself. Farage also echoed Dominic Cummings' view about the poll being much easier than the 2016 Brexit referendum, claiming it could see a 2/3, 1/3 referendum. Tory party leadership hopefuls have kept the debate alive and kicking by broadly remaining conflicted on the question of leaving the Strasbourg court. Ex-Immigration Minister Robert January has so far been the only candidate to unequivocally voice support for hitting the ECHR. However, the remaining runners and riders have kept either option on the table. Nigel Farage has left Reform UK's critics fuming after posting a snap showing his return to glorious Clacton-on-Sea. The Reform UK leader posted a photo with a pier behind him, writing, "A glorious day in Clacton." Farage broke his electoral voodoo to represent voters from the Essex seaside town on July 4th. However, critics have claimed the Reform UK leader has prioritised trips to the US, including for the Republican National Convention last month. A Reform UK supporter wrote on social media, "This is going to spoil the cards of so many leftists, and I'm here for it." What are your thoughts on Nigel Farage? And are you a supporter of Reform? Yes or no? Let me know down in the comments. In other news, Douglas Ross has lashed out at calculating champions who plotted to topple him as Scottish Tory leader. Ross admitted the attacks on his position left him a bit paranoid. The referee turned politician and became leader unopposed following Jackson Carlo's short-lived stint heading up the Tories north of the border. He claimed some MSPs never wanted him to take on the SNP. Despite confronting his Conservative critics, Ross claimed he was powerless as they denied any wrongdoing and he could not prove otherwise. He also refused to identify the culprits, but took a swipe at his rivals while discussing the proper candidates standing to succeed him. I was going to say some of the ones that won't be leader of the Scottish Tories are related to be pro-Tyrians, he said. Ross later claimed he would have been toppled even if he stood by his commitment not to contest the 2024 general election. Even if I hadn't gone for that seat as a candidate, I think I would have been in the exact same situation, Ross said. I would no longer have been a people. I would still have been an MSP, and I would still have had roughly the same vote share across the country. Therefore, there would have been a cause, which I would have accepted, for me to stand back. He added, I've known since I became leader that some people didn't want me to become leader 4 years ago, and throughout that time, people have continued to hold that view, and for some, we have strengthened. Ross was ousted from the House of Commons after failing to win Aberdeenshire and Northern Northern East. The forced money lost by just 942 votes, that controversially replacing incumbent Lincoln David was Tory. Speaking of the Governor Court, Ross denied allegations against the Alan Russell Pickman as his successor. Pickman was viewed as the favourite candidate for the Scottish Tory party's high demand. Ross weathered the fire last week after it emerged the outgoing Scottish Tory leader allegedly tried to persuade Kathleen Robertson to let him take their place as Conservative candidate for Northern West in Strasbourg. Robertson failed to win the seat, losing to the SNP MP Greg Ledbetter by 1,001 votes. Ross and Robertson disagreed so much on their conversation with the outgoing leader of the Bill Maguire solely set their own candidacy and the board's council allegedly also wanted Pickman as his successor. Speaking in the Scottish capital, Ross told attendees, there is no way a leader could say, I'm going to resign as leader and install X, Y, or Z to take over. That just can't happen, as we've seen at the moment. We've got a large field of strong candidates. Ross's decision to replace the incumbent MP as the local candidate also sparked outrage, as Duguid had been in hospital for 2 months with a serious spinal condition. Duguid later insisted he could stand and rejected suggestions he was too sick to seek re-election. Kamala Harris is not very popular amongst voters in Chicago, despite the roaring reception of the Democratic National Committee, DNC, that has been claimed. Harris made her latest keynote speech at the convention on Monday, where she declared, with one voice as one people we are moving forward. However, US political commentator Tiana Lowe-Desher told GBN America that critics of Harris have been treating her with a similar loathing to Benjamin Netanyahu and is not appealing to the youth vote. Desher revealed, they're calling her a war criminal, but Democrats and their allies in the media have tried to peddle this line that she is bringing back joy to the party unity after the civil war over Joe Biden. Quite frankly, you wouldn't believe it if you looked around here in Chicago. Turning the discussion.
basically the Biden administration has been hiding from all of you. Turns out the economy is way worse than they've been telling you.
So is the border crisis. And it has been since 2019, but went up precipitously in 2021 when the Biden-Harris administration took office. This comes from a new report from the Department of Homeland Security. They say they have lost almost 300,000 unaccompanied minors that crossed over the southern border, and in fact, the numbers are much worse than that. We're going to take a look at them, and we're going to point the finger. We're going to point the finger right at Kamala Harris. I'm sorry to say we're going to do that.
Yeah, we're going to do all of that. We're going to get to so much more. We're talking UK, we're going to talk about vaccine ID cards in Portugal, and so much more. But I do want to get to this bombshell breaking news right now on the economy. An economic bombshell basically just went off in the United States, and it shows just how bad the American economy is right now. So these are annual benchmark revisions. So these are the non-farm payrolls. Not to get into too much of the weeds, but basically the Bureau of Labor Statistics has now revised these numbers that the Biden administration told us about. And it turns out 818,000 jobs that the Biden-Harris White House claimed that they created do not exist. Wouldn't you love to know? To me, this is like criminal. Because you're lying to the American people. You're telling the American people that you created nearly 1 million jobs, and you're using it to earn political favor, and it's a total lie. You're lying to the American people.
Well, yes, especially because this is the one metric that they've been using to say that the economy is recovering. So they know inflation is wild, up in wild numbers. They know that the dollar has been devalued. They know that wages are down. They know all of these things, but they've been saying, yes, but jobs numbers are up. Turns out that lies. It's the only thing they've got. And you see them saying, repeat this over and over again. There's a really good video with the woman over the weekend that was trending. There's some people, Trump voters, who say, no, the economy is better under Trump. And he says, no, the numbers don't support that. This is all they have. Now there are no numbers that support that we are better off under the Biden-Harris administration.
So basically, fake numbers throughout this is hilarious. So yes, the Biden administration, the Harris administration, added the numbers to make it look like they created nearly 1 million jobs that they didn't.
This is a huge revision down, 818,000 fewer jobs. This is basically the government's overstated the amount of people in the workforce. And even when the government's manufacturing is down 115,000 people. This is a revision down, a significant revision down, the largest in 15 years that we've seen. And it basically says that the government has now overstated the amount of people who are working in this workforce. It shows weakness in the job markets over the past year that we didn't realize was there, but now we know is there. So again, 318,000 overall jobs down, manufacturing down 116,000, construction down 45,000. So these numbers are huge numbers in revision down.
So those are the jobs that existed at this time last year, and they still exist this year. So at this time last year, 800,000 people had jobs in the world.
We don't need to spell out how to line up the black rates. I've got research about black rates. The real FBI line data. And they worked in conjunction with the FBI to hide these numbers. By the way, we disclosed that. FBI data analyst on the show to explain exactly how the Biden administration is faking these numbers. And now they're caught lying about jobs data. What else are they lying about? I ask you. What do you think? Just so you understand what kind of a shell game this is, okay? Almost all of the jobs that were added were government jobs, and they were indirectly paid for by taxpayers. In other words, government-funded jobs, not local jobs, government jobs. Just take a look at this, as E.J. Antoni points out. More than half the jobs added in the last year were either in government or paid for by tax dollars. Like when the government gives a grant to a hospital, which then uses that money to hire a nurse, it's essentially an indirect hire by the government. Look at this. Healthcare, government, leisure, hospitality, construction. So more than half of them were government jobs or paid for indirectly by taxpayers. Again, what a shell game.
So 2 weeks ago, though, I had a question for Jerome Powell because he's in Jackson Hole, Wyoming right now. Of course, they're having a Fed private meeting right now. And we're planning on slashing interest rates in September, right? So you how know these data points 2 weeks ago when he said this about the labor market, or is he lying?
Overall, a broad set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic. Strong, but not overheated.
So, did he have that data? Was he lying to us?
Did he have that data like the rest of us?
Well, this is the largest erosion of labor numbers in 15 years, folks. So also, the average monthly jobs increase in the past year was just revised lower as well. 31% from 218,000 down to 150,000. This is a payroll change number. Take a look at this. It's the Italian flag. See that there. It's the average monthly payroll changes. Get to this for the page. Okay, let's take it in. There we go. So there's the average monthly payrolls division down 31% from 218,000, which they told us, down to 150,000. As he says that nothing to see here, just the biggest jobs numbers since the great financial crisis of 08. Biden lied about almost 1 million jobs created that don't actually exist, just like when they said the border was secure.
Think about how the government only allows us to see certain reports and records one time, a lot more than we actually get to see. I mean, how do we be able to see this? Big question. We know how much information we have from us. Were we just wondering if maybe we wouldn't see it ourselves and maybe this someone else would do it? It's shocking to the fact that they get into it, but if what consumers already feel is just the circle of the money that we have based on every metric that we have, again, value of the dollar, inflation, and helplessness. So stop saying the economy is good and recovering because the numbers just don't add up.
Election with around 7 states, Democrats and Republicans freedom. Stock market now says there's a 64% chance that Kamala Harris wins. Tonight, Bill Clinton will return to the stage at the DNC. Michelle Obama. Nothing on the top stories about this major economic story, which shows the largest revision in 15 years, which is a major kick in the pants to the labor market, which we've been talking about here. Either a lot of these jobs being replaced by AI, or a lot of these jobs being replaced by illegal immigrants.
Right. And so when you see, these media, what they call man on the street, and he goes around to people and they're saying, oh, why would you vote for Trump? And then they're being told, oh, because the economy was better under Trump and my finances were better. The media is telling them, no, actually, that's not true. You have a short-term memory. And it's gaslighting at its worst when we see, again, the numbers just don't support that.
So we've got more sticks here in a second. Another big story of what just happened with all of the Social Security numbers, of course, that were just hacked. And today's video is sponsored by Aura. It's a really important time to be talking about that. Average Social Security numbers of every American, over 2.9 billion records were stolen from the National Public Data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others with background checks. The stolen records includes a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security numbers, phone number, along with alternate names and birthdays. Guess what? This hacker group has reportedly released this information for free online now. So if you don't see precautions with your personal information online before, this would be a huge wake-up call. Never been more vulnerable.
Guy made his career online.
Twitter about because
He's probably rich. Made his career lying to people. Fucking gay ass.
Up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. It's unbelievable. They also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside of one application. So go to aura.com/redacted. Try it for 14 days for free. It will be, that'll be enough time for you to state Antifa agitators aim to show and seem to be inside protesting about organized terror. It's the purpose to set American flags on fire. Well, that's exactly what's used to be terrorism. They're behind the answers right there. By the way, terrorists also speak about the great acts on January 6th. This is a lot of similarities to these agitators who were there protesting organically at the building.
Terry joins us now. Terry, you were in the thick of it yesterday in Chicago, and it looked pretty terrifying. Heck, we see these protesters burning American flags, these agitators getting in fights with others. Who are these guys? Are these Antifa guys?
Yeah, absolutely. They're, I guess, the quote professional Antifa guys. There's some that are working full time, like a couple gentlemen that was in the story I sent you, Jeremy and Jason Ham. Full-time Antifa guys. They agitate, they harass the whole city of Chicago, parents, and they did exactly what they did in January 6th. These group of Antifa guys. I did not see the Hammond brothers there. They're there somewhere. And what they did was agitated their own people, started harassing and got them to redirect from the parade, which they're supposed to do a oval and go back to the original park. And those agitators, the gentleman you have a photo of, was harassing his own people and forced them and pushed them to go to the barriers that were penetrated on day one. And then they all participated in removing the barriers. They're calling them, come on in, just like January 6th. Come on in, come on in. It's like,
it seems like, let's put this picture of this guy here. He's wearing like a bandana. And so the protest parade is sort of coming down, but it's like 150 different organizations, you say. So it's not just like one sort of monolithic group, right? It's just 150 different organizations are coming down the street. This guy, whoever he is, along with others, are starting to redirect them to go towards the barriers. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And for the parade, there's marshals, right, that are with the organization, like, Palestinian Hamas and whatever. And they actually circled these guys because these guys were pushing. They thought there was going to be a fight. They're pushing their own guys, supposedly, right? And then these marshals got around them, trying to contain the agitation, but these guys were much more aggressive, forceful than these other folks. And they were arguing, well, we'll go this way, and then they're going, go that way. It's kind of funny. And eventually they started following him and this cluster of the militant Antifa guys. They're on the black, they had the metal shields on the back and stuff like that. And as they got closer to the barriers, this same guy got in a circle with his other Antifa guys that are in pockets you can't see. And they changed their clothes, did the Antifa fashion, with this bandana on, and his hair popped up, And then they went and they started attacking the unpenetrable fencing that Chicago said was, and they started taking them out and sliding them out. And then some of the guys would get on there, come on, just like on January 6th. Another thing they were saying as they were walking up, whose streets, our streets, whose streets, our streets. The same thing we heard at the Capitol, whose house, our house. Whose house, our house. Similar chants to agitate, to get people, excited, motivated. And they did the exact same thing there. And when they went to guy,
what they were behind it? Who's behind it? Who's funding this? So these Antifa guys come in wearing masks, so we don't see the obvious feeling is that these are feds in some relation. There's some motivation to make these guys look crazy, that they're burning American flags, that they're being paid. It's organized. And who's behind this thing?
Sir, you hear, I mean, all of us hear about this, right? George Soros, the dark money. There's guys that are full-time. It's all they do. They harass parents, I mean, all day long, right? We have events. They threaten to shoot them up. They, you know, I mean, they're full-time doing this. They can't have jobs. I mean, they're, well, wow, Walmart, those other guys, essentially, you know, decades in prison and stuff. I don't know, I mean, they don't work. You know, so this is their job, and they're getting funding. I wish at some point in time, you know, we keep talking about Soros, we keep talking about dark money. It's coming from somewhere. And then they hit those signs. I don't, you see the signs everywhere, like stacked. I mean, just laying there at the park at Ben Aaron Film, just tons. I mean, thousands. You know, so somebody's it's cost a lot of money for what they had set up yesterday.
Yeah, and the digital infrastructure, as you pointed out, Jim Hoff over at the Gateway Pundit also published some of their digital communications and organizing behind the scenes. So this is all orchestrated. We also saw vans of individuals pulling up and so forth. So, yeah, this is the back end sort of digital communications is also very orchestrated, right?
Yeah, they were using some sort of Russian encrypted apps that they were using to communicate amongst themselves, like similar to a Telegram, but it's a Russian version of Telegram that they were all communicating. They were well organized, and I think it's going to get worse throughout the week, right? And you know, Antifa has their different little, you know, loosely coupled, which is true, but there's someone like at the helm, right, that's coordinating on who does what, you know, who gets arrested at one time. Like this guy Stevie O who got arrested. It makes you wonder, like, you know, do you want to get taken out and arrested on day one, and how they plan out the rest of the days? Because you know there's going to be more stuff tonight. There's going to be more stuff tomorrow. And there's somebody at the helm, right, collaborating amongst them all. I think it's so David Brother.
I mean, if you think about it, right, I mean, I don't want to be spiritual here, but if they're organized and their goal is to go into these groups and then make them appear as if they are anti-American, right? So if the Antifa guy went into this protest and started burning the American flag, and then the cameras show up, right? So now that entire protest is painted as anti-American, right? I mean, I don't understand their goal here, right? Which, and I don't want us to be, again, I don't want us to be fooled. I don't want us to be sheep.
Yeah.
And what's the goal here? Like, these billionaires are doing this, trying to agitate for this. They disrupted like a Nancy Pelosi thing last night on the Stephen Colbert show, yelling out. So there's like there's these agitators doing this. Are they all part of this organization? Are they all part of this Antifa guys?
I guess I view them, I don't want to couple. They're like the special forces, right? You know, the radical leftists of agitators, anti-fascists, right? Then you got these other leftist radical groups, and then once you ignite that fire, just like January 6th, like just people that bring. Oh, you know, once it happens, right? And they knew that. And that's what they did. You know, that's what they did on Monday. And, you know, I really believe there's definitely big money behind this, huge money. And it's got to be a way to stop what.
I would love to be able to track it. I mean, again, I really want to get to the heart of this. And I know you're there on the street, so we don't know where these traveling to look like accounts or whatever. But you pointed out the arrests for this guy, Steve. We had the video you sent. You were there, and the people were telling you that this guy Steve was arrested. He'll be out in 2 hours. They told you. How did they, like? So what? Can you explain that? How would they know that this guy would be out in 2 hours? They already seem to have known this.
Well, you know, to your point about who and why someone's doing this, I forgot the name of the National Lawyers Association. They have these green hats on, and it was announced 2 days before. They will take care of everybody that gets arrested from the protesters. Everybody. So that, to me, is a dog whistle. Hey, we got your back, right? So Ben and I were, you know, we were messing with them and trying to get them on camera. Hey, could you help us? Hey, you know, they just throw milk on us. We don't talk to you. We won't talk. I go, oh, you're only here for talking to Antifa or Palestine. No comments, sir. So they're there, and they're there helping them. Somebody's funding them, too, right? Like a bunch of attorneys that are, you know, watching all this stuff occur. And then another thing, like tonight, I think at 5 o'clock, I can't make it, but they finally gave the Jewish people a permit right across from Antifa and Palestine. So I mean, so I'm glad the Jewish people have a chance to voice their concerns, but that's going to be crazy, right? I mean, it's right across the street. Why did they do it? Did they do that on purpose? We'll know later tonight, right?
No, of course they did it on purpose. I mean, again, I think this is all orchestrated. Everyone watching right now, don't be fooled, because you see it all over Fox News last night. You know, they had all these reporters out there covering the violent protests and all this outside, right? So, any sort of message from any Palestinians who are there or whatever, who are like against what's going on in Gaza, it gets totally muffled up by what's happening by these agitators and these Antifa guys, right? As you mentioned, 150 different organizations taking place in these protests. You think they all came there with violent intent? These guys get a bullhorn out, they say, come this way. So I want to know, like, who's behind it? What is the purpose of this? And now you're going to have Jewish protesters given a spot right next to them. They're doing it on purpose because they want to see violent clashes on TV. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. And I don't understand why they would want that. There's obviously a reason. It's very well orchestrated. You know, they got the, I don't know if you saw, they got Believe Kids put out everywhere. It's like crazy. The city of Chicago put those out. Like what the military guys carry. It's a civilian version of getting shot, man. You know, and everything's boarded up. I feel stressed out.
Let's talk about Pritzker. I mean, talk about these guys changing their clothes. What's the motivation of these Antifa guys? Why are they changing their outfits? You caught it on camera with this guy we have here with this bandana. But why did they change their clothes suddenly? What's the purpose?
So they changed their clothes from when they had the interaction, the conflict with their own people, the Palestinians, and tell them to follow them, right? The protesters, the Hamas. Which makes really no sense to me because when they're filming it, so they walk from there a block and a half down from the corner of the park where all the fencing is on the side, right? Police on this side to us, and then the street is open, right? They got the fencing up. 20 feet from the fencing, we got a big circle of people, two turns changing their clothes. You know, so we're sitting there watching them. I know the intent is to try to trick law enforcement, but it wasn't that tricky. They're sneaky. I mean, they're doing it there. You know, the guy, he took his bandana off, his hair was really fluffy. He put on different shorts, a different shirt. And some of the same people did. Then they proceeded to the fencing and started taking the fencing down. So I'm not really sure. It wasn't really the top secret 007, you know, change that law.
Well, I would love to know. We have all this facial recognition tools now, right? That's why they're wearing these masks. They don't want you to know where they're coming from. The reason they're wearing masks is they don't want you to track them. They don't want you to see that these people they have a history of being paid. I wouldn't doubt that a lot of these guys are busted similarly to what we saw in the college protests. These protests on college campuses, we know that George Soros funded protesters were paid to go and agitate on these campuses. From multiple different sources. Create more drama so that the television cameras show up and they say, look at all these violent protests, like something is going on here.
Yeah, I have a facial scan going. My IT security good friend is running a facial scan on this guy, so hopefully the image is good enough, you know, because they have to, so it's going through the system right now, so hopefully I'll have a name for this.
Good. Well, Terry, be safe out there. I know we're going to see what happens. What do you expect is going to happen tonight, Wednesday night at the DNC?
Yeah, I think they're railing up a little worse at nighttime, right? It's going to get worse as it progresses, and I'm assuming during Kamala Harris's speech it might be, the word. These people want to do this. These people like to do this. That's why they're here. They're not only here just because they say they have a voice that they want to be heard. These are small things, right? They enjoy this stuff. It's probably I like it a lot.
Sure. Terry Newsom is there. He is enemy lines. He is literally behind enemy lines, right on the street.
Sorry, one thing, they're usually behind enemy lines. I don't know stories. They usually behind enemy lines. They're doing it on purpose. It's behind hyphen lines. It's associated with me. I just Google search on it. Their website, the name of the organization, the violent militant are behind enemy lines on purpose. So just, I forgot to send that. Yeah, I got all these messages last night saying that they attacked the council behind enemy lines. That's the Chicago guys.
Yeah, to make people believe that it's you and your team. Using that name again.
state
Yeah.
to bust in on purpose to create that. He was saying this is exactly like January 6th. He was standing behind Ray Epps, watching these guys direct the peaceful protesters come this way, through this gate over here. Everyone's going in the Capitol, come this way. Anyway.
Well, we have more news to get to. We're going to talk about the new Homeland Security report on missing migrant children to the tune of 300,000. That is the amount that the government is admitting to, but we worked through the math and it looks like there's actually a lot more. And guess what? They started really ramping up in 2021. Clayton, who took office in 2021?
Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration. Absolutely right. So we're going to look at these numbers because guess what? I mean, you present things to Democrats, right? And you're like, this is bad. And they're like, do you want Trump to win? You can't look at that right now.
You can't pay attention.
The board is fine. Those are MAGA talking points. Well, we're not MAGA. We're not anything. We're independents, and we are going to talk about them because we're humanists. So hold on to your butts. But first, we're going to talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company because they have a new contagion kit that will help you make sure that your family is prepared for any eventuality. Now, of course, you know, we've been through a crazy cycle this year, and we don't know what's coming next. So let's cover how the Biden administration has revised its plan simultaneously with China, Russia, and North Korea all at the same time. What does that mean for us? If we're in this nuclear post-apocalyptic hell, it means that we have to prepare our family for whatever eventuality we can. That's why our family ordered a contagion emergency kit from the Wellness Company, and you can too. This is your frontline defense against whatever they throw at us. It comes packed with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, a Z-Pack, Tamiflu, all kinds of things with a nebulizer as well. So you can rest easy knowing that you have an emergency medical kit on hand that doesn't just have Band-Aids and Neosporin. Although don't knock Neosporin. I am never without in my purse Neosporin. But this goes even beyond that. So you should look into this for your family too by going to twc.health/redacted. You can save $30 at checkout. Use our promo code redacted. One more time, check it out for yourself at twc.health/redacted. Use our promo code redacted. And it's just imagine you told me and then you're I don't know how you thought that through. Right. Exactly right. Okay. No.
Alright, great. And yes, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel here live every Thursdays. So you guys here in the chat. Nice to see you guys here. Nice to this. So you follow us on X, you follow us on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch as well. So thank you guys for subscribing.
Well, the new report from the U.S. government shows that the U.S. has lost 300,000 migrant children. Lost them. You know that they came across the border unaccompanied. These are only the ones that we've counted. We've got to think that it's inflated by more than that, but this is what we're counting. We know that there are almost 500,000 that have come across the border since 2019, and more than 300,000 of them are lost. Here's the report. I want to encourage you to seek it out for yourself. It's from the Department of Homeland Security, dated just this week. The title says it all. You can find it at dhs.gov, by the way, and also I linked to it in the newsletter this morning, so you can find it for yourself. The title says, Management Alert, ICE monitor all unaccompanied migrant children released from DHS and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services custody. Can't monitor them. Don't know where they are.
So in the chat just said that the chance is lost or sold.
Well, we're going to talk about where we think that they're going. Yes, exactly that. This is not an issue of misplaced paperwork. These are children that the government realized and didn't even try to find or follow them or put them in the same place. It means that these children are considered a higher risk for trafficking, exploitation, or forced labor. Now, we learned this in April of 2023. A human HHS whistleblower testified about this to the House Judiciary Committee She also spoke to Redacted last month, and Clayton asked her, how does this happen? Where are they coming from? What is actually going on here? Listen to this example she gave of how this is happening.
We need to shine a light on this because it's so dark. Talk about where are these kids coming from? They're having panic attacks without their parents. So are they coyotes working them across the border and they're being dropped at these facilities? How exactly are they arriving at these facilities in the first place before the United States government can practice them around the other parts of the United States?
Yeah, well, it's a very well-organized criminal operation. So I can give you an example of one of our cases out of Texas. There was a Guatemalan living in Texas, and he had children who he was luring from Guatemala, telling them, look, you're making $2.50 a day now, but if you come to the United States, I'm going to pay you $6 an hour. So some of the children are lured. Like, they believed they were going to be Bill Gates rich, right? Instead of making $2.50 a day, they're more than doubling and tripling their wages. They're like $6 an hour. Wow. So they're lured. Some of them are stolen from their families. Sometimes their families are being sold a bill of goods that, hey, if you send your child to the United States, they're going to be able to send money back to you. And we'll give you money now if you let us take your child. And so sometimes the parents, because again, they live in the hills, many of the children had not been to school, couldn't read or write, and so their families, I can only assume, are the same. They're preying on a very, very vulnerable population to begin with, and then they're bringing them here. Again, it's evil. So the children arrive at our border already knowing who their sponsor's going to be when they get here. If you've seen the news, some people right on the border will show pictures of the children holding up a little piece of paper with the name and a number. So when they present to Border Patrol, our fine Border Patrol take that information as their U.S. point of contact. So that's our Border Patrol. Then they hand them over to HHS, which is where Deb and I were working, and that becomes their sponsor. And that's the number that in 10 to 14 days, come on guys, 10 to 14 days was the goal, was to call that person and say, hey, are you expecting a kid? Hey, let's trade some information over WhatsApp. What's your address? And then we put them on transportation with carloads, and they're delivered to baggage claim in an airport. So that's how it works. And it's absolutely astounding that the U.S. government last year spent $6.3 billion to traffic these children. And this year we're on track to spend $7.3 billion to put children in labor slavery, sex slavery, and other unspeakable horror.
One of those unspeakable horrors that's Tara Lewis, by the way, an American hero. Vince in our chat on YouTube said that Staples says the Size parties these are more cruel to them than you can imagine. They torture them through rituals. That's one of the unspeakable things they do.
Yes. Okay, well, the U.S. government is admitting it just literally doesn't know. They know they're vulnerable to these unspeakable evils, but they really don't know. And how much they care, well, let's look through the report and decide how much we actually care. Here are the numbers of what they call UCs, or unaccompanied minor children. These are children who cross the southern border without their parents. So it shows that between 2019 and 2023, the number of children has gone up precipitously. Look how low it was in 2020, either because of COVID, when the borders were closed, or because of other actions from the Trump administration. We can't say, let's plead ignorance that we don't know why, and think that, well, maybe during the Trump years, the average was 67,000. That's still too many children, but look how it doubled per year in the Biden administration, under the Biden-Harris administration. Now, the report says that 32,000 of these children failed to show up for their court dates, but that number does not account for the total missing. Now, here's why. I want to work through this math together a little bit so we can make sure that the government's not lying to us. Of those 448,000, about half of them received what's called an NTA, or a notice to appear. That's you're giving a child a child a document saying, there you are, 10-year-old. Here's a letter in English and maybe Spanish. And she points out, Tara Rodas, that a lot of them don't read or write. A lot of them don't speak Spanish. They speak some kind of Mayan or dialect. But okay, here's a piece of paper. You show up at this court date in, let's say, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Well, in fact, that's kind of a joke because it's a child that's expected to get to a court date and we don't know who their guardian is, but all right. But the government then tracks them based on who gets an NTA and who shows up for that date. Well, of that 448,000, there were almost 300,000 who didn't even get an NTA. So take a look at this. They're saying that 291,000 were never given an NTA or a court date, so the government did not have any way to follow them. So we know they existed, they crossed the border, we never gave them a document, and then we don't know. We have no idea where they are. And the U.S. government admits that means they are probably being trafficked. Again, here's from the government report that those are considered higher risk for trafficking, exploitation, or forced labor. Now, here it says that these are the ones that they can't track. So if my math serves me right, we know that there are 448,000. We know that they did not give NTAs to 290,000, which means that they did give them 167,000. That's what we sort of are left to subtract for ourselves. Can we put this on the screen? This is how I did this math. And again, feel free to check my math because I just put it in a spreadsheet. So of those that did get it, the 157,000, 32,000 didn't show up. So that says to me we have to add those no-shows who did get an NTA to the number who didn't. That means the real number that we cannot track is 323,000, which is 72% of the children that are crossing the southern border, going lost or missing, most likely trafficked.
Yeah, these numbers are, I mean, look, J.B. Carroll, guest of the show, say these numbers, it's way worse than what you're seeing there. There's no shows, of course, and of course, what's amazing to me is the follow-up. Oh, when you deliver these children, but what's the follow-up procedure?
Oh, let's talk about that. Good question. And actually, my 72% is lower than the lost number that the report finds of itself. You can see here that they just went to one location, and they found that 84% of those children were not given NTAs. So 72% would be super good. They're saying they're losing 84% of any given group of children. So what is the government currently doing about it? Well, they say they have a protocol, but they can't really follow it. They're supposed to check the address they have for a child, and that's really about it. They don't have to alert ICE or Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE says, well, yeah, we'd like to know that. Like, here's just a screenshot about their protocol. They're saying, according to ICE officials, they're not required to share this information when somebody doesn't show up for their hearing. HHS says that they were not made aware when UCs failed to show up in court, but that information, it says, would be helpful. Okay, would be helpful, but why? What are they going to do about it? Let's just hold on to that and what's going to happen. I mean, these are all the ways that they can track us, that they can track where we go, what we buy, what we say, our personal communication, but they can't find these children even though they know about them. Clearly, there are government employees like Tara Rodas who want to track the children. In fact, according to the report, some of these government employees are just trying to put it together with spit and glue. It says here that one field office, one attorney created a local workaround because there's no protocol by making their own spreadsheet. You guys, this is not how it's supposed to go. And in fact, the question is when they're saying, yeah, that would be helpful, but what would they do about it? Nothing. Look at this last highlighted piece. No, the last one. Can you put the last one back? It says, according to an ICE official, ICE does not have an automated process. No, this is not the one I wanted. I'm sorry. Yes, let's go back to the one we just wanted to put on. They can't do anything about it. The next screen, sorry. It says that if they are notified of something, they do nothing. ICE personnel at 2 field offices affirmed this and explained that they had identified UCs, unaccompanied minors, in unsafe conditions, but were unable to intervene. One officer expressed concern with not being able to take action in a case
involving an unaccompanied minor whose sponsor claimed that the minor was in an inappropriate relationship with her husband and they could do nothing. So basically, this woman is saying, my husband is abusing this child. And they did nothing about it. Like, oh, okay, but at least we know where it is, right? I guess. Is that better? So that child was not in the loss numbers. We know where they were. They were busy being abused by their host. We know that. We did nothing. So what does this report say that we should do? Basically, track them, make better internal protocol communications. Look at their 2 recommendations. Evaluate the manual process that we got right now. Develop and implement an automated system. So we just need better software. Yes, maybe Bill Gates can get on that instead of trying to feed us poison.
Evaluate the manual process. Okay, so we share that information with ICE, and then we're going to also then develop and implement an automated system.
Right, and the second suggestion is implement a formal process to identify these migrant children who fail to appear for their hearings, and then share that information. Not do anything about it. So let's, again, I know we don't want to, but let's recall the example that we were just given of a woman who said that this unaccompanied minor is being abused by her husband in an inappropriate relationship. These suggestions would do nothing for that child because that child was tracked and monitored. We know where they are, right? So it's just like, can we track them better? Can we talk to each other better? That's basically it. Do we stop it? No, that's not in the report. We're not trying to do that.
And as we know from Senator Johnson and Senator Grassley, they basically get blocked and banned when they even want to their hearings on this.
Yes.
They do not want a light shed on this console right now, and it's how do you this is not new information. They have known about this for years, so that manual process is already
Say it's a protocol. It's not to stop it. Not to stop the abuse. There's nothing here to stop the abuse. So let's do a gut check then. How much we collectively care about this because the corporate media is saying, well, these are just GOP parties. Okay. There's damning evidence here, but the GOP is seizing on it like it's just voters or conservatives, which is crazy. Because we all should bipartisan seize on this. We should all care about this. So the liberals and the Indians here congratulating us. We love immigrants. We love them coming into the country. So say that there's child trafficking because that's a GOP talking point. Okay, then you might want to say, do you love migrant children? You're alone. I can't hear that. I'm not looking at that. Now, as a believer, if you just go back to the chart of how many children we know about, this happened while Kamala Harris was supposed to be in charge of the southern border. So the numbers that we have above 2019 and 2008, we can blame the Trump administration. How much worse it is since the Biden administration's comments and the numbers are damning. That's almost a third of the 448,000 that we know about. So this is the result of previous children being claimed. So what do we do? Let's try to provide these are not usually talking about this story. If you really care, should be about that. Children in cages, wouldn't you much rather them be in at these places where we can track them, rather than them being released into the world to be sexually abused, organs harvested, labor, right? Nobody wants these children to be in horrible situations that is holding them in cages, but can we keep them safe? We also want them to be raped.
also different certain places I find it's if you stop and you slow them, you press the button and you stop and it did the exact opposite of this. And now it's this massive threat. So the president said that he's going to advance the competition. He said intelligence just not just wants to be there. This is the travesty of this. This is happening in the United States of America. So watch the show about it. Watch the about it. I'm going to talk about race. This is what's happening. This is the largest traffic organization in the show. This is all the same. I just get out of it. It's so time of hurricanes. I realize this.
Share this story. Are sleeping. We don't care about it because they parents and politicians. So to get to okay, that continues to want to their thinkness how they can unfortunately, they're not vaccine taking parts. They already have that. Why are they not? I'll tell you what else. It's going on. They have something in their business. Make sure it's too much time they can conscientious of small businesses to take standards So, by popular demand, NetSuite has extended its long-term flexible financing program for just a few more weeks. And you can take advantage of that by heading over to netsuite.com/redacted. It's everything you need to grow all in one place. Once again, it's netsuite.com/redacted. netsuite.com/redacted.
Overnight court stabbings in the United Kingdom, no violence, support, supporters, or notice. What is happening in Europe is it's a sense of chaos. They will call you racist. They will call you the bigots. What is happening? What's happening there is about to happen. It's riots across the country. It's causing violence and destruction in these countries. It's a petition. It's all of these things to manage
Thanks.
So we'll start that off as much as fascinating to watch the it's unbelievable to watch the I just call out this organization to racist.
So today, the more standings are more standings low, and 2 days ago, there was also stamp outside practice. These things aren't being reported properly by the media. They're more interested in talking about people doing 30 words on social media, fast tracking these people to care of 24 hours. These are other people on their page. There's 16, there's 17, it's a very previous record. They're justices, particularly justices in the UK, and they are in jail in 24 hours. The problem here is that the prisons are awfully overpopulated in the UK, and now we have not 1 in 1 out system. Operation 30 or reasons. So if you're a rapist, if you're a murderer, if you're a robber, you can get let out of jail early because somebody said something that somebody needs defense online, which for me is just absolutely nonsense.
Next question. When you say to those who say that these violence has been staged, and I've never seen videos of flag and other things like that. So talk about some of the staging that it seems like anytime you see events with a lot of this chaos, we're seeing international riots and that, so you see this on a regular basis. What do you say to those who say that all of this so-called violence, stabbings, it's all fake, it's all being staged? What do you say to this?
I don't think it's fake. I think some things are being encouraged, and certainly the way that Keir Starmer has gone about this it's not his premiership. He has turned groups of the UK against each other. There is no left, there is no right, there is far left, there is far right. He only spoke yesterday calling anybody that was right or far right. He was calling them racists. This is you're labelling your own people, and people are going to start going, well, if I'm a bloody racist now, I'll start acting on this. That's not okay, but you can see how this can affect people, working class, who have already felt like they've been forgotten by their government, forgotten by their peers, and left out to pasture. And now the government is telling them that they're racist. It's enraging. And they're not racist. My comments, I like to think that my comments on social media haven't been racist or calling for any violence. I want exactly the opposite of that. There needs to be a safe way for people to protest against the fact in the UK, because it is becoming really state and it's absolutely horrific.
As a public figure, as we're talking about social media, as a journalist, fear what's happening across this line, this political line, okay, how do you feel about that?
It's a tricky one for me. I'm sorry, I'm in Morocco at the moment. I'm about to be in Portugal next week. I have to be back in the UK for a couple of months. I'm worried that somebody would see what I've said online as inciting violence. I certainly don't believe that's what they've been doing. But don't know the parameters. Is it now we need to use to stand up for what we believe in? It's looking at the situation. This is horrific. I mean, Macron just posted online not so long ago that if Elon Musk doesn't stop buying the contract with the EU, that X is going to be shut down in the European Union. They're also talking about doing this in the UK. This is the end of free speech in Europe. This is a World Economic Forum agenda in my book. This is, of course, a globalist totalitarian society.
Let's talk about this globalization. What do you think that's the role of mass invasion of violence? And we should all right now, I think it's very, very important. We're striking down in the United States. The reason we see this destabilization in these countries is Syria. Essentially, there's a Syrian refugee. Before the West decided to destabilize Syria and destroy that country, Syria was one of the most peaceful countries in the world, one of the safest countries in the world, until the West decided to destabilize it. So there's like essentially a Syrian refugee movement. It's in Yemen, it's in Sudan, Sudanese refugees. All of these refugees are as a result of the Western interventions, imperialism, these countries robbing and raping their minerals and resources.
where it starts. So what now we're seeing is, that was the catalyst. Now we're seeing the end of that, which is this mass migration patterns.
Well, I think you have to realise that the people that are coming over illegally, folks from France to the UK, are primarily quite teenage men. There's no children, or if they are, they're around. In my opinion, when the children flee war, that's the way it's acting on their own way. We're not putting the children off first. So why are fighting age males coming in their thousands and their tens of thousands? You have to also remember as well, the UK is a much smaller country than the US. It takes a lot less people to destabilise a nation than it would do in America. You've got vast land masses and billions upon billions of people. So, although having your effect on your population, on your people, it's easier to sort of test it, practice it somewhere like the UK, and I feel like that's wanting to increase facial recognition cameras, preventing people from going into certain areas. They're now talking about a tax per mile system for your car. These are all things that anybody who's followed the WEF agenda for the last few years, they're the means and goals of the World Economic Forum. And then right on cue, you've got a little pandemic about empires or countries. If you step back and you reduce some small amount of research, it's all there. You just have to look at the World Economic Forum YouTube channel and see how Bill Gates talks about we need to reduce the population of the Earth to the best way to do that is through vaccination. I was vaccinated twice for COVID, and I had a stroke after one, and I had a heart attack after the other. So I know what it's like to be vaccine damaged, and I certainly wouldn't comply with any of this. That's my personal opinion. Anybody watching can do whatever they want to do, but it's not my problem. I just won't take it.
I mean, Don's is absolutely right. In the case of replacement, it's about it's about freedoms workers. That's the United Nations states. So there's the United Nations, by the way, even after it's an army of each one. Where do you get them? You get them from these state countries. The promises of some sort of money, whatever. It's not. You're absolutely right. I have a story. I'm sure my audience is not a story. How am I supposed to take a shot? The story.
So I used to run a pub in West and to reopen the pub after lockdown, it was very clear to get the vaccine. I also had just started a charity delivering aid to Ukraine time, so people are driving over to Ukraine with about 12 loads of supplies for the refugees crossing the Ukraine border. I wasn't down that country unless they got the vaccine. I got the vaccine. About 2 months afterwards was when I had a stroke. Very stable family, lucky that was very nearby, and my wife just said to me, once I'm replaced, stay like that for 2 weeks. I still get it reoccurring now. I went to migraine. My face screwed down. That happened to me over last week. And then, and the heart attack came about 8 months afterwards. At that point, my family really broken up. We didn't really connect the dots. You start going on this journey, you start piecing everything together. Like 41 years old, and my entire life. I don't just wake up one morning and have a stroke. Or my heart attack. There is some truth to that.
It's wonderful. Just like you showed me the first time.
Yeah, it's so I'll get you on this
Well, I think that the so-called past rights and that doesn't necessarily mean violence, but there will be pushback, and there needs to be pushback. We need to fight for the things that we believe in, actually, our way of life, and those things need to be respected. And this agenda, this wet agenda, in my opinion, needs to be stopped. And Keir Starmer, he is a wet crony. He's definitely on the payroll. He's definitely doing their bidding. And to be honest with you, I think there needs to be a functional distinction against that with
Portugal has decided to become the test bed for vaccine ID cards in Europe. Portugal, as a reminder, was one of the first to have COVID vaccine cards digitally that they take use to restrict movement during the pandemic. So why have they agreed to do this? Have they not learned their lesson? Well, joining me to discuss this from Portugal is Alexandre Pinheiro. He is a Portuguese scientist who has been following this. So thank you for joining me. I want to ask you, why would Portugal do this, and what is the worst case scenario that we might see for these vaccine ID cards used to restrict freedom and movement?
So first, hello everyone. It's always a pleasure to join you on that debate. It's not necessarily a crash. Well, basically, Portugal always likes being the best it has been always like this for years, for decades, and since the European Union, it has been just like that. No one asks about the reasons why such specific measure is being granted. We just lie. We give ourselves a map and show everyone that we want to be the first one ever. And we want to go even farther than everybody else lets them gets to go. So this is basically how Portugal behaves within the European Union. Concerning specifically this guide of the European vaccination card, this is not acceptable, especially because according to the official registers, what I've seen is that since 2018 that Portugal had already demonstrated that on this project that was in the month. an extent, of course, and I'm being sarcastic because they, politicians within the European Union sphere, they say that a European vaccination card is an acceptable. It's time to empower individuals by giving control over their vaccination data, thus facilitating the management, review, and sharing of their vaccination records as needed. But let me put things in a way quite clear. We already have this. We don't need this information. We have something called People Link. I have it. For example, I can get it when I download it as an app on my mobile phone. I can have access to the official app of the National Health System. We don't need it. But it's funny because they always insist that they are empowering individuals. And this is to a certain extent the way this gives us that we have we hold the power and control over. And that's not true. Well, this is that's because they are trying to convince that it's very clear that that's true.
So, having lived in Portugal now for 5 years, it struck me certain advancements in technology that the United States did not have in Portugal. But when it came to government tracking of every euro spent, every cent, every bit on your taxpayer account, every health records, and I realize that Portugal is so advanced when it comes to those things, and behind it some other technology. Doesn't that strike you as funny? And does anyone else sort of say, hey, you know, we want to government tracking. Is there a voice inside of the country that is speaking against this?
Sadly, there are much voice, but these that can speak whether to a large audience outside some specific political movements or even some political party. For example, presently we only have Chega Party, who has a huge voice in the parliament. However, this party has been neglected and forgetting about this issue, which should be discussed. I don't see that we should at least just deny or reject every government, but we should discuss it. Let people decide on their perspective. Perspective is different. This is an advantage or a disadvantage for the people, and I don't see anyone complaining about this besides some specific and small voices political group. Everybody seems to be afraid on getting into some kind of track that usually the media is very good at developing it and trying to find opinions saying that they are being extremists and that they are not trying to participate on actions which they can do. And I want to remind once again that this alleged European vaccination card is going to be implemented next month. That is supposed to do something that we already have. And they're trying to tell us that thanks to this app, we can be empowered and we can have enough control over our lives. We don't have it. That's not president. Is that what they are trying to say? That's false. I have all my vaccination registration records since I was born. Everybody has it. If you want to schedule an appointment, where the kind of vaccine that you have, you can't just do it through your service or through your healthcare center. So what is this all about? This is only to share all our data for our not only vaccination but also aspects related to our health, aspects to a lot of different countries. Because this will be centralized, and according to the official information, the WHO had called the Global Digital Health Information Network that was created last year, and they will have the ability to monitor all the information that all countries participating on this project will provide to the server. So this is far more than just an empowered individual that will apply vaccines. It doesn't make sense, and it's just a matter of sharing with everyone our information and documents.
But there is a voice, there is a sentiment in Portugal against restricting liberties to pandemic measures. The only reason is demonstration. There was graffiti in a lot of different places that said, COVID, surreal, which means illegal flying, so
That's what he asked to get the help. Probably that's why he did it. Because a lot of people who are in the media, they are very professional on this. What do we do? Say, we are extremists, we are radicals, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be side from the general population. So everybody there, anyone there, and these measures, and just to discuss them, and not even to that, but to discuss them, then we have a problem, which is the media and a lot of potential money in this country, they go straight to the most important and will make them separate. Saying that, this is very much sucker in the some kind of hope and tweets, and then it's going to share it and say that this person is the next this they let a lot of people start going especially and this gets easily into the political discussion. In the end, what they are trying to do here is the people who don't want to participate on this kind of project and don't want to have vaccination, not for the COVID, but for any other purposes, they shall not be allowed, for example, not only to travel, but to not have access to city service. And this is what should worry people a lot. Because all this information is spread worldwide, then you can have different governments from many other countries saying and restricting, limiting the fundamental rights on people who just decide to have a voice on this subject. And there are some kind of, like I said, even like the National Health Directorate, when we have to they don't want to usually allow
about these certain works. It may not seem like the business emergencies, which are emergencies so miles just judo when it published around 70 years, 69, 70, almost, it doesn't really seem like but not to be sorry, that's also let's see what some of these how to define the on some charges. We were not prepared to less chance on SSC. And that seems to be like the only point that is potentially being used to defend this case. Alright, so the individual in question drove from Honda CRV westbound to the intersection of Wendell and Riverside the back of Bumper Ritchie stopped at a red windshield and slammed into the guys and Chadwick was walking on the sidewalk and the cars and she did not acknowledge that she was responsible for the she expressed her evidence that this was a investigation skid marks on the road to show that there was an attempt to slam all the brakes.
Health officials are ramping up vaccination programs to limit the spread of mpox after the WHO declared the disease a global health emergency. As well as Milwaukee, estimated for vaccine.
Adam is getting ready for a full mpox vaccination, but vaccinating health in Senegal.
So we launched the on Saturday morning, and by Monday morning, all 36 spots were booked up. And we have a wait list of about 10 people.
The World Health Organization has declared the spread of mpox a global health emergency.
But with all the media and the WHO announcement, more attention within the community has been on mpox.
Mpox is a infectious disease. It can cause a lethal rash, fever, and swollen lymph nodes.
Anybody can get mpox. It's close skin to skin or mucosal contact. So, if you're kissing somebody, if you are if you're sharing events with eyes, then it's possible to pass on. Hopefully, but then
Ontario St. Paul this year, 5 big colonies.
In Canada, the epidemiology is such that the vast majority of cases are circulating in the men who have sex with men community. And the risk factors for this section are men who have sex with men who have multiple sexual partners.
Yeah. And so the all-in-one relative will, hey, how about you just don't have sex with other men if you're a man? About this outbreak is something that there are shutdowns or ankle vaccinations, like why were you the same as what you thought? And just kind of circle back to some time here in Canada, we have about 5 sorts of really amazing health. So a family in Charlotte, with a 14-year-old son, he wrangled in the car at Oshawa Mall. She seemed like trying to super headline, just getting more outrageous. Like, what the hell is going on here? This is not the Canada that I love in. This is not the Canada that I like, and I just feel like it's something to add to the crazy stories here. We're talking, say, 15-year-old and 16-year-old are facing 155 charges, including first-degree murder in a series of shootings of total crimes across the state. According to some excuses, there's a widespread of crimes happening with tow truck companies in Ontario. Very, very bizarre. And now, speaking of bizarre, we're going to talk about what's happening with children's hospitals, things like that, because it's getting up here. So it's really this morning. Local Jewish organizations and hospitals across Canada are seeking multiple volunteers. One user has reportedly been sentenced to various Jewish institutions. One is that this is actually a sentence the only God will be taken seriously. This is what the hardcore that says. There's many associations in the building. They are placed in black bags. The bombs are set to go off in a few hours. You will all end up in a pool of blood. None of you deserve to keep living. Anyone inside the building will lose their lives. Okay, I have nothing other than scorn for humanity. Today will be your last day on Earth. The group named Court is behind this massacre. We won't stop causing terror. Give our group's name to news outlets. And this is crazy. I don't know if you've ever dealt with a bomb threat in
person, or if you've ever experienced one and know anyone who has, but it's no joke. It's absolutely no joke. And here's CTV's case about it here. Multiple Jewish organizations, hospitals across Canada have received identical threats. And Justin Trudeau has rushed social media and discussed that reports about a 100 Jewish institutions across Canada were targeted by threats. Our team is contacting with local law enforcement to investigate, and we're working with them on shepherd area west for a long threat. They were evacuated, buildings were evacuated as a precaution Toronto. In addition, Marco Machida have also comments. What should the government do to tackle these types of threats? Let me know comments. But now we're taking a look at something that is also terrifying, but it's not really as local as communities. It involves the whole world going up in flames due to nuclear war. So Canada has just provided $5.7 million additional in humanitarian aid for Ukraine with focus on children. And that is very important to know because Canada has taken the lead on funding either Ukraine's like their war, their defense, their attacks, humanitarian aid. We've given them hundreds of millions, billions of dollars worth of money in conjunction with actual weapons, and then we also have troops that are over there. So why is Canada going to be a target, you may ask? Because I think that at the start of this reports suggest that the president of Belarus says that if NATO troops enter Ukraine, nuclear weapons will burst. All of this is coming to light because Ukraine, whether it's actually happening or whether it's the mainstream media that has flipped some sort of narrative, well, the thing that's happened is that Russia has invaded Ukraine several years ago, and Ukraine was on defense. But not too long ago, within the past couple of weeks, Ukraine has flipped the script. And according to mainstream media, Ukraine is now on the offensive, and they are attacking Russia on Russian soil. So all of Russia's allies, including Belarus, is now saying, whoa, we're going to get ready for a nuclear war. And also, we have President Joe Biden has recently stated that they're getting ready for a nuclear war. But if you take a look at Belarus, does Russia support Belarus, or is Belarus part of NATO? Belarus is cool with NATO. They don't really have any war or peace with them, for lack of a better Now, which is very scary. We're talking about not just a matter of potential, but potentially something that is irreversible to this planet, which is why Elon Musk is trying to push us off the planet out into space onto another planet before you have nuclear war. And it's not just me saying it, you have mainstream media all over the world saying it. For instance, the Telegraph is saying nuclear war is much closer than we dare imagine, which is very, very scary. If you're thinking, of course, America is a massive superpower in the entire world for the military. When you look at how many nuclear weapons every country has, according to Russia actually has more. Apparently, Russia has 5,580 weapons, and the U.S. has 5,044. Now, that's a combination of retired warheads, stored warheads, and deployed warheads. And then you look at China, and they have 500. And then you start going down the list with France at 290, and then it jumps down to the United Kingdom. So it is almost evenly dispersed between what seems to be the two big groups in the world. You've got NATO, America, us good guys, and then Russia, China, and all of the bad guys, depending on how you look at things, right? We're on this side of the world, so technically we should all view ourselves as the good guys, even though NATO is doing some very, very questionable things that is kind of expediting, the trajectory towards nuclear warfare. But nonetheless, for the sake of argument, we're good, they're bad. When you look at who has what, it's just kind of evenly spread out that it's 50-50 or close to it. So it's very, very scary times. It just feels like with an election coming up, and with the spread of monkeypox, crime going rampant, and assassination attempts, with America, that is, I'm talking about, it just feels like so much is happening in such a short amount of time. So if you're getting stressed, don't worry about it. Everybody is also in the same boat, getting stressed. Unless, of course, you don't care about the news, you don't watch news, and in that case, you probably wouldn't be watching this video if that's your thing. Awesome. Congratulations, you dodged the massive amount of stress. But for all of us, yeah, stress levels are just going up and up and up. So to reduce our stress, I'm going to end the video off right now. Thank you so much for watching. Love to hear what you guys have to say. Now, leave comments about any of the topics that were covered. And on your way out, I'd like to you guys smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Finally, an EV with ultra-fast charging and impressive range, and a full-size 3-row SUV. The Kia EV9. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Good evening. Welcome to a program that's devoted entirely to who's losing it. Start with one of our regular contributors to this segment. She's the MVP of Left Is Losing It, MSNBC's Joy Reid. And here she expressed surprise that Kamala Harris didn't pick Mark Kelly as her VP because he's so white.
And I thought she would go astronaut, keeping it real. He, to me, would have been the safest, most conventionally safe pick. White, super white, like, mayonnaise sandwich on Wonder Bread, white.
Can you imagine a news anchor describing a black dude with that sort of language? You'd be off air in a millisecond. Now, let's check in on some Kamala fanboys and girls. Why are they backing a woman who was 5 minutes ago called a political liability but is now some sort of a saviour? Let's hear from some of her biggest fans, starting with this young lass who identifies as a trans man that got pregnant and had an abortion.
Why are y'all voting for Kamala Harris?
I don't want to lose my rights. Like, I'm a trans man and I'm gay and I have been pregnant and I've had an abortion before and I don't want to lose that. I'm afraid of not being able to be myself anymore because from what I've heard, Trump's America doesn't want me to look like this. So
Mum doesn't want you to look like this. And here is her friend who seems to think that Donald Trump is going to make piercings and tattoos illegal. Like,
There's no alternative, but I feel like if Trump were to win, I wouldn't be able to, express myself through my looks and everything, and wouldn't be able to have the piercings with the dyed hair and the tattoos that I wanted, I would be able to be myself and my dad's very pro-Trump, and I'm just very pro-Trump.
That poor dad. Yet low information voters who seem to be overrepresented at these Kamala rallies. Let's hear some more and that great work, I should say, here by Taylor Hanson for these eye-opening interviews. Now, get ready to lose some brain cells.
They probably would have accommodations for someone like me, especially given that I like women as a woman. I want to keep access to my bank accounts. I would like to keep making money. I don't want to be some man's object, and I really don't. It's the whole thing with Project 2025 is terrifying. I read through some of it, and it was just insane. It's bad.
That is bad. Anyone allowed to vote would be that brainwashed and broken. It's wrong. It's always wrong.
Why are y'all voting for Kamala Harris?
It's ridiculous how anymore it's really hard for people like us, like queer people, and it's just really hard for us to get rights. And with how the Republicans are handling everything, it's just putting more and more stress on us, like basically taking away everything we have. It's just important that we feel safe, just even living here. Because everyone's been wanting to leave the country, and this is the only chance we have to properly fix everything.
Goodness me, what did you say to that? If you allow leftist indoctrination, you won't uncheck. That's the some folks, but it's not just young women who are being swept up by the Harris Schools campaign. Which campaigns too?
Why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Because she is the movement that we need right now.
Is there any specific policy you're trying to vote for?
I just believe in her. I believed in her when I was in California, and I just don't believe in her now. But she's all about the like us, and Trump is bad. That's
bad.
She's everything we're looking for. Yes, she's everything we're looking for.
The cat ladies for Kamala. Can you kind of explain that to me?
Well, I think you got it right there. Yeah. I don't need to go any further than that.
Are you a cat lady for Kamala?
I am a cat lady for Kamala, obviously.
And the Kamala Harris campaign was so impressed with this next band that they posted this video to social media.
We played before.
Kamala.
Kamala. And why?
I kind of disagree more with her policies that she has ideas for, and she's not a felon.
Yeah, that's what white dudes are for Kamala. That's what they sound like and look like. And as for Kamala, she sounds great as long as she sticks strictly to the script vision for her. Or press conferences where she needs to think on her feet. Indeed, they are so tightly controlling every minute she utters that she started plagiarizing her own speeches.
So good to be back in Michigan. Listen, let me tell you, I am clear. The path to the White House runs right through this state. And listen, I am clear. The path to the White House runs right through this state. I took on perpetrators of all crimes. I took on perpetrators
perpetrators of all kinds. Some are done for McDonald's. Some are done for McDonald's. So hear me when I say. So hear me when I say. I know Donald Trump's type. I know Donald Trump's type. We ready to fight for it. We ready to fight for it.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products. Showcase their dynamic and seamlessly traffic. Set up multiple secure pages. Design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Track your sales on customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Manage from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
President Biden, she released how to go after smugglers to air travel and to project the different critical race. It's kind of been this whole end where air travel is with someone's. I wonder if I won exchange that was. Talking about sort of suggesting that almost 8 years ago, 8 years ago next year, buying Porsche Nagasaki was Australia, and to say otherwise is sexist trolling. It is the Australia's Olympic Committee's unwillingness. Taking those comments and keeping them aired. Story in 2019.
The Chinese real estate bust is finally having its impact on Canada. We're going to get into that. 369 people per day are possibly going bankrupt, and we're going to get into a shocking report that was released there. But first of all, let's get into this main video from CBC about the situation
And it's real estate
Almost 1,500 square feet. Lovely. It's too bad it's too bad.
David Hutchinson has been showing this condo a lot at a price just over $6 million. It's part of a fancy downtown hotel complex. It has been on the market for 6 months.
There's been showing, there's been interest, so that's all positive. But the issue is supply and demand. There's a lot of supply right now.
Why could there be so much supply, guys? Again, we're constantly
state economy is saying it has been for a while. The portfolios need to use investors on topic for advancing safety targets of bringing schemes of nuclear weapons. Then the fundamental is going to last really just big major real estate development projects need to be mature and that no longer or this real estate agent says government policies will policy to supply.
Yeah, definitely go behind and speculate that they understand that having anything in this place is something that's not really good.
then what you said there is correct. All of that is not good thing, but the human factor, bottom-line, and all those different things haven't been. I don't think it's going on now for a while, in fact, but also just similar things that have happened in the real estate as well. And I think where I really need to go is that it can be if you have a investors for real estate, real estate, not so much on the those people, why are they going to put so much money into a potential bad investment to sell revenue? So it's very interesting what's going on there. And then what is the top deal producer? What is the biggest industry price? Very interesting. The market that attracted China has demanded Egypt. So obviously China is one of the biggest steel producers in the world. So the world's biggest steel producer found to be about China carries the potential to plunge the sector into a deeper downturn. The issues with China's steel sector are like a harsh winter. They will be longer, colder, more difficult to absorb in sectors. And this guidance is also good on a real challenge with major things. 2008 and 2015. So again, we're talking about what we say about the global elements of the world economy, but also how this real estate also works. We said here also China's steel market by far the world's largest platform for world economy, no drastic problems downturn, showed no sign of ending, while factory activity remains a huge balance of steel and currency, all construction of great market movement that they will solve through the profit sector side, not just where Asian investors from China override incentives by profit. And the reason why they had this mindset was because of the real estate bubble in
China, again, when people look at property budget mentality, they take that same mentality to other countries. I mean, I'm looking at Sydney, all over the Mexico today. If it's property or real estate, no matter where it is, take a step back and say, oh, by a particular country, I mean, another great example is the after the bubble around Calgary and Edmonton right now. That is really around the narrative of the bubble. It's not good fundamental. It's really good. It's narrative. Today, you can see still the building today for the Office of Superintendent of Bankruptcy, the number of insolvencies is last month for the first June alone, 11.9% Canada, with Ontario, 4,265, and Quebec, 'cause at the same time last year, the more people find themselves in dire financial situation, the number of insolvency bankruptcies proposals and bankruptcy increased by 16.8% and proposals increased by 6.6%. The number of insolvencies in June 2024 was 4.9% higher than the number of insolvencies in June 2023. Consumer insolvencies increased by 4.2%, while business insolvencies increased by a whopping 23.7%. So think about the impact that that's going to have on unemployment and the unemployment. And obviously what's happening with layoffs is completely distorted as well by the amount of uncreated by the amount of government distorted jobs that are being created and supported so far. It's not hard to see but the trend is that's been on the rise over the past 12 months whether it's about 131,451 insolvencies. That is 359 filings today. That's a 17.8% increase compared to the 12-month period. To put things in perspective, the highest recorded cases in 2009, we saw 161,712. So the June 2024, the number of insolvencies increased by 7%. So very still high rates, even though interest rates have come down. If you look at the past 10, 15 years, when everybody took out all these high levels of debt, interest rates were definitely high compared to when they took out the debt. So also businesses were going to their debt, high interest rates, and also very bad. Like I said, the economy is affected, by migration, and the constant way you have the banking crisis that happened in the US that was really a global crisis of liquidity. And you've got flashing warning flags that happen everywhere, like the stock market crash, which now is short weeks to go. So what
It's such a huge thing. On so many different since I was this area is something that's down. I look at the ecosystem, so I get these two different polarized views. So I always think of San Joaquin Valley not just conservative, but maybe more conservative than this. Of it's not has 75%. So it kind of is bizarre that, man, we produce Adam Schiff and Devin Nunes in the same state.
Yeah. I mean, not to belabor the point, but I just think it's so interesting. I've been reading your books and following your commentary for years. But I didn't get really interested in your point of view until I understood that you were back in your childhood home where you grew up. And when you established so many different the same way I just always think that way, and it's such an important risk that really good nobody knows right. This latest thing that I installed is the flavor talk about the water. It's not a fit, but you never have these kind of.
For those of you that had Elon Musk beefing with a Russian warrior on your Windows 2024, looks like you guys get payday. But for the rest of us, we just I'm Paul. You guys talk about combat veteran. Let's talk about this incredibly bizarre book. Okay, so perhaps you could do it. I'll just post the video and see what the Cybertruck, it's an electric vehicle in the United States of, it depends on who you ask. But it looks weird. Looks like something from a 90s video game. But he definitely showed some pictures of him driving it around his presidential palace in Chechnya with a machine gun mounted to the back of it. And he certainly was super into it. Now, things got weirder with this story. And why? Well, it's because a journalist named Seth Abramson, it comes to the right when you are trying to some guy, same thing I did. He says, Elon Musk, website, but he says, Musk providing vehicles ready for military intervention of America. That is just the biggest story of American today. Why is America coming and working over against the U.S.? This is enormous. Never give me an interest. I'm like, yo, it's possible that the Russians are circumventing sanctions, and Elon Musk never really provided this Cybertruck, but it was obtained in some kind of shell company or shell purchase. This is not supposed to be violating U.S. sanctions. And we see for what the contract already. Of course, Elon Musk weighing in on this. Are you seriously simply monetizing her? Like, you think I donated a Cybertruck to a Russian? That's amazing. Indeed, I don't think that's possible. But then he goes, yet another example of how much the legacy media lies. And again, I think that it is troubling, and that it is worthy of an investigation, given that you have a Cybertruck getting to Ramzan Kadyrov fairly quickly, and with fairly little drama. This should not be possible. And because the Cybertruck it's a vehicle, it's got a VIN number. It presumably has those like software updates that Tesla pushes. They should be able to learn a lot about how it got in his hands. It's pretty embarrassing that the United States and its sanctions regime. Again, if you're a journalist, you're already learning. I don't know what to tell you. Especially if you're a woman. I've heard with rumor of this channel coming down a lawsuit next time or two. But Russia, pretty much the last year, so he may not even know this one. Maybe one of his lackeys was like, Elon Musk totally gifted you this guy. Well, Elon says, Elon's in Russia says, that's parts of this is gone, right? Like, never underestimate the ability of staff to really stuff. So again, really makes that well, here's the problem. We're not only able as a development of the rich guy, demographic of the other rich thousands. Elon Musk is friends. He already staked it out. Right? This is like saying, yeah, guys, I'm best friends with Brad Pitt, man. He and I are gonna hang out like tonight. We're gonna get grab beers. And Brad Pitt goes, I've never met you, and you're weird, right? Now I'm embarrassed. And I feel like, well, I'm still hurt. That's what we're doing. So that's it. It's Elon. Your Starlink system was absolutely fire. We need to route it with the strength. Right? Now, you know that in special plans for the Starlink, the connection speed in the SEO, the Special Military Operations Zone, is absolutely fire. Special respect from the fighters. Now, point this out. We have a lot of evidence of the Russian forces in the Starlink and circumvent sanctions. But it's not clear, again, that this is something that is done deliberately by Elon Musk, again, that would jeopardize his entire DoD contracts. But it is like not a great thing for Russia even this time. And it's very crazy all the time. It brings a ton of real startups because they enable this one to stop their growing. facilitate their efforts here, right? They can communicate with the higher ups. It's an incredibly effective system. It's understandable why Russia absolutely wants their own version. But this also relates to Europe and nuance. This is what I'm talking about. Nuance. Don't pay attention to that. There are uninitiated people who are going to get distracted by stuff that you don't right. The ones that are very helpful. Real great things. So, I think it's wrongly that this is Kadyrov being like, we're great friends. It's like me being like, Brad Pitt, don't listen to those haters who say that your lady's hanging out with me. Don't listen to them. You know, you're a cool guy. We're cool guys. You notice there's a lot of we. You uninitiated. Those initiated in the circle of power, like Kadyrov. Right? Listen, again, Kadyrov holds his own because he will never pose any threats to Vladimir Putin of any kind. Like, that is that. That is the deal. That is the story. Okay, now we're going to talk about another story about a U.S. elected official who is defected to Russia. You're like, oh, why didn't you open with this? Because it's crazy. I even watched still video, but we're doubling it up. Double time for you guys. It's crazy, it's crazy. First, if you want access to some uncensored combat footage from the SVO, the front line, including Kursk, the front lines of Russia, I can't show them on YouTube. I put them on combatnews.com. This is my Patreon site. If you want to support me, because you know I don't get that many sponsors, and I get to be totally independent. Right? This is why I'm not, as Elon Musk calls them, legacy media. I have you guys, so I'm not beholden to any media organization or political party or anybody. I'm firing shots just about everybody. Combat News. Any one of these tiers in the chest, even uncensored combat videos, they drop twice a week. Sometimes they're as little as 48 hours old. So really recent footage. Lieutenant tier, of course, gets you access to the weekly Q&A. You can Q's and listen to the A's. And the Colonel tier gets inviting shoutouts. So check it out, combatnews.com. Anyway, guys, that's all today. Thank you guys so much. A huge thank you to combatnews.com. Colonel tier members James Jones, Dave Brand, Doug Beck, Alan Nutt, Sebastian Emerling, Anko Giorgio, and Dale Holmes, as well as our lieutenant tier members. I could not do this without you guys. I appreciate you so much, and I will see you all next week. Cheers.
Nothing matters in national security and foreign policy more than judgment, because nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows what crime.
Well, it looks like Dylan Mulvaney has inspired yet another reality star who's totally not doing this for money to go through their 100 Days of Girl.
Hey everyone, so it's day 10 of being a girl that's a man, and I am feeling fabulous.
Oh, I know. Like for
Walking the house is just waking up and doing my makeup every day, getting pretty.
Don't look at him. Shut your eyes, Marion. Don't look at him.
It really makes me feel like the strong, independent woman that I am. I don't need anybody's help. I can do everything on my own. When you dress appropriately. And having a face full of makeup really helps me feel and embody that strong woman that I feel like I'm on the inside.
Wait, stop! I want to get off!
Yeah, it's all agreed. Make sure you like this video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe and follow for more daily news. Well, it looks like Dylan Mulvaney has inspired yet another reality star who's totally not doing this for money to go through their 100 days of growth.
Hey everyone, so it's day 10 of being a girl that's a man, and I am feeling fabulous. One thing that helps is just waking up and doing my makeup every day, getting pretty.
Eating money.
Shut your eyes, Maria. Don't look at me. It really makes me feel like the strong, independent woman that I am. I don't need anybody's help. I can do everything on my own. When you dress appropriately. And having a face full of makeup really helps me feel and embody that strong woman that I feel like I'm on the inside.
Wait, stop! I want to get off!
Yeah, it's all agreed. Make sure you like this video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe and follow for more daily news. Well, it looks like Dylan Mulvaney has inspired yet another reality star who's totally not doing this for money to go through their 100 days of growth.
Hey everyone, so it's day 10 of being a girl that's a man, and I'm feeling fabulous. One thing that helps is just waking up and doing my makeup every day, getting pretty. Very good. It really makes me feel like a strong, independent woman that I am. I don't know myself. I feel like my best friend. And having a face full of makeup really helps me feel and embody that strong woman that I feel like I'm inside.
Yeah, it's all agreed. Make sure you like this video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe and follow for more daily news. Well, it looks like Dylan Mulvaney has inspired yet another reality star who's totally not doing this for money to go through their 100 days of growth.
Hey everyone, so it's day 10 of being a girl that's a man, and I'm feeling fabulous. One thing that helps is just waking up and doing my makeup every day, getting pretty. Shut your eyes, Mary. It really makes me feel like the strong, independent woman that I am. I don't need anybody's help. I can do everything on my own. When you dress appropriately. And having a face full of makeup really helps me feel and embody that strong woman that I feel like I'm on the inside.
Yeah, it's all agreed. Make sure you like this video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe and follow for more daily news. Well, it looks like Dylan Mulvaney has inspired yet another reality star who's totally not doing this for money to go through their 100 days of growth.
Hey everyone, so it's day 10 of being a girl that's a man, and I'm feeling fabulous. One thing that helps is just waking up and doing my makeup every day, getting pretty. Shut your eyes, Mary. It really makes me feel like the strong, independent woman that I am. I don't need anybody's help. I can do everything on my own. When you dress appropriately. And having a face full of makeup really helps me feel and embody that strong woman that I feel like I'm on the inside.
Yeah, it's all agreed. Make sure you like this video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe and follow for more daily news. Well, it looks like Dylan Mulvaney has inspired yet another reality star who's totally not doing this for money to go through their 100 days of growth.
Hey everyone, so it's day 10 of being a girl that's a man, and I'm feeling fabulous. One thing that helps is just waking up and doing my makeup every day, getting pretty. Shut your eyes, Mary. It really makes me feel like the strong, independent woman that I am. I So I grew up in a brand new rescue, and having a baseball pickup really helps it feel and embody that strong woman I feel from the inside.
Yeah, it's all good. Make sure you like this video, have yet subscribe and follow. Yeah, well, it looks like Joe Rogan so yeah, so I do this for money.
Hi everyone, so today we have a Demon Girl. Okay, I'm just waking up and doing
not cycling. And playing Detroit, first week rule, that was the center. Now identified as a woman, demand the franchise cast a transgender league, and since viewers are sick of seeing cis white people on TV, if Bachelorette brings on a trans man or trans woman, the show will tank. It will, and maybe that's the point he's trying to make. Cider, 37, who came out as transgender in May, told David that for the big franchise will cut the diversity of North America. It's not just a bunch of middle-aged white people. LGBTQIA makes up a large portion of our country. It is a different trend in the franchise. That's right. We need a physically and mentally black person is trans. Truly representative makes us represent even better. That should be the best work of this one. Here's the guy in that. Here's something like Snyder briefly given the first season of the Bachelorette for the team. And he's family, but it's not going to shut up all of the cheering for him. And he's supposed to be young trend because you don't see representation when they turn on television. And I think it's a shame. It shows the one really important that will do so much to make young trend in this earth. They don't get to do it. Decided currently works the only fantasy leader, also is surrounded by the high suicide rates. It's no longer a suicide rate for high percentage videos. All we ever see are no brothers, there. Okay, here we go. Here. There's no way this guy is real. It's to the chest, that's real. It's not. It's the person before left. And it's not really left. He's wearing a mini skirt, intentionally jumping up his jump, and he's like a lazy team. This is a guy who's on the train, and he's getting about that. And he even insulted to their places. Insult, and still crazy. Let's see, let's see, much followers. He's not like followers in us. He does it from the 2004. He does Instagram. They're like, it's active. Change. So I tried just to make the GX radius channel. It's gradual disease. Just to make the GX channel.
to explain to my OBGYN that women have XY chromosome, but masculine growth rates lack forces change their gender.
It's not it's the same. This is 3-1. So, I'm at a date today, and I just need to wait. My date didn't show up, and everything was fine. I think I was her all night. I'll be interested in dating, but then, and so that's what happened over, and I told her I was a trans woman, and she acted like she was fine with it, but it can't help in real life the reason she didn't show up today is because of that. And she's not mean, but I'm wondering if that's okay. I don't think it's okay to not date someone who's maybe because of who they are or how they identify. Hey everyone, come on, dude. I don't know what else to say. Like, this is the point being made at the hill. There's no way to start that picture. I mean, there's not the point of the podcast. It's being shot in the money. That video is basically explaining that the women that have what they each respond, but they don't like. That's the point he's making. What is this meaning for Donald Trump?
Hey everyone. So I've been getting so many messages when people ask me why won't you consider voting for Donald Trump. There's a number of reasons why I won't vote for Trump. I just want to give you a few. The main reason is because Trump doesn't even believe in basic facts, in science. Trump doesn't recognize it as a woman. And also believes that actually events are he also believes that there is a place in sports for a trend to play. So just for some of the nonsense he believes. And another reason why it's obviously accepted points. It's all towards but when it comes to sufferings, refuge, just need to get behind somebody that's that. Like,
come on, okay? We have trans people on the show, right? We know trans people who are like clearly like bigger and should be like sports gender session. Or this guy, you're like, oh, we have to trans, but I want to Trump because Trump doesn't recognize me as a woman. But it's not doing it as that is now. It's a little bit transition. It is him as a married, as making up people to all of them. And Trump is the same. That's why I don't know about it. It is weird. This guy is just like this. And I'm going to say that it's changed everyone.
Tough time lately for all these things that I'm going through. It's necessary. I just things for society, being on the inside. So just trying to put my best foot forward, brainers down, and keep going. So just want to pop in here, say hi. I hope you all have a great rest of the week.
Okay, so here's a comment. As a gay man and big supporter of trans people, yet find your videos almost to be a bit of a joke and the idea of mockery of people who actually go through the process. Seem to just be putting makeup on and wearing glasses. It would be nice to actually have their like shit thing. And if you're trying a little harder to be more feminist, here it is just trying to get attention. It's a reality love. And I'm really hard to get people first because we talk to people about it. It's like Josh. He's a yes. He's accomplished here is as I have here to overwhelm generalize and make us look better. Take the hormones from shame and the it's all of these gender ideologies shame. You can be a woman of any kind. So when Josh comes out and slaps on as big as he can, mocking us, and they go, no, you have to absolutely stop doing this because you're making us look bad. People love it. How's it really fake? So it's that make you more of a woman. The response is this one thing. In the overcome fashion, we have grown a lot. Men who identify as men, including myself, have changed influence called women's clothing. Fashion is a way to express yourself. If you are a man and you want to wear a dress, wear it. whether you're gay or straight. That being said, you actually want to really be a woman, you need to make an effort to actually appear as one. You do. This guy Josh is doing some of the most powerful things in this sense.
Look at this. This is something I've noticed lately is guys look at me like I'm a piece of meat. Up here, guys, up here, so for those that whatever amount of public votes, and no question.
Guys, it's a myth, and he's going on. The tagline of this video is everyone's always staring at me in public.
This is something I've noticed lately is guys look at me like I'm a piece of meat. It's not talking about it, like a kid. So it just knows that whatever amount of public votes, and it kind of getting these looks. So we're going to see more of like object and
guys, people on the Bachelorette, this, go jump. This is actually some really amazing stuff. That's just staring at me in public. Always this beautiful. This is some of the most ridiculous satire ever. The trials of being a girl. I think this is mocking Dylan Mulvaney.
Hey everyone, so I just wanted to jump on here, sorry.
Yeah, day 10 of being a girl. I love the fact that one guy is just like, all you do is bring up a dress.
I want you to be parents of our first female president. However, such a swelling rise of all women players out there. This is
I wonder if it's like something's happening here, but not like something's happening like not going and things like this, and that's not what I'm dressed in. Well, look at me, and I'm like, what the heck are you doing? They like everything else. It's all of them. I'm ready for that. He's walking around the wall.
So I will talk today about the elephant in the room that women don't like talking about, but we all think about having a voice. Having a voice doesn't negate a woman. It's still bits and pieces, and that's okay. So I think we really need to start thinking the language and discourse around this issue is normalized.
Eventually this guy's gonna come like, why didn't you understand? Oh, people actually thought it was real. He made a video saying, out of the room, that really doesn't cover how him votes.
So I'm going to talk today about the elephant in the room that women don't like talking about, but we all think about having a voice. Having a voice doesn't magically make a mate. Having a voice doesn't negate your woman. A lot of us women stop bits and pieces, and that's okay. So I think we're really getting the language discourse around this issue. It's not right?
We might have to change outside of lifetime grind to Josh Sider's 2 times caffeine troll application. Alice, you got nothing. You got nothing. It's going to be dedicated to this part, okay? There's no serious, okay? You don't make a video where you're like, women are as conscious about their bulges. No way. It's clearly poking fun at a bunch of people that pop up. There's the one thing he's got where he's like, again, pay for my needle. He's saying like, a woman would never explain my OBGYN. Come on. Okay. Well, that was a pointless. Dude, this guy is making videos. It is tremendous performance art. It is tremendous. It's forcing the left to entertain it. They can't be mean. They can't insult. It's their own rules. Meanwhile, the right is laughed as their asshole at this. Well, that was fun. I really enjoyed it. I'll leave it there. It's coming up tonight at 8 p.m. over at youtube.com/NewcastIRL. Shout out to Josh Seiner. I'm managing. He's going to escalate his videos until finally he just breaks. He's like, guys, it's fake. How can people live this way? You think this stuff is real? He's going to just this like a year later. He's going to be like, it was one big performance, RPD, something like that. All right, right there. Follow me on X at TPS. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you all tonight.
Without serving and deploying, I might not do it. But I'm hoping that at the very least, by the time that I sit down here today, you'll understand why people are so passionate in our united voice that Tim Walz is empowered. Betrayed his men at their greatest time of need and is not intended to serve the United States of America as much as possible. I want to start by sharing a story from my time in service. As a young lieutenant, I was called to a superior's office. But as he addressed me for the first time, I looked around and to stop of all the hard mementos memorabilia hanging on his wall. His office of a man that had served 20 plus years in the Army. As he asked me questions, something that was on his desk caught my eye. Sitting there was a simple, nondescript framed picture of a young sergeant fitted in all of his combat gear. And the title at the top of the picture is, "This Man Pays for My Mistakes." And what struck me immediately was that picture was not facing outward, as if to show others the picture. Rather, it was facing inwards towards his chair. And I asked him why he had this picture, and he said that it served as a constant reminder of the one and only purpose of his role as a leader. And in that moment, I learned one of my most valuable lessons in leadership, and that was a lesson of one incident. I learned that a leader is a servant who places the needs of his men and women above himself. A leader is someone that shows up day in and day out, not thinking about his own goals, but about what's best for those under his command. A leader leads his team into battle from the front, not cowering from the back, or worse yet, quitting altogether.
You don't leave through the rear. It's true, and guy leads through the rear.
When a leader violates his trust, God have to go through. When men, women, mothers, and children have to buy that power. The men and women standing in the CFW today have earned the right to be here. They have deployed in combat on behalf of a grateful nation. We have all served under leaders and bad ones, and our experience has taught us to spot the difference.
See, it hurts the government's budget.
Our ability to discern the quality of our leaders was earned with our blood, sweat, and tears, and in some cases, the limbs and the lives of our friends. And this is why we are standing here today. As the men and women engaged members who were in these difficulties and have slipping out about these hours, the media has done its best to whitewash these errors. It was misspeak when he said that he had gone to war, that he didn't, in fact, mean to accidentally print the wrong rank on the coins that he distributed, or that he may not have received the final paperwork locking his unit in their upcoming deployment to Iraq, or even Kuwait. We believe it is unforgivable to do what Tim Walsh did, when, among others, the command sergeant major who replaced him, the mother of one of his unit's fallen soldiers, Vince Chaplin, are calling him a coward. How dare Tim Walsh call it partisan attacks? And quite frankly, how dare you, the media, dismiss men and women who actually know Walsh's character? That's the thing about men and women who, like Senator Vance, have earned their membership as veteran of foreign wars. Not one of us, we will not back down when we recognize a bad leader who will harm our brothers and sisters in arms. This is why we stand here today speaking out against Tim Walsh. His actions clearly show that he does not care about the man who will pay for his mistakes. His own chaplain called him coward for that as well. Tim Walsh knew the deployment was coming, men and women under his care, and he chose to be in the halls of Congress rather than to earn the right to stand here with you and I on this solid ground and stand up. Tim Walsh is the kind of person who continues to exaggerate not only up to the line, but well over it when it comes to what he did in the military. So to media listening, I appreciate it. Simply write off a remarkable that I would want more as this. To those of us standing in this room, that cannot be a misspeak. It's impossible for it to be a misspeak. And I'll tell you why, because those words are sacred to us. But those are the words spoken by a man who chose to let those in his care fight on his behalf. And those are the words of a coward who is trying to hide the truth from the American people. So those of us in this room and in DFWs across America, we aren't going to let him get away with it, are we? We will continue to sound the alarm that Tim Walsh cannot do.
About it whilst they do it. Then there was this, as I said, clash between protesters and the police, and that is when they then ran off across the park here. A big group ran off, looking for trouble, it looked like, to us. So we're just going to step away now from this group behind us, but a lot of disorder here, a lot of...
Growing frustration with poor service has led to increasing numbers of people taking to the streets in protest. These demonstrations are driven by a rage issue that many feel are symptomatic of typical failures and stark strategies. The protests vary from peaceful marches and rallies to more vocal and confrontational demonstrations. Participants come from diverse backgrounds, united by a common disillusionment with the current government's policies and leadership style. While many protests are aimed at specific policies, such as immigration, justice reform, or economic management, there is this enormous sentiment against what's perceived as an increasingly authoritarian approach by strongest government. This includes concerns over restrictions on free speech and the perceived erosion of democratic freedoms. The UK is facing challenges with illegal immigration and asylum-seeking to effective policies, while public figures like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are under heavy security during their travels, drawing attention to broader political issues.
The Labour Prime Minister back last year, such that the crisis that is that we had nearly 500 million spent out last night, Saturday, in the UK, and it's more than 187 million this Sunday. Now, it's so serious. What's the sound in there?
That's how you last to just like to comment this these protests for the next 4 years. Well, they are doing the standing as an example, so they have an upgraded capacity. They're hiring government cooperation with governments to smartly manage. Nothing about the concerns, nothing about the fact that people actually finally find a way to get to actually think we're virtually trying to be removed. Nothing about the fact that
a secret process of asylum, often rejected. Just a lot of rules. I mean, people are telling you that, oh, we should have safe and legal means for these people to apply for asylum. There are 300,000 people in this country in the last couple of years that have refused asylum in their country because a couple of countries where they've been agreement. So the people actually now in the UK, they're coming up with their whole system is actually a scam, it's a shambles. The reason why you see an uptick with migrants crossing the channel is because the Labour government is going to stop that, and they don't do anything about it. And unfortunately, what the Labour government is kind of doing is to send people like me, I'm not sure that we have loads to say about it, but the public is getting arrested for us. The recent arrival of nearly 500 more illegal immigrants by boat has sparked alarm among Britons, who argue that the government's policies are failing to deter or manage illegal crossings effectively. Many see this as a sign that the government is losing control, and the country's borders a critical issue that has been a focal point of public and political debate. Labour's approach to immigration has been criticised as too lenient, with opponents arguing that it lacks the necessary techniques to effectively control illegal immigration. This perceived softness is seen as contributing to the ongoing influx of illegal immigrants. The public's frustration with the government's handling of illegal immigration is palpable, with many viewing the situation as a failure to uphold the promises made during the Brexit campaign to take back control of those borders. This issue is added to growing protests and dissatisfaction with Keir Starmer's position, as the public demands more robust action to address what they see as a crisis. Against the current government are increasingly separate about figures of perceived injustice, frustration with the two-tier system, and a growing sense of hypocrisy among politicians. Many protesters argue that the current government is perpetuating systems that benefit the elite and powerful while neglecting the least rights of ordinary citizens. This seasonal injustice is fueling anger and leading to calls for systemic change. Many protesters are alarmed by what they see as a gradual erosion of UK sovereignty, particularly in the context of closer alignment with EU regulations. Despite Brexit, there are fears that Starmer's leadership might lead to re-establishing ties that could limit the UK's autonomy within law and policy. Starmer's critics argue that aligning with EU standards could be compromising on key issues such as immigration, trade, and environmental laws. This concern resonates strongly with those who supported Brexit, who were in full control of UK legislation. Protesters are increasingly calling out what they see as hypocrisy in politicians, who often preach one set of values and live by another. This includes issues like corruption, misuse of power, and failing to adhere to the same standards they impose on others.
We would guarantee that we can solve make sure that they not necessarily in the end of their work. There may be 2,000 of them all, but we will guarantee people in prison cell. If the numbers are so high that they can go, we are taking, that's why we initiated operations here in the door. So basically the easiest way to describe it is one in, one out. So as people get released, we can then people in these cells into court, and we will triage that the time to go.
The notion that UK police are releasing no criminals or elites by dealing with political prisoners for voicing their opinions during protests is a highly concerning and controversial claim. But true, this would indicate a severe breakdown in the rule of law and a fundamental shift in how justice is administered in the UK, raising serious questions about civil liberties and the right to free speech. With individuals being incarcerated simply for voicing their opinions or participating in protests, this would represent a severe violation of fundamental rights, including freedom of speech and the right to peaceful assembly. These rights are cornerstones of a democratic society, and their suppression would be a grave injustice. The use of incarceration to silence dissent is characteristic of authoritarian regimes, not democracies. Such actions would indicate a significant shift towards political repression in the UK, raising alarms both domestically and internationally.
Finally, so is there any risk in public safety from Operation Curling for either in terms of these operations that may then be spent or from prison they're going to pay out people would otherwise not?
There is specifically a partnership that actually takes one reason actually to get the parents of prisoners who really have to come up with a big discount. It was a basic credit, which is credit and that is basic. The model prisoners in prisons. That is basic failure of government is the biggest possible result. We had to deal with that with the additional scope of the facility of these two things. From that, the competition enable the system to expect exacerbated by the growing number of inmates and the strain on the UK's prison infrastructure. The operation involves using police cells and the illegal action for defendants who would otherwise be held in already occupied prisons. This measure is intended to provide integrity to the prison system, although it is used by some as a stopgap solution rather than a long-term fix. While this may help manage the prison population in short term, it also faces additional burdens to police stations, which now have to manage detainees for longer periods than usual. The rise of fast-track charges across Northern England is compounding the situation. Fast-track charges are intended to expedite the legal process, but in more cases being processed this way, the system is under significant stress. This increase is likely due to efforts to clear backlogs in the justice system, but it is creating additional demand for detention space. David's Operation Early Dawn is a critical response to the pressing issue of prison overcrowding, but it also underscores the need for more comprehensive and sustainable solutions. The reliance on police cells and the rising use of fast-track charges reveal the strain on the UK's justice system, which may prompt further debate and potential reforms in the future. Last month, the users sort of snuck that on, but after spending a significant sum of money on developing a UK secret safety company, which had already been disclosed on several occasions, with all the stuff this is what we call the police law, all the stuff that are told you is going to be better, is so bad that they have to be disclosed of it. That was actually announced, if you like, last month, and that completely and categorically involves the UK government to diverge from European Union rules. That is literally a failure, a reluctance, a refusal to introduce legislation that we could see as diverge from EU legislation that would have given us our own UK safety.
and it doesn't make the front page of the Daily Mail. When Keir Starmer says we're not going to diverge from EU rules, that involves that Keir Starmer lets cat out of bag on Brexit betrayal. I can find it in Mail Online. I don't know whether it made the actual paper.
Rishi Sunak referred to no Brexit corridor as being allowed British roads to use. Say that is literally, and categorically passing up an opportunity to diverge. And yet, when Keir Starmer says we don't want to diverge from EU rules, in exactly the same areas, it's a front page story designed to inflame again. And that is still the country that we're living in. So that's why when Ed Davey said voters aren't talking about Brexit, we need to take rejoining off the table, I both agree and disagree with him. And of course, if I rejoin, good luck to everybody going on that march tomorrow, national rejoin march, which kicks off around lunchtime from Sunday to the Parliament. But that's just nuts, right? Regardless of what you think about Brexit or Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer or even the Daily Mail, when government policy is not to diverge from EU rules, but the leader of the opposition is getting attacked on the front page of the newspaper for saying that we're not going to diverge from EU rules. What contempt must you hold your leaders in? You think that you're going to be able to provoke them with this information? That's mad.
Keir Starmer's government is currently advocating for a common safety net that is seen by some as an effort to bring UK regulations closer to those of the European Union. This move is perceived as potentially undermining the principles of Brexit, which was largely driven by the desire for the UK to regain control over its laws and regulations. Critics argue that this move undermines the sovereignty gained through Brexit by effectively reintroducing new standards into UK law. They contend that this will limit the UK's ability to develop and implement its own, potentially more flexible regulatory framework. For many Brexit supporters, the push for closer alignment with new regulations is seen as a betrayal of the referendum's outcome. The sparked significant debate within political circles of the public. Some view it as a necessary step to protect consumers and maintain high product standards, while others see it as a backdoor attempt to reintegrate new regulations into UK law.
Less than 360 North Atlantic right whales remain in the world. In the Gulf of St. Lawrence, ships must slow down to protect whales from vessel strikes. Avoid a fine. Respect speed restrictions.
Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Mr. Richard Tice. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening to you, James, and you'll be pleased to know that I'm not triggered, so I'm very happy to stay with you.
Right, so what's it like to be one of the most appalling, extreme, right-wing people in the country?
Oh dear. I mean, I haven't slept since Keir Starmer suggested that anybody who wants to have any form of rational, sensible debate about the levels of immigration, about how to stop the votes. I mean, you know, he's put us all into a box with all far-right thugs, apparently, and we're not allowed to talk about this stuff. It's been a very, very bad couple of weeks for multiple reasons. I mean, no one condones the rioting. We completely condemn all of that. But the truth is that happened from people on all sides of the political spectrum and people who know politics.
Why do the mainstream media seem to hone in on the people, and they say these are right-wing people, they're very peaceful people who were standing there saying, you know, the fairness is what we need. We're a multiracial country, but we can't be a multicultural country for reasons we all discussed. You know, multiculturalism doesn't work. So why are they always going on about, well, at the moment, you know, immigration's not really as bad as people have you believe. We're being invaded daily.
is we have now got a two-tier political system where you can stand outside the Reform UK HQ and shout singing and sentences. Well, sort of, that's the thing that I've been shouting at you. They were sort of shouting things like that. In the faces of police officers outside the Labour Party HQ or somewhere else that represents the left, it'd be carted off. We wouldn't get out to shout such things. So we've got two-tier politics, two-tier policing, and what we're now seeing is we've got a two-tier justice system, whereby if you say something that happens to be incorrect on social media, that a judge can is some form of incitement, then you an ethnic minority smashing around a couple of other police officers, you may be arrested, but here we are almost 4 weeks later, getting charged. Evidence of these thugs here, they really were thugs. That's the definition of a thug, and we haven't even been charged yet. It's absolutely appalling. I'm still mad about it.
I thought they were on bail.
They're not being charged.
They're not being charged.
You talk about it.
Is there a big allocation in the judiciary and government? There seems to be sort of link up the two.
Well, that's a very, very good question. And in theory, you have a division of responsibility between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. But it seems a bit of a coincidence at the moment. So I'm just a press conference saying that anyone who wants to talk about the far right crowd, and all of a sudden, people are being arrested for things that they say online. If you're from the right, but if you're from the left, and you say that there were reports of someone having acid thrown over them, then no arrest, no apology required, Labour MPs can retweet it, and no consequences whatsoever. We are heading towards a very, very bad, difficult and dangerous place.
Tell me this, you've just said yourself, know your thoughts. The Seven MP says that it's going to cost us £40,000 what we call the finance
The application was accepted to
let's get rid of the border force. They're completely useless and they're costing us too much money. Put the military in the channel. Have our navy in the channel. And it's not stuff like it. Well, then France can
about 3 weeks. They continue to front. These vehicles for a couple of years, never really guess what? For these boats, that's the hard way to find it. And then go to like some Christmas present and charge you.
Richard, sometime in the future, I'd love you to come in and have a chat with us about this. I'd also like to get your thoughts. We're running right out of time.
But you know what?
Here. Today I want to talk to you about something that I would describe as the new censorship. So when most of us think about the phrase a government censor, we're imagining something like an anonymous government official sitting in a dark room watching movies, deciding what's safe for public consumption and what's too dangerous. A job, by the way, that we used to have in Canada that used to be something someone did. Or we might think of Soviet-era party men arresting citizens for expressing ideologically impure ideas or for criticizing the political leadership. But there's actually a new kind of censorship that is emerging. And this is a censorship that is more subtle, but perhaps more pernicious. And these new censors claim independence from the government, but they're actually empowered by the government through legislation and regulation. And they are just as passionate about stamping down on dissenting viewpoints as the classic commissar. These new censors are regulatory bodies, like professional regulators, to whom the government has delegated authority. Professional regulators oversee fields like law, healthcare, accounting, teaching, psychology, and they are empowered by the government through legislation. Canadians in regulated professions need the government's permission to do their jobs, and that permission is granted by these self-regulating professional bodies that have their own systems of rules and discipline. But every Canadian, including those in regulated professions, have a constitutionally guaranteed right to freedom of expression. And a concerning trend is emerging where individuals who are members of these regulated professions are facing discipline for private, off-duty speech that is unrelated to their profession. Their speech is attracting discipline from these professional regulators for the same reasons the speech attracts censorship in the most classic cases, because it's heterodox, ideologically non-conforming, politically unpopular, or controversial. I've just written a new paper about this topic for a think tank called the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. I'll link to the paper below. It's called The New Censorship, Regulatory Creep, Professional Regulation, and the Growing Limits on Free Expression. I can't wait to tell you all about it. Welcome. My name is Christine, and I'm the litigation director at the Canadian Constitution Foundation, a legal charity that fights for fundamental freedoms in Canada. I upload regular videos about our ongoing legal cases and about other interesting developments in constitutional law in Canada, like the topic of professional regulation and freedom of expression. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, please hit like and subscribe below. It really helps my videos out a lot by making them more visible on YouTube. The algorithm really pushes videos that have engagement, like likes and comments. Also, please remember my video is legal advice. If you have your own legal question or problem, please consult your own lawyer. Okay, so I want to tell you about this new censorship which is taking place through professional regulators. And as I mentioned, I've written about it in this paper, and I'm actually pretty happy with the timing of the paper because I didn't know that this was going to happen, but it came out right when Jordan Peterson is back in the news. And his case is probably the most famous, or most well-known case about censorship by professional regulators. And we were involved in this case as an intervener. I took a few videos about what happened in his case, which you can find on the channel. But basically, Peterson, who is a clinical psychologist, he was ordered to do re-education by his regulator because of some comments he made on Joe Rogan and on Twitter about various political, social, and cultural topics. Some people, patients of Peterson's, don't like Jordan Peterson, they objected to his comments, so he complained to his regulator. And there's just confusion about what actually he said that led to the order for re-education. So I'll tell you what was investigated and what was concerned to the public. So first, there was a comment he made on Rogan where he was talking about a former client who had come after him with what he called a path of lies and he called vindictive. This was a different, unrelated complaint. He was saying this is something that he was subject to, and that complaint ultimately was dismissed. He was kind of complaining about it. Later in the podcast, during a discussion where they were talking about climate change and air pollution, he stated, ironically, as a criticism of, environmental activists who don't always think about the unforeseen consequences of their policies. He said, well, it's just poor children, and the world has too many people on it anyway. And he clarified in the following sentence that was, of course, a joke, and his point was to sort of criticize environmental activists for not having concern for children in developing countries. Another tweet that was a concern was when he called city councilor named Catherine McKenney, who uses they, them pronouns. He called McKenney an appalling, self-righteous, moralizing thing, and this was in the context of the Freedom Movement. Peterson also tweeted about Elliot Page, a transgender actor who used to go by the name Ellen Page, and he said, in the context of some Pride post about Page, he wrote, it was a sin, and Ellen Page just had the brush removed by some opposition. He later followed up that tweet with a post on his website kind of explaining his position on various transgender issues. He also tweeted calling Jerry Butts, who was the chief aide to the Prime Minister of Canada, he called Jerry Butts a prick. And he also tweeted in response to a plus-size model who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. He called her not beautiful. So, contrary to what people were saying on Twitter, a lot of them claiming that Peterson was fully disciplined for telling someone to kill themselves. That was not happen. That is not correct. There was a complaint about a tweet where Peterson was engaging with a person who was tweeting about overpopulation. And Peterson replied, "You're free to leave at any point." The college dismissed that, finding that it was a provocative and inflammatory that could be interpreted as a joke or innuendo, and it didn't rise to a level of disgraceful or dishonorable and unprofessional conduct. So there was no discipline in say that's not. But actually, I think you could say the same thing about all of the other comments. They're provocative, inflammatory, but most of them are innuendo, joke. They're also off-duty comments. He's not, even in the practice of psychology when he's commenting on whether or not he thinks someone is beautiful or not. I personally wouldn't say that. I don't think it's a very nice thing to say, but that's not the role of the regulator to police niceness. There's no connection between those comments and the practice of psychology. And just because you're a psychologist from the moment you wake up in the morning to the moment you go to bed doesn't mean that the regulator has the ability to discipline every single thing that you say and do. If the off-duty speech, meaning the speech he makes in his private life, is not in the context of, treating a patient or part of his clinical practice, then the regulator really has a higher obligation to show that the speech could harm the public interest. And that doesn't mean the public interest writ large, like it's a good idea to be polite and that's the public interest. No, that's not what I mean. It's the public interest as specifically relates to the practice of psychology. And if political speech is away from that, the bigger an allegation later to explain itself. So in Peterson's case, I think that those off-duty comments are about social, political, and cultural issues. The regulator said that they constitute professional misconduct, though, and they ordered him to take this re-education program. And the regulator actually says that that is discipline. But in reality, it is discipline. It's a fact. It's public shaming. It's also a cost for them because Peterson needs to pay for his own re-education for an indeterminate amount of time. And I think that what happened here is that the college really did not do justice to Peterson's charter rights. They barely even considered his charter right freedom of expression. They interpreted their statutory objectives in a way that's overly broad. they make this claim that the tweets come under their jurisdiction, but really it's outside of their mandate to regulate the public interest, the police tone and politeness. And the statutory goals of the regulator were not properly balanced in this case, I think, against the right to freedom of expression. We also didn't interpret his comments in the full context. Sarcastic jokes, so they were made in the context of a back and forth exchange, and they're made on Twitter, which is not an environment that allows for kind of a nuanced development of ideas. So Peterson challenged the order for re-education. He took it to divisional court, so he lost. We intervened in divisional court, but ultimately Peterson was not successful there. He tried to appeal to the Court of Appeal, and then tried to appeal to the Supreme Court. It was denied leave very recently by the Supreme Court, which is why he's back in the meeting. Peterson says he's going to try out this re-education out of what he calls curiosity, and I have to admit I am also curious about how this is going to go. I can't imagine being a person trying to tell Jordan Peterson how to talk. Well, expect it will be a pleasant experience, but I'm sure he's going to tell us how it goes. And I'm curious to see how that goes. But I think more broadly, this case is an important one because it is brought to the forefront of public discourse. The expanding claims of professional regulators over more than of those people who need government's permission to do their jobs. Like Peterson, people in regulated professions may be subject to discipline for public statements they make on sensitive topics like politics, religion, culture, society, and there's concern that many government-related professions, like doctors, lawyers, nurses, there's this concern that these statements will now result in discipline, even if it's completely unrelated to their profession. And I think that this is censorship for the most classic reason. It's unpopular speech. And it's being carried out by individuals here, though, that claim independence from government, but the only fact. It's not about the government to legislation and regulation. But professional leaders don't just have and tell you what to explain how to every single thing one of the members says. As I said, while someone might be a psychologist or an accountant or a lawyer from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed, that doesn't mean every single thing they do is a matter of professional discipline. A professional regulator aiming to restrict its members' speech needs to demonstrate that the speech it's assessing is directly related to its primary mandate of regulating professional practice in the public interest, and that means public interest as it relates to the profession, not just any single thing that you think is in general public interest. It needs to relate to that specific profession. And I think that the growing problem is that regulators are becoming over-generous with the scope of their statutory objectives, and that leads to an over-regulation of off-duty. And we see that in courts. This guarantee that this overly responsive approach to regulating speech is going to be prevented because the courts, when they get these cases, they're going to just abuse. They're on a very preferential standard, a standard for and these elements it's to follow above the authority and reasoning for the law. But it doesn't mean it needs to be before we're going to standard. A written standard, there can only be one point. Then the reason on the standards writing of reference is to the response or the decisions by these professional regulators. And Pearson's case was decided under that non-preferential reasonableness standard. Specifically, Pearson's case is maybe challenging to sympathize with, but people have strong views on Jordan Peterson. And sometimes it kind of clouds people's vision. They'll say, I just don't like Jordan Peterson, so who cares? But consider a few other cases where this has happened, involving people who aren't as famous and who aren't as polarizing. So in the paper that I've written for McDonald Laurier Institute, I consider some of these cases. I consider the case of a nurse named Carolyn Strom from Saskatchewan, and she was subject to discipline from the nursing regulator for what I think most of us would see
be a really gentle criticism of Canada's government healthcare system and criticism of the end-of-life care that her grandfather received at a nursing home. And honestly, you'll be shocked that these Facebook posts that she was investigated for resulted in discipline because of how innocuous they are. And this shows the problem with the regulator policing off these feeds. So she was disciplined for reposting a newspaper article that said there needs to be better palliative care training in Canada. There's an article in the Vancouver Province, and she was criticized for saying the following about the end-of-life care. It's evident that not everyone is up to speed on how to approach end-of-life care or how to maintain an aging senior's dignity. Don't get me wrong, some people have provided excellent care, so thank you very much for your efforts. But to those who make grandpa's relevant skiers less desirable, please do better next time. And unfortunately, anyone who has a loved one at the facility mentioned above, she names the nursing home, keep an eye on things and report anything you do not like. That's the only way we get some change. And look, she was disciplined for that. And I think this is actually the exact type of speech we need, and we need it from nurses. We want nurses to advocate for improvements in our healthcare system. They are the ones who see it most up close. The college founded these post-controversial the code of ethics for nurses and for professional misconduct. She was reprimanded. She was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine, to write 2 self-reflective essays where I guess she, self-flagellates about some how bad she was to complain about the care Grandpa received and ask for improvements. And she's also paid $25,000 in legal costs. We're involved in her case, and strong to go through all of these legal hurdles to have this discipline finally that is Court of Appeal. It's directly said that this is my expression and how it's so back on a speech that the charter seeks to be exempt. And if legislation says that there needs to be knowledge and professional credibility to hold on to advancing issues, and the court argued that the right to know given insufficient weight to her right to freedom of expression. And I would think in case consider standard review of court statutory form, and this case is considered on a standard of reasonableness. So this highlights how the standard of review really matters. I'll tell you about another case. All these cases, and I was just sort of shocked to see what I found. So these other 2 cases involved Ontario physicians who were disciplined for texts and emails that they sent to the head of the Ontario Medical Association, which is kind of like the bargaining unit for doctors. They bargain with the government. And the OMA had reached a pretty unpopular agreement on fee schedules of physician fees with the government. And all the physicians who were very unhappy with it. 2 doctors sent the president of the OMA some unhappy emails. One of the doctors included a bunch of profanities, a lot of photos. Another one said, "You are a turd," and said, "How much are the Liberals bribing you for this deal?" And shockingly, these were emails just sent to the OMA and to the president of these private messages about the financial and economic interests of doctors seemed their bargaining class. It resulted in an investigation of the doctors and discipline. The disciplinary committees in the case of both doctors pointed to college policies on courtesy, civility, and discipline. But I of the RNA about fees, that was underlying public trust. If nobody thinks a cardiologist is less able to operate because he objects, even forcefully, to the bargaining tactics of the OMA. This should be considered completely outside the scope of the regulator and should be given no deference. But the doctors in this case did not challenge the decision, including who given a 1-month suspension for his license for advocating for his financial interests. I mean, that to me is crazy. Another case I want to tell you about is also a complaint about a physician named Dr. Polygulis for comments that she had made during the COVID-19 pandemic about changes to the centuries-old ritual of Holy Communion at her Greek Orthodox Church. And Orthodox Church, when they practice Holy Communion, means a single communion stick, like a communal stick. And in 2020, the church adopted a policy of using multiple spoons, and there was theological implications religious beliefs about the communal spoon that are held among Greek Orthodox congregations. And the opponents criticized the change on about religious grounds, and she criticized the change in a verbal exchange she had with her priest, and in open letters he wrote to the Archbishop of the Greek Orthodox Church in Rome. And as a result of this, her expressing her religious views, a fellow congregant complained to the College of Physicians, alleging that Dr. Polygulis had failed in her duty as a doctor by not warning people about the risks of disease in a communal spoon. Dr. Polygulis argued that she was entitled to express her religious beliefs and that she was not engaged in the practice of medicine when she expressed her personal religious opinions, but the college nevertheless investigated and they ordered a caution. On appeal to the Health Professions Appeal Review Board, that order for caution was upheld, and the board stated, without much further explanation or expansion, that while Dr. Polygulis has a right to freedom of expression and religion, these rights are subject to reasonable limits under the Charter. And that's the type of analysis I expect to see, on social media, on Twitter. It's like, oh, you're right, but yeah, it can be limited. I see this all the time. Like, that's not an analysis. And there really needs to be an analysis for you to balance a statutory objective against a charter right. Just saying that a charter right exists and be limited is not sufficient. So the case was never judicially reviewed, and I think it should have been, because the reasoning is sufficient. Physicians are entitled to practice their faith and make public statements about their religious beliefs without fearing that their regulator will discipline them. And in Polygulis' case, the board barely mentioned her right to religious freedom other than to cite that it can be limited under Section 1, and that is not the required balancing of charter rights against the statutory rule of the regulator. It's just a fair acknowledgement that a balancing should take place. Finally, there's this really interesting juxtaposition of two cases that I consider in my paper, which had really different outcomes, and they involved medical workers and political speech. And when you read these two cases, you really get a sense that it's the political content of the speech that explains the different treatment of the two professionals. And one case involves speech by this polarizing anti-abortion activist named William Whatcott for his activism against Planned Parenthood while he was practicing nurse, and the other involves a complaint about an anti-firearms activist and physician from Ontario. So first, let's consider Whatcott's case. And look, I really hate to have to say anything in defense of Whatcott because he is kind of a famous homophobe. He has said some really awful things, and his case, in an unrelated case, is actually the leading Supreme Court decision on hate speech. But this is a separate case, and it involved his nursing license, and he actually won this case. So many people are familiar with his other famous case, and they might not know that he was also a registered nurse, and that he used to picket Planned Parenthood offices as part of a pro-life protest. And he would present those pictures of and probably also. And
yeah, it's
nurse. Planned Parenthood went after his nursing license. And keep in mind, if he had not been a nurse, if he'd been in financial services or a grocery store clerk or in any unregulated profession, they would not have been able to go after his livelihood because he was a nurse. And the nursing college found Whatcott guilty of professional misconduct for his protests. They imposed a large fine, $15,000, and they suspended his license. And without even mentioning the charter, the committee found that the manner in which Whatcott conducts himself while picketing may constitute professional misconduct. And Whatcott took his case to the Court of Appeal, where the discipline was set aside. And the Court of Appeal found that there was no evidence that anyone thinks any less of nursing because of his protests. He didn't even publicly identify himself as a nurse. And that the connection between his protests and nursing as a profession was tangential. The only link is that abortions are a medical procedure, and that's not enough of a nexus for the profession to bring his protest within their jurisdiction. And the Court of Appeal held that the professional regulator has no authority to release professionals' expressive activity on topics that have no connection to the profession, whether it be thinking incorrectly, engaging in public advocacy, or large-scale political organizing. Controversial, offensive, so as a result, the Court of Appeal accepted this aside. So Whatcott's case is what political speech. And I want to contrast what happened in his case with another case called MRM and NAA. And like the Whatcott's case, this case dealt with political expression that was only tangentially connected to the medical field. But unlike Whatcott, the case in MRM got no further than the Health Professions Appeal and Review Board. The case involves Dr. Nazma Ahmed, who is a trauma surgeon and the founder of a public advocacy group that calls for gun bans and considers guns to be a public health issue. So Ahmed had expressed her opinions in the media and on social media, and as a result, nearly 70 complaints were filed with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, alleging that Ahmed's advocacy for gun control constituted immoral and unprofessional behavior, and a Canadian investigated and determined to take no action. They called the college complaints frivolous conversation because the college's procedures should not be used to advance a political agenda or intimidate physicians. The college added that using the process for political purposes is inappropriate and that the college has no role in regulating this political debate. And look, I agree. As a matter of political expression, without any link to the profession, this was the correct outcome. But what's really noteworthy is that in Whatcott's case, his political expression resulted in discipline that was appealed all the way to the Court of Appeal until it was finally overturned. Whatcott would have incurred significant costs associated with all of those appeals, and many other people in this situation would have just given up and submitted to the discipline. So despite the similarity in the cases, which both dealt with pure political expression, the initial outcome and the process in Whatcott's case were an immense burden on him, compared with the immediate rejection of the complaints in Dr. Ahmed's case. And really, I can't help but conclude it was a subject matter of the political expression that influenced these different outcomes and processes. These cases, all of these cases that I've talked about, Peterson's, Strom's, Polydoulis's, those LMA doctors, and Whatcott and Ahmed's, they all highlight a number of different problems. Standing claims to jurisdiction for what off-duty conduct they regulate, generous definition, to those expanded claims of jurisdiction, as well as giving deference to the decisions of the regulators who show very little, if any, concern for charter rights. There's a broader cultural problem with the devaluation of the right to freedom of expression. And that's really awful. Freedom of expression fosters human flourishing by permitting us to convey beliefs, thoughts, and ideas and emotions without having to fear state-imposed restrictions or punishment. And on a societal level, freedom of expression enables democracy to function, and it encourages the search for truth in diverse fields of inquiry. This principle is really vital in truth-seeking professions like science, medicine, law, and other professions that thrive on constructive debate and
disagreement, and the discovery of new ideas would be chill if professional regulators were empowered to police their members' speech for ideological conformity and political correctness. But that's what we're seeing happen. Now, in my paper, I suggest a few practical steps that can be taken to address some of these problems. So first, I think that regulators should receive comprehensive training in constitutional protections, particularly freedom of expression, because regulators take possess expertise in their respective fields. Like they might know a lot about the practice of medicine, about what surgeries are right, or what surgical procedures need to be done in what cases, or they might be really knowledgeable accountants about how audit procedures should work. But a lot of them lack knowledge about constitutional rights. And I think that training regulators and equipping them with an understanding of constitutional rights would equip them to appropriately balance the regulatory goals of regulating in the public interest with the fundamental right to freedom of expression, because those things need to be balanced, and right now the balance is way off. A second thing that can be done to improve protections on freedom of expression is that legislatures can codify the standard of review. When courts review regulators' decisions, they use that deferential standard of reasonableness, not correctness. And we saw in Peterson's case, when his case was reviewed for reasonableness, there was all of this deference given to the regulator. But in cases like Strom and Whatcott, where the standard of review was correctness, in those cases, the courts overturned the discipline for failing to take proper account of the constitutional rights of individuals in regulated professions. So legislating a correctness standard of review for cases that engage the right to freedom of expression could ensure more robust protections for the right. Third, legislatures could amend existing statutes to require regulators find a significant connection to the profession when addressing issues related to off-duty speech. Now, the case law already requires there to be a nexus or connection between the off-duty speech and the profession, but there have been really big inconsistencies in how this has been applied. And I think codifying that requirement could help prevent regulators from overreaching and infringing on freedom of expression without a substantial connection to professional conduct. Finally, I think that there needs to be public advocacy to foster a cultural shift that would elevate the perceived value of freedom of expression. There's this current trend of cancel culture, like go after that person, make them unemployed, and this poses a really big threat to open debate and the exploration of diverse viewpoints, which is really important within regulated professions, which are truth-seeking professions. But it's a problem within the professions and beyond. So I think it's essential that Canadians advocate for societal change to recognize and uphold that expression is a vital part of truth-seeking and democratic discourse. And that cultural shift can then be internalized within the values of the individuals who make up these regulatory bodies. Do you have any ideas for how to improve freedom of expression, protections in regulated professions, or more broadly, are you a member of a regulated profession and worried about the chill on your speech? It's been really incredible since my paper came out, the number of people in regulated professions who have written to me privately to thank me for the paper and to say how scared they are every day of losing their license because of a political view that they expressed on Twitter. Is it something that you worry about? And which of these cases that I described here stand out to you the most? Leave a comment below because I always really love hearing what you think. And if you want to learn more about this, please look at my paper, which I've linked to in the description below. Okay, that's all for this update. Thanks for watching, and let's keep fighting for freedom in Canada.
Venezuelans in, right? I hope Venezuelans eat you, right? You're gone. We're rounding you all up. You and the illegals, we rounded you all up. And then we pay Americans to have babies up. Like, that's what we're doing. Are you American in here? I'm sorry, you American?
you American? And not the sweet baby nonsense. No. You been here? They haven't been here? Yeah. We paying. Make some babies. Right there. We'll get 44 people into this place. We'll make more babies in this place. Big old fuck you walls going up. Big old fuck you walls. With corn on them or something. I don't know. We need lots of babies in this place, boys. Get to work, right? I want a 1969 Dukes that has a charger so I can jump over and go, yeah! This is boys. But the corn comes out. They want to identify themselves as police, SD, FBI, Margaret. Is that FBI? Yes, that's it. Is that FBI? Yeah. And she worked for Harvey Weinstein. She's the only individual woman that's I'm sure Harvey Weinstein was like that. This is the chick that has made it unscathed. Look at that. Harvey was sitting there going, shit's gonna be bad. Not even one. That you skated by. Skate by! Skated by. So, it's not the extreme misogyny that's taking place on BNC. And here's BNC. And here's some Hamas terrorists in here. They're unfurling a, this is a delicate, what state is this? Here is a delicate stick. And wrapped on the head, one of the most useful protesters inside the United States. Let's head down to the DNC. Let's see how that went off. How's there? Gotta be honest with you, I was hoping. I'm not quite sure what's going on. There's mobile mines, outside the DNC. They're all on fire, attacking people. But they haven't set the place to attack. Listen, Capitol, Hill, police, and FBI, this is going to happen. I don't want anybody running like that. I'm just curious how we got all of these things in the park down there. And now, wow, look at that. Stuff going on. Do that. Here it is. campaign set for 16,000 people showed up to this Wall rally in Milwaukee. Here's a 360 view of the cheering enthusiastic rejoice! For the joyful warriors, in this joyous occasion, for this joyous momentum that is joyfully being poured out on the joyous. They're not going to do any side off you. You're not going to get those things side off you. But the alcohol, the only place where you live, they're not going to do like too long. Keep going out of that. Go Put yourself with a stick on telling you right now. Sit down, Margo. It's classy. It's a very classy. That chick was. Good job. Yeah. This is very second. I'm talking about it's good. You know how to go there. More smart. I mean, she's on the other. Should you get my hands for sleep? You don't look like the guy. What the hell is he doing in the back? This guy's fighting for a ball. That's 25 cents. So look, there's nothing you can pay that money. You should give you the $100 per day. This is what you don't get on the bus. What? I am almost mesmerized, hypnotized. Should be a straight electric exam. What a fucking video does electrical. 24th week is where she sends her test into. That chick just has some sort of thing going on right there. What again? If you're following massage test, you're less. Everybody does. Yeah, that's what. I don't know. Don't pass go. Don't make your money. Oh, man, because Skip Soon is irritating her lower man. Everybody at this event, okay, is a weirdo. There's something, the missing body parts on purpose, by the way. The amount of antidepressant in the septic tank of this arena is enough to give you a contact time. The septic tank workers are like, no, what's going on? Yeah, he's got poison. Is it fentanyl? No. No, all of these ugly chicks. Yes. A ton of antidepressant right into the septic tank. Don't bring that up. Don't bring it up. What else got something to do? The guy that's going to check out that's going to do all the work. I don't know, maybe this chick was hanging out with smelly bitch. Listen to this. Grand old pig in a grand slam of Weaver. Smelly eggs. That's so that's right up there. That's right up there with the blowjob from Joseph Woods and Cal State. That's just one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It was so funny. I don't try to do it. Hey, come on. Hey, this is something. I'm in a 30-step program right now, boys. I'm acknowledging I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I got it. It's like a fucking 40-year-old. They're sitting in 100 by 100. Can't believe it does. Like Joe Biden's kid. Joe Biden's kid this week. I can tell that because I've seen some stuff. Starting from the I'm going to get old. She's going to get old. I'm going to start some stuff out. It looks like she just got this stuff is different. Oh, she got the tail apart. Oh, here, calm down, all right. Let's go take a look. We'll take a little bit of temperature. Who is over here at? Let's go talk to some of the people showing up for this top super tents.
Hell, listen, I didn't know in stores I used to from there. Like, honestly, really excited how we have like the first black woman that can be the president of the United States. I knew like, I might work with climate change. I got me. I am sitting there going, oh, damn, we'll make fun of that bar. No, we'll make fun of that bar. And it's a dude. He's got the mask and everything. It's great. He's trolling the BBC. Who is this guy? Alex? Like, oh, why are all of the Alex so big? Not quite Einstein 99. Hey, this isn't a hip on the blip. But this is Alex Strangler over here. He got it. This dude does a 3-minute long interview with the BBC guy. The BBC is like, oh my god, oh my god, oh, what is this dude? It's like, well, the BBC, man. We're on the BBC. It's just all great. I mean, wife, and I was like, oh, hold on a second, this dude's shaped like an apple. She's like, oh, he got it back. Look at it. Oh, no. That's the problem. Alex, the problem is you want a full meat. You gotta get that vegan body, right? You gotta get the vegan body. Problem. Hey, this is going on. Morning, I'm going to go to Jeff. Guys, welcome to DC. This isn't satire. This definitely. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my god, it's so bad. Oh, man, we got a gigantic mental health issue problem. With white liberal checks. This is not a troll. This isn't Alex Trainer. This is Alex Trainer and it's not a fight on that night. And then they have LGBT before. They call it. What? I'm not that. This is good. Nobody gets that. I can't do that. I can't do that. This is the problem with the guys. Like, I didn't realize it till now. Well, oh my god, I'm straight gay now. I'm oppressed just like you. But we get like different. So with our lips, and they touch. Yeah, you're not gay. No, it's not like I'm like so gay. No, you're not gay. So, she's always lost the fucking back. Stupid idiot check. Damn, she's not. That's certain comments. But things over here. Stuff is good, right? Not quite sure what walls this would smell like, but I imagine it's like a red long cake installed and washing the dryers very confidence of the people just almost walkers. Look at that. They put the work with it. I'm just worried about people coming to the iPhone and Croatia. They're not doing that like that.
good grip. After the monkey fall off, they check their forward. Also, case the knife did go in. I just hit a little preview on the White House door. This is suicidal. Palestine would kill all of you. You would all be dead. You don't believe. There are no feminists in the Middle East. There are no gay people in the Middle East. They just stay. So God, because yeah, go back. Yeah, go back. Show the rainbow before I have a touch point. Do that for me. Stand next to that pile of bricks and then show them the rainbow prawn where Allah is dead. Show them that. Yeah. I've done that all in training. Let's see how this works out. A lot of getting trolled and us not getting trolled. This is real. It's all going stupid. They're not trying to break it along. If they're not throwing the mask because they're afraid of being holding helmets to break the law, but one mask because they're actually afraid of holding stuff. He just still afraid of holding. Stupid as the world comes. Yeah, speaking of challenge, looks scary. Let's head down and take a look at it. This is a perfect example of chapters. Here we go. Hey, what? No, what? So I'm not good. This is I'm going to wrap her alive right now. She walks. Yeah, I love black. I love blacks. Yeah. You don't stick up on the book like that.